Good morning. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Gonna go over fashion, dressing your age, and why does it trigger millennials so much, guys? What is that about? All right, Elvin's beautiful music is available, linked in the description. Very talented artist. Please check her out. I'm very excited to go over this story with you guys, but I'm gonna need your input, okay? I'm gonna need you to help me dissect and deconstruct this topic because it's going to take a lot of bubble overlap to have the conversation. This is a piggyback off a live stream I did last week about Jack Morgan. Jack Morgan, is that his name? Hold on, I gotta check. Yes. Replying to a Gen Z girly just saying like, hey, what's up with millennials? Like, what's going on here? And we need to have this conversation because I don't think it was mostly my audience. I think it was his audience that came into my comment section. I was really triggered, which is exactly what I was saying in my original video, that millennials are triggered by boomers. And so God forbid somebody says like, y'all need to dress your age or grow up or do something responsible. And then you say like, no, says who? I don't want to grow up. Exactly, you're traumatized. So I'm going to take you on a journey, okay? I've got like so many videos to show you, so many things to show you today. I'm going to take you on a journey of sort of why I think it's interesting that from a progressive, queer, deconstructed lens, we're trying to have conversations that other people just like refuse to engage with, which is like, hey, how are we supposed to be community members and show up? And how are we supposed to be elders? And how are we supposed to be responsible? But we're not going to talk about dressing our age, or we're not going to talk about making adult money, or we're not going to talk about stability, or we're not going to talk about going to therapy. So again, depending on what your goal is in life, because we are in a rock floating through space, you're going to need to take action. And you guys know I'm on a personal journey of becoming the adult in the room, which I am not currently. Okay, like I know that. I'm still a 36-year-old teenager, but I'm not there yet. I'm like a mid-level adult, okay? I'm not like a young adult and I'm not really like an elder, obviously, but I want to be. I've made the decision to try to stop watching streamer boys, to change my language, to update my vocabulary, to make sure that I'm paying attention financially to things. Like I've always paid my bills, but at the same time, like the basic requirement of being an adult is not just paying your bills, right? It's if you want to be a reliable elder and community member, also possibly having a savings to offer people. It's like something established. You know, I saw a TikTok that said, so nobody in my family history, not even one person became wealthy or gave us anything, or not one single person. Because it feels like for a lot of us, we're born and we're starting from scratch. It feels like for a lot of us, like we're not going to get houses or leftovers from our parents. We're not going to actually build generational wealth, which is fine. It's a very capitalistic game. And I'm not here to vouch for capitalism. I'm actually here to say, how do we create stability for our community without giving into capitalism, right? Without becoming our boomer parents, who, by the way, did not go to therapy and were traumatized. So we have to deconstruct from that lens of how do you advocate for a stable community without being stable yourself, and what does stability look like, and why does fashion play such a big role in it? Why does dressing your age play a role in it? Because girls, we know it's not just about dressing your age. We know the concept around dressing your age is tied to everything else in relation to how you show up with your community, right? Okay. Chet says, Def, I think millennials fear becoming irrelevant and being not young is seen as irrelevant because you're not the dominant demo getting marketed to. Well, it's funny you say that because I agree that some part of I never want to grow up, I hear from anybody, is coming from like a lack of self-actualization, but is coming from a fear of like, now I'm not the it group. You know, the other day I was walking with my partner and I was so relieved and excited to realize I'm now too old. And I'm too old. I think that's what it is, to be hit on by young guys and young people. And like young people see me, they're like, she's old. And I'm like, like, this is so exciting for me. But I think a lot of older people still want to be pursued by young people. And I'm the opposite. I am so excited that kids are looking at me like an adult now. So they can come to me and say like, hey, you're old. What do you know about life? I'm like, thank you for asking. I learned. Versus, God forbid, they were coming to me being like, hey, are you interested? No, I am not. Thank you. And I think that's the difference. Okay. They're just old people who want to be pursued by the 20s, who want to be seen as somebody in their 20s, who dress like they're somebody in their 20s. Okay, now let's talk about it also from the nerd-virgin perspective, because I think that plays so much into this. So let's start here, girls. Let's refresh ourselves about what started the conversation in the first place. Just this little snippet, which I think is the most telling part of the video. And then we'll continue to have the combo. Okay, let's check this out.
They don't like that. And on one hand, I also get it because it's like our idea of 30s is changing. 30s is the new 20. I get that. But also, y'all kind of do gotta grow up at some point a little bit somehow. That's all.
Says who? You? The woman with the fucking candy corn nails? No offense. I don't really care. I get it.
Oh, okay, so look at this. First, he goes, like who? Who says? You? And then he insults her for dressing young, i.e. her age. Look at her, just a reminder, because everyone was like, in the video, she's talking about people dressing a certain way. She said, like, am I the only one who notices this is the same group of people who got mad at me because I didn't want to party with people 35 to 40 something, right? So he's already acting like a child. Says who? Says you, the girl with the young people nails? But also, like, he's doing the same thing to her that he doesn't want her to do to him. Like, the irony, right? Okay, listen to this.
But would you rather this? I'm going to play the other end. Would you rather everybody in their 30s and 40s just be super bland and, oh, yes, of course. Yes, Paul, I'll see you tomorrow, indeed. Would you prefer that?
I like how the polar opposites exist, right? Oh, if I can't be this one thing, this fun thing, I got to be this other thing, which is such a boomer, like white collar office imitation of a person. Oh, yes, I work at a bank. Like, which one of our parents? Not my parents. My parents didn't work in corporate. Fun facts. My dad owned a business and he was never like, well, yeah, you know what I mean? My dad hasn't worn a tie since 1999, maybe. I don't even know. But ties went out of fashion, except in certain industries. So, like, even though my dad owned a business and he went to work looking good, my dad has his nice work clothes. It never required like oh yeah, okay. You know what I mean? So like even the concept around it is so funny to me.
Would you prefer the world to be even more bland? Is that what you're honestly suggesting?
When you suggest that dressing your age means you're bland, you're missing the point. And I'm going to show you examples of dressing 50 your age and definitely not being bland. Because again, who's his mock-up? Who's the image he has in his head, right? Who's the person he has in his head is dressing his age? Probably white people, probably some version of promoting or encouraging like a white supremacist idea about what looking grown looks like. Probably a colonized version of fashion, considering that global fashion changes over, like depending on the country you're in. You can still look nice in other people's clothing, but to quote Americans, white people, they might look at somebody in a different country and think, oh, like you're dressing silly, but they're dressing fancy for their bubble. Because it's not about exactly what you're physically seeing. It's not like a lack of color. It's the status of the quality of the material, the quality of the expectation of how you show up in the world, right? So like he's probably coming from a very specific, limited perspective, but he has no idea. Like he has no concept of it.
I think that's why this has happened. Like a lot of us grew up with parents who were just accepted life as is. This is defeat. Tuck my shirt in, put the tie on, and fucking go to the place. A lot of us are saying no, and that's why you see it, right? You see 30 to 40-year-olds wearing vintage t-shirts and graphic tees and fucking hats and that. And then you see guys 40 to 50 starting to get their arms sleeved up, right? They're starting to get tattoos everywhere. They're getting the fuckboy haircuts with the shaved sides. You've seen them. I know you have. Don't bullshit me. But there's a reason for that. Younger people want to be older. Older people want to be younger. Yep.
Yeah, that's bad. That's bad. When I see people in their young 20s trying to dress like adults, I'm like, you're a baby. You don't have to. I mean, you can. You can try. You look cute. Sometimes I see that. I'm like, why are you doing that? But also, who cares if they are? Let them be 22 and want to look 35. But that's because they're young. But why are old people who are supposed to reach milestones of maturity and wisdom still falling for the trap of wanting to dress young? Because they're literally traumatized. That's the point. If we want a healing society, if we want to move forward in life, then dressing your age should also align with your mental health. So dressing bland, wearing the tie, sucking up, that's not dressing your age. That's giving in to the man. Your mental health is probably shot. Those boomers that he's imitating are probably all mentally ill who have never gone to therapy. And you're traumatized because you're their kid and you're continuing the cycle because you refuse to grow up, right?
It's a small world after all. It's not rocket science. And yeah, some people are just immature, and some people, you know, if I meet a 25-year-old and they're like fucking no zest for life, I'm sitting there going, oh, what a poor guy, dude.
So he's associating a no zest for life when it comes to dressing your age. Versus I associate dressing your age because my parents are West Asian. And when they say dress your age, they mean dress nice. My parents have their nice clothes and their outdoor clothes, but even their outdoor clothes are kind of nice. Like I saw my parents go from 30 to 65. And I'm not even kidding you that I think even, in my opinion, even their PJs are nice. I was like, damn, even your PJs kind of expensive. You know what I mean? Like, when you come from a specific cultural background, dressing your age is also a testament to your accomplishments, right? It's not for other people, right? It's not for the outside. It's for the quality of your life to kind of, you know what I'm saying? To express itself. And my grandparents were similar, right? All my aunties and uncles, like they make quality choices. And I think I've always admired that about my parents is that they're so well dressed for their age. It makes sense. It's appropriate. It's cute. It's fashionable. It's really nice. And I've seen them be the people who couldn't afford that or be the people that were a little younger. And then I've seen it. My dad rode motorcycles, played in a band, and then eventually stuck to engineering. And eventually my parents invested in their home, their aesthetic, their cars. Like I remember when my parents went from driving like used cars that would get beaten up to luxury cars. And that was a testament to their milestone. That was a testament to their age. And they had it much later in life, right? They did have it much later in life because realistically, we think we're going to have in our 20s. You're not going to have in your 20s, guys. You're going to have in your 40s, 50s, and 60s. This illusion of I have to be rich when I'm young is social media, is capitalism. And, you know, sometimes I'll tell people how much I make as a 36-year-old and they're like, oh man, I'm not even making that money. And I'm like, aren't you 22? Why would you make 36-year-old money at 22? And they're like, oh yeah. And I was like, you're 22. Why would you be making what I'm making? And even then, it's not like my income doesn't fluctuate. I am a creative. It's not that I don't have good years and bad years, but it's the idea that like when I tell people what an average year looks like, and they're like, man, I don't even make that much. Why would you be making this much? And it's not even that much. Like, you know, it's still less than six figures. But it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like people are forgetting how old they are. And you're judging yourself because you're forgetting like you're 22. You're not supposed to have these things. And by the way, my boomer parents did it. My parents are 65 and they didn't buy their first house until they were 40. 40. This illusion that boomers were buying their houses in their 20s, not my family, not my background, not my people. They were not buying their first house at 20. They bought it at 40 and I'm not even 40 yet. I still have 4 years. 4 years. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know about you, but I'm not buying into this illusion that our boomer parents owned houses at 22 because that just was not my experience. And so for me, I just want to give a reminder to people, you know, for your sake, for my sake, to like relax and focus on slow but steady wins the race. Okay. Let me answer some comments and then we'll hop back into the content. Okay. I'm going to scroll up. Give me a second. Let's see. Chat says, I think you can do creative and fun fashion. I think young fashion more so when you follow trends. Exactly. So a big part of dressing your age is not jumping into every new trend and getting new wardrobes every day. Because a big part of what's trending, especially in younger circles, is younger circles. And the problem with trying to always be a part of the trends is one, it takes money you don't have. And two, it's not even good fashion. It's not even good fashion. You know what I'm saying? It's not even good fashion. It's just temporary for the virality, right? Just as the image he has in his elders, boomers, stereotypes. Yeah, literally stereotypes, right? Also, chat says also dressing for the environment, dress codes, also being appropriate with where you are. Now, we had this conversation before about going to Walmart in your PJs. Listen, I've gone to Walmart so many times in my PJs. I'm not even about to shame anybody for doing it, right? Also, if you ask me, when was I showing up at Walmart in my PJs? When I was young, when I was stressed, when I had no time to care, when I just needed to get my shopping done and get out. When I wasn't in a good place. Okay? Because ultimately there's nothing unethical. There's nothing like truly immoral about showing up in your PJs. Like, please, for the love of God, guys, there's a G-side happening around the world. Okay? Like, I think the least of our problems is whether or not people are dressing at PJs to Walmart. But in an elder healed situation, would I go to Walmart in my PJs now? No, I'm past that age. I'm past the healing stage of going to Walmart in my PJs. That doesn't mean I think people who go to Walmart in their PJs are bad people. I just think it's a testament to where we are right now. And instead of looking down on them or hating on them, I just say, man, the world really needs to heal. Because the audacity of judging somebody for going to Walmart in their PJs without judging the system that made that sort of like the reality for so many people is ridiculous to me. And I do think the system is hugely at play here, right? So we want to use intersectionality to have this conversation for sure, right? Okay. So chat says, so how should a 25-year-old dress? It depends on the 25-year-old. It depends on the bubble. It depends on your goals. It depends on where you are in life. Right? Chat says, came in light, did you define dressing your age? Dressing your age, okay. Yeah, chat says, dressing your age is a social construct. Clothing has always been a symbol of class, and navigating complex respectability and appropriateness, politics, where the goal keeps shifting. This is the thing. Dressing your age should be personal before it is societal. It should be a reflection of where you are in your personal life. This is a philosophy channel. We do philosophy through pop culture. I want you to have a life in which you feel like the outside matches the inside matches the outside. Okay? I want you to feel that way, and I want you to navigate it at your own pace. I'll give myself as an example. I am not in the financial position to buy a new wardrobe. So I am not buying any new clothes or anything unless it's absolutely necessary for the next 2 to 3 years. Once I hit that next financial stage, okay, because we're trying to buy a house in the next 5 to 10 years. Once I hit it, a specific financial stage, we're going to get new wardrobes and new clothes. It's on the docket. As a couple, as a team, we sat down and said, okay, I'm not going to buy any new clothes unless it's absolutely necessary. But that means I am in sort of how do I call this? I'm calling it my invisible era. Because I live in Europe. I live in Croatia. When I go out, girls, the fashion is crazy. When I go out, I'm like, oh my God, these fucking Croatian women, these men, the ones who are fashionable, oh my God, they're so fat. They're so pretty. They're so good. They're also 6 to 10 years older than me. And they all are financially probably in a better place. But they look so cool. Even the 60-year-olds here, even the 70-year-olds, oh, some of the fashion is so good. Now, there's different people. Some of the people, you can tell they're financially struggling. They're not in that position. The ones who kind of, they're in that position, they look amazing. And I'm just saying, especially if you're still young, I would love it if you got to 60 and we're in a good financial position. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I went back and looked at my life, if I redid my finances, if I went back and redid my life, obviously I'd be in a totally different position now. But I learned the hard way. So I'm a super late bloomer. Autistically a late bloomer, right? And I couldn't start my financial journey, my adult journey until 30. So I'm 6 years in. And all I'm saying is now that I'm 6 years in, I'm preparing for the next part of the journey. Because that for me is the point. So dressing your age should reflect first and foremost where you are with your life and how you feel in relationship to yourself. I want you to look in the mirror and feel good about yourself. I want you to look at your house and feel good about yourself, or your living space, your apartment. I want you to look at your life and feel good about yourself. Okay, really good about yourself, not cope with yourself. So I have, an understanding of not beating myself up for where I'm at, but also giving myself a chance to prepare for the next juncture. So does that make sense? Did I answer that question about what it means to dress your age and how these things play into it? Okay. Let me know. Okay, let me see. Any other comments I got to read before I go on? Okay, I am going to keep going. So basically, this video is the inspiration for the conversation, right? Let me just make sure he's not going to say anything
I
else.
hope he snaps out of it, you know? That's the last thing I want to be, at least. I mean, Nestor, let me ask you a question. You're 20.
Yeah, okay. So he doesn't want to grow up. He paid his bills. He took care of his family. I'm not coming for Jack Morgan in particular. I know he's a real person with a real family. I'm coming for the sentiment that he doesn't want to, quote, grow up, right? That's the sentiment I'm challenging. If we want to be elders in our communities, if you want to, you don't have to. We're on a rocket. Okay, skirt, listen to me. We're on a floating rock in space. You don't even have to be nice to people. You could be a serial killer for all you want. But I'm saying if you don't want to be a serial killer and you don't want to be a bum and you want to help your community, this is the construct in which you must apply yourself and adhere to elevate yourself. Okay? You don't have to do it, girls. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to be a good person. You don't have to do nothing. But if you would like to do something, if you would like to be somebody in your elders that the community can rely on even a little bit, then this is the conversation I'm having about dressing your age, about showing up. Because for me, because everything is a construct and there is no objectivity or objective morality, I am creating a construct and adhering to the construct that says grow up, and grow up not just with your fashion, but with your mental health, with your values. Okay, your values should mature over time, right? That's what I'm saying. Okay, so that TikTok that went around TikTok, it got taken down. The original girl who posted it, okay? But I found a bunch of people replying to it and watched them make my point.
They're not weird. We're traumatized.
Okay, the volume is a little low for her, so just let's see if I can change that. Yeah, let me change that. Okay.
Millennials are not weird. We're traumatized and motherfucking tired. We survived a lot of shit. Recessions, dial-up internet, MySpace top 8, LimeWire, low-rise jeans, diet culture. What do you know about that? Not a goddamn thing. We were sold a bunch of lies disguised as dreams, presented in a Lisa Frank folder, the first one being that college equals success, only to be left with crippling student debt and zero hope of ever being able to buy homes of our own. We were also taught, sit up straight, don't talk back, do as you're told, fix your attitude. And we did all that with zero mental health support, and now we're unlearning all of that. So no, we're not weird. We're unapologetically authentic. In cursive.
Yeah, okay, listen.
On it, weirdo.
Hate on it, weirdos. Yeah, you're traumatized, bro. Exactly. Go to therapy, bro. You look fucked up. That's what I'm saying, bro. You look fucked up. You talk fucked up. You look fucked up. And I know I'm saying fuck. And I know for some people that's not classy, but I'm just going to say right here, that was that little girl's point because she's younger than you. She's a little girl compared to you. She's literally like 10, 15 years younger than you. And she's saying, hey, are you guys going to grow up? And you literally just said, no, I'm traumatized. You're a boomer, bro. That's literally what boomers say. Boomers are sitting here saying, we don't have to grow up. We paid our bills. We raised you. Okay, we don't have to go to therapy. We don't have to face our trauma. We don't have to be better. Boomers are literally saying the same shit and millennials are copying them and then being mad. You survive all of this? Okay, and so again, we want to talk about fighting the patriarchy, deconstructing or disabling the system. We want to talk about, facing racism and you can't fucking go to therapy? That's what I'm saying. Like, what are you talking about, girl? Thank you for proving my point. Chat says, wait, I've lost it. Hold on. Where is it? You said there's a classism, racism element we're not talking about there. I think there's a huge racial economic analysis missing from this conversation. It's gonna be here though. We're not gonna miss it in this conversation. But I just want to point out, okay, that wealth doesn't work the same way globally in the same way we think, but we have to consider colonization, but also consider that other cultures around the world had a status of dressing their age that white people decided wasn't good enough. So remember that we are here to deconstruct that and add it to the conversation. But there is a line, again, between what you're doing as an individual and what the world is doing. This is a philosophy channel that's trying to get you to understand it doesn't matter what the world is doing until it does. And it only matters as much as it matters. It doesn't matter more than it matters. And you have to decide where that is. Is the world really the reason I did XYZ, or am I the reason I did XYZ? Can I do XYZ even if the world is doing this? That's what I'm saying, okay? So we have to really think about this from a perspective of like growing up and dressing your age doesn't necessarily take thousands of dollars. It takes an effort to invest, and it takes a level of discipline that most people don't have. Remember, the world is suffering as a whole. I would argue most people are not ready to have this conversation. And the boys on the internet who try to have it pretend it's about buying Bugattis. This has nothing to do with buying a Bugatti. Nothing in this conversation I'm having has anything to do with sports cars. It has to do with a quality of life in which you show up as the grown person. Don't worry, I have examples. Okay, more millennials being mad at the original poster. Let's watch this.
Older millennials, but that 30 to 35, I don't know what it is about y'all. I don't know what happened 1990 to 1995. Y'all are a very interesting demographic. I made a video about this a long time ago, and I called y'all the Peter Pan generation, and that still stands because this is the same generation that was saying we look younger than Gen Z. But I've also noticed that y'all tend to act younger than Gen Z too. And me and my friends have had discussions about this.
You're so late. You're so late. We've already admitted this. Millennials have already come to terms and said out loud multiple times that we are the generation that never grew up. We've already said this 1,000 times. Millennials have already admitted that we are the generation that could never quite download that avatar on what we thought an adult was supposed to be. We are the first generation to question religion as a majority. We're the first generation to admit that we're okay without getting married. That might be actually happy single. The first generation as a majority to say, maybe I don't want children. And I think I'm okay with that. The first generation to say, how come fighting anybody else in the street will send me to jail, but beating my kid is okay? Being the generation with all these firsts and all these different thoughts would then mean that we don't have anybody to look up to. It would then mean that we are changing what it means to be an adult. We are changing the script to what it means to be an adult, because the adults that we looked up to didn't move like this. So now we have to figure it out to show y'all what the fuck it looks like.
Okay, so I'm offering a solution. I'm not making a prescription. Again, it doesn't matter what you do. Nothing matters. It only matters if you put a priority on it. You have to decide what matters. That's the only thing that makes sense, guys. We're evolved animals over millions of years. You get to decide what matters. You get to decide also why you think it matters or doesn't matter. Okay? So I'm not disagreeing with the premise of his video. I disagree with the conclusion. Because while you are still figuring it out, some of us already figured out some of it. I'm telling you, I figured some of it out. And I want to share what parts I figured out, right? Chat says, I also think fast fashion has also warped our idea of how much clothes should cost. And you know what's so fucking fucked up about the whole thing? Your fast fashion is being made by a person, overworked, and basically used as slave labor. So just a reminder that your fast fashion, your $2 shirts and your $5 pants was made by a real human being who got paid less than that. Pennies on the dollar. So yeah, you think it's hard in your privileged country spending $5 on a shirt? What about the people who had to make that shirt? Okay? So think about that. And remember that everything you've ever owned is still on planet Earth. All of those clothes from have you guys watched the documentaries on fast fashion and how all these clothes end up where they end up? That's why I keep clothes. That's why you have to buy good clothes. And by the way, we create the demand for the market. At the end of the day, we are too many people to not make the demand. And because we're so unhealed, we contribute to the destruction of the planet because we're not healed yet, okay? And that's why we have to work on it, right? We have to work on it. Okay. Let me see. Any chats I have to answer? Chat says we can't be adults because of capitalism. How are we going to be the adults if we're not given opportunities to pass, like past adults have? I disagree with this premise. I disagree with the narrative that past adults had better opportunities than us. They had different ones. But I will never go back in time. There is nothing about the past that was ever more beneficial for me as a minority. There was nothing about the last 30 years that would have been better for me as the minority that I am now. So I don't give a fuck. And I'm telling you this as a person who understands a little bit of history and understands that we're in a cycle. So like, yes, we're in the bad times. Yes, life is hard, but it has never been better for so many of us, especially if you're a minority. Because let's be so fucking for real that it is getting better over time. We're just in cycles of a bad place. The past, for me, is just never going to be the answer. So how do we move forward, right? How do we do better things? How do we show up better than we've ever shown up before? We are at a precipice of a change, and I want to be a part of that change moving forward. So you have to start with yourself, right? Talk to people, touch grass, know your communities. FD Signifier has been saying this so much about left-wing YouTube. Like, he's like, at this point, I do not care if you do not know your neighbors' names. I do not care what you think if you are not organizing. And I think there's so much about that that is so true. I do not care what you think about culture if you're not involved in culture. Like, you do you. I'm not coming for you. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm saying you're not healed enough yet to process that you cannot do life alone. You have to do it with a community. But you have to start with yourself, your relationship with self. I've never gone anywhere where I've gotten by myself, but I still am the only one who pays my bills. Does that make sense? My family, my friends, my connection, my community, my neighbors, every neighbor that's ever allowed me to borrow flour or eggs helped me become a better person. Every neighbor that's knocked on my door and gave me a chance to let them borrow flour and eggs has made me a better person. Every person in my community that has picked up a litter of trash or has contributed to somehow making the neighborhood better has made us better people. Okay? You don't have to be perfect. It's okay if you're isolated right now. It's okay if your mental health isn't the greatest. But I want you to know that once you're in the healing part of your journey, right? Like, we've tackled it, we know what's up. It gives us an opportunity to do better, right? So again, I think there has to be a conversation about where you are in your life and what do you want from life. What you want from life is a very big question. That is a very difficult question. And most of us are not doing the work to figure it out. What do we really want from life? And that's why I say I spent so much of my time figuring that out. So I could value the friendships I had. I could invest in those friendships. I could make an effort towards those things, right? Chat says, capitalism wants you to think your friendships and basic relationships you have with people around you are so useless. Absolutely. Now, you guys know I live in Europe. I don't have my physical friendships here. But every Saturday, I have catch-up calls with people. My friends are making an effort to come visit me in Croatia, which I so appreciate. I have another friend coming in October, which I just so appreciate. Like, I've had 3 people come and visit me. 4 people. I've had 4 people come and visit me, which is a big deal since most of my life I was definitely the friend that would go to them. It feels really nice to know that people have made an effort. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's beautiful. Okay. Chat says, I can't afford therapy. I've been homeless. I choose not being able to marry to just be able to have a career. Wait, you said I wouldn't have been able to get married, but I had a better chance of having to have a career before. I don't know what's going on with you, chatter, individually, but you are depending on how old you are, okay, you are responsible for your life. And that responsibility is hard. It is a very difficult thing existing in the universe. So please don't bring kids into the universe unless you're ready, because you know what I'm saying? It's hard, right? But you are the only person who knows why you're doing what you're doing. You might need help figuring it out, but I cannot save you. You have to save yourself. And then hopefully you'll learn something to give to your community in return, because we are all still just like little creatures on a planet. So I don't know what's happening in your life. I don't know where you are. I personally could not afford therapy, so I put out a credit card when I needed it, because my mental health was stopping me from wanting to exist. So instead of, I spent $3,000 to stop wanting to kill myself. And it's the best $3,000 I ever spent because it helped me invest in my future. And then once I stopped wanting to die, I was able to invest in my life. But because I was so suicidal for all of my life since I was a kid, I just didn't care. I got $60,000 of credit card debt. I overspent. I lost my car. I had a 400 credit score. I lost my cell phone. They turned off my cell phone, bros. Okay? I moved dozens of times. I was sleeping on couch after couch. I was self-harming. I remember my partner and I just talked about this, right? I don't eat peanut butter, and I know what it's like to not have food. Like my partner and I talked about food waste the other day, because like I hate food waste. And he was like, where does that come from? And I was like, because I've been the person with no food. And by the way, I was a person with no food for simply 2 weeks. 2 weeks of my life of having no food. And I literally was like, I'm never doing this again. Whatever brought me here, never again. And some of that was mental health. And a lot of it was just my lack of actually understanding how to like do a budget. Funny enough, like it was my lack of, I was going through a lot of mental health problems. Okay. So to be fair, I was really self-destructive. Okay. I was in the middle of a lot of mental health issues. But so much of that also came from me like not understanding money. Like, and that's not our fault. Our parents, our schools, our education systems do not raise us understanding how to money. And that's also the trick of capitalism. Capitalism is a trick of you're not good with money, but also let's do a pay away or layaway for like an iPhone or an Xbox, right? It's like, oh, I don't know how to save money or what's a high interest, savings account or what's this, but also let's put this milk on a credit card. So instead of $2.50, now you're paying $5, right? Chad says, is this also your living in your car era? No, I was renting, but the time I went 2 weeks without eating, I was renting a room for $500 and working 2 jobs. My credit cards were maxed out. I was walking to work. I had no car. I was walking to work. I was renting a room and I was working 2 jobs. Yeah, my YouTube AdSense paid my rent. I was making like $500 on AdSense. That paid my rent. I was renting a room. And then my grocery job paid my quote bills. Now, eventually I got my car back. I got my cell phone back. My credit got back up. I was eventually able to move to the next juncture of my life, but I also went back again, right? I went back again. So in 2012, when this was about happening, okay, like then I moved. Now, I just want to point out, because Chat said that girl, that clip of you when you lived in your car, I just want to make it abundantly clear. And I was growing herbs in the back. Yeah, that's true. I was. I was homeless by choice. I was unhoused by choice. I was traveling. I was making $1,500 a month and I was on the road traveling. So I just want to make it abundantly clear that I was on purpose living in my car. I wasn't unable to be housed. I wasn't making enough to be housed, but I could have made enough, which I did eventually. So my situation with living in my car wasn't actually out of like desperation. It was a choice I made to figure out my life. And I did it on a $1,500 budget, which eventually wasn't really enough because gas prices are crazy, let me tell you. So, okay, when I eventually was done and I decided where I wanted to live, I still needed some help with my sibling. So my sibling let me live with them while I worked on their farm, okay? Then my other little brother moved to town. We became roommates and we both basically became roommates to help build our own stuff together. So I became a full-time streamer. He owned a business and realized it wasn't for him, moved into a traditional career, but we relied on our community. And by the way, relying on your community also means being a good community member. Okay, to this day, my brother is always like, man, I wish you kind of lived with me still. My brothers are literally like, man, I wish you were still like kind of living with me. Like that was so fun. So remember, the way to be a good community member is making sure that when you leave, people miss you. Because you actually showed up and were there and it was fun. We reminisce all the time with our old Snapchat stories. Like, oh my God, remember when we all lived together? Even Farm Brothers, like, you should live near me so we can be neighbors again. Just think about that. Think about actually making, but that didn't just show up. Like, I made the effort. My sister-in-law to this day is like, I loved it when you lived with us. You were so helpful. You were so great. Okay, so make sure you recognize that you also participate in the way that the culture embraces you. And if, there are exceptions to this, obviously, okay? So, when I talk, filter it out for your life. If I say something, you're like, that doesn't apply to me, that's okay. But know that it applies to somebody. So maybe that's not you today, right? Chet says, I would love to hear more about that sometime. I'm currently in a chosen car living era in my life right now. It's concerning for people, but I feel like I'm playing to my strengths against capitalism. Yeah, my other brother did that too. My younger brother also lived in his car for a while. And I think the difference is the choice. I'm making a choice. and I'm trying to prove something to myself, and I'm trying to find myself, and I'm philosophically understanding that I'm doing it. It's like the monks who give up everything they own to go meditate in the mountains. You're doing something. You're trying to figure yourself out, which is different than, hey, I'm literally living in my car right now. Which, by the way, don't even get me started on how many of you are having babies you shouldn't be having because you can't afford them, without blaming poor people for being poor. I'm going to point a finger at you for bringing a baby into the universe to struggle the way you are struggling. You are responsible for that baby. So without blaming people for being poor, don't act like you didn't just bring a baby into the world to suffer while you are suffering. Okay? And I know you have to have the education enough to get the IUD or the abortion, well, I guess, and the abortion, or the birth control. And I know my birth control was never that cheap. But the point is that priorities are what I'm talking about. This whole conversation is about priorities. And let's not pretend that most people aren't having babies irresponsibly, even rich people. Even rich people are having babies when they absolutely are not responsible enough. Okay? So remember, it's about emotional stability. This is dressing your age. It's tied to so many other factors than what you're wearing. Okay, watch another millennial getting angry.
That video of that girl and she was talking shit about millennials, specifically age 30 to 35, saying that we're weird and we need to grow up. I'm 33. I'm like her prime target, what she was going after in that video. And all I gotta say is I'm not fucking growing up. Absolutely fucking not. I literally became a teacher so that I don't have to grow up. I hang out and roast 17 and 18-year-old kids all day for a living. I'm not growing up. I just got this like a month ago. I just went out for drinks on Friday. Do you know what I ordered? A Dirty Shirley. That's a Shirley Temple, my favorite childhood drink that has cherries in it that are delicious, with some alcohol in it. I just got tattooed like 3 days ago. I just joined a soccer league. Yesterday I took my kids to one of those bounce house places and all the parents were like on the side watching their kids. I was up in that bitch. What do you mean? They had an inner tube slide. You sit in the inner tube and fly down and into this giant thing. It was a great... Y'all are so fucking worried about what other people think. Who cares? I pay my bills. I go to work. I have a house. I have the car. I have the kids. I'm doing all the things that I gotta do. Why do I have to grow up? What is the point in life if you're not having fun and laughing? Millennials, we're not growing up. Keep healing the inner child. Keep going to therapy. Keep having fun.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you're missing the point. You can be an adult and have a nose ring. You can be an adult and play with your kids. You can be a grown up. The idea of bragging, I'm not going to grow up, or being an active parent is a form of growing up. Feeling good in your skin is a form of growing up. But the idea that I'm not going to grow up, I'm a teacher, is so funny to me. Yeah, that's what we need. More immature teachers in the world. That's definitely helpful, right? And what did she say? I can dog on 17-year-olds? What did she say?
Did y'all see that video of and we need to grow up? I'm 33. I'm like her prime target. I'm not fucking growing up. Absolutely fucking not. I literally became a teacher so that I don't have to grow up. I hang out and roast 17 and 18-year-old kids all day for a...
Yeah, listen to her. She's like, I roast 17-year-old kids for a living. Yeah.
Growing up.
What? For me personally, the teachers who made the biggest difference in my lives were the teachers that gave me hope for the future in terms of like growing up, even if they were cool teachers, right? But this is what I'm saying. We're different categories of people. I am never going to sit there and be like, I'm never growing up. Like, what? What are you talking about, bro? Chat says I worked with teachers like this. We're literal sex pests and millennials. I'm telling you, bro, that's what I'm saying. They never want to grow up. So they forget how old they are. I'm telling you. So many of the adults I know who won't grow up are also the ones looking and side-eyeing 17 to 22-year-olds. That's what I'm saying. We need to grow up. We need to be people that are no longer trying to be cool to 17-year-olds. She's literally probably like, the teenagers think I'm so cool. What? Yeah, Chet says these teachers have no boundaries and will blur the lines to be friends with younger people any chance they can. Exactly. Yeah. I struggle to see any good in this video. Now, you can have fun. You can be a present parent. You can, be in the bounce house with your kids and still be a grown-up. Okay? But this is the problem I have with this idea of like dressing your age triggering millennials. Not showing up to parties triggering millennials. Yes, making adult money means having adult fun. But adult fun looks different and it shows up differently and for different reasons. I'm not saying it has to, I'm not going to put a prescription on what I think adult fun should look like, but I will say what it doesn't look like. And I don't think adult fun looks like being the only adult in a park full of children. I remember, because I used to be this adult in my 20s, I'm going to be in the bounce houses, I want to be on the playground. Until I realized I was the only fucking adult on a playground full of kids and none of them were mine. Okay, I think we're too old now. I think it was, I think we passed the line, guys. If you're the only adult in there and none of the kids are yours, that's, you fucked up. But if you've got kids you're playing with, that's different. Did she join her kids in the bounce house and then ditch them to have her own fun? Or was she participating and bonding with her own kids? See, that's the question. Because I think parents who aren't playing with their children are making a mistake. But parents that are playing in a child arena, to kick the kids out because they want to use the toys, that's crazy, right? That's so funny to me. So that's the thing I'm pointing out, right? Okay, next thing. Let me move the screen because it's not here.
40. And someone,
Oop.
I'm 40. And someone recently told me that I didn't dress my age and I didn't look my age. I both disagree and I kind of don't understand because, what's a 40-year-old supposed to look like? What does a 40-year-old dress like? I'm 40 and this is how I dress and this is how I look. Therefore, I look my age. I think that's just kind of the end of it.
Okay, now before we move on to her, I just want to say if there's a bouncy park full of adults, I love adults making adult camp. If you're all adults, it's an 18 plus event and you want to do a bouncy house thing, you do you. If you want to do laser tag, you do you. Again, I do not care that adults are having fun. I care that adults are kicking the kids out to have fun. That's what I'm annoyed with. You know what I mean? But yeah, if you want to have adults fun, do that. Have fun with your friends, right? Okay, what do we think about her outfit? Right? What do we think about her aesthetic?
And someone recently
What do we think about it? Now, she's an interesting case because I want you to look at it, okay? I'm going to criticize it, but I'm going to criticize it within context, okay? All right? I do think the outfit is cute, and I think she looks adorable, but I don't think she looks like a grown-up, okay? So I just want to point this out. I do think it's cute. I love the colors. I just don't think she looks grown. And I don't think she looks like somebody who I would automatically assume is reliable in the ways that I would want to assume. But that could be wrong. Look at the difference. So I want to show you something. So here's another one of her videos.
breaking out of my cocoon.
Okay, look at it.
This is me breaking out of my cocoon. I've been really...
Okay, watch it again.
This is me breaking out of my cocoon.
She's got a Teletubbies backpack and this aesthetic, right? Now, I'm going to let you watch that, but really fast. When I was younger and into my 20s, I used to have a Blue's Clues backpack. I used to go to the kids section at Target and think I was cool because I could fit into kid clothes. I used to wear Spider-Man shirts and Marvel shirts because I used to think that it was cool that I could wear them. And I just want you to process that. Reminder that I'm autistic.
I've been really isolated, which was very necessary for a few years. I found out I was autistic, which meant that I needed to start my life over from scratch.
Ding, ding, ding. I realized I was autistic. So as a late diagnosed autistic girly, so much of my life that I look back on, I'm like, oh, no wonder I've been trying to recreate my childhood so fucking much. No wonder. And now I'm letting you know that I'm growing out of it. I'm officially healing enough to not need a childhood because I already had one. And I want you to understand the difference between healing and healing late, which is why it's okay that adults are healing later in life as long as you understand that it's the trauma. So the audacity of being like, it's fine, what I'm doing is great. Yeah, what you're doing is great if you're traumatized. But what happens when you're done being traumatized? Like, I don't identify as somebody who's in active trauma anymore. And then I noticed that because I'm not in active trauma, I'm not feeling a need to rebel. I'm not feeling a need to like stick it to the man. I'm feeling a need to transfer that rebellion into liberation work. I'm looking to transfer that into being an elder in the community. I'm looking to transfer that former rebellion into community work. I'm looking to transfer that feeling of being like, I'm going to wear whatever I want to, I'm going to show up and prove to you that I'm just as much of an adult as anybody else. And I'm going to change the culture. Not literally. I'm not like, I'm just like, as an example, right? Chad said, Brittany, are people confusing healing with maturing and growing? Are people confusing healing with maturing and growing? I think they're confusing. I think people don't know how to heal, so they don't know that you will change. You will change when you're healed, and they don't know that they're in the middle of their trauma, so they don't understand like this thing you're doing because you think you're healed is actually the thing you're doing because you're traumatized. And it's not the same thing as conservatives who, fuck them, are saying like you need to, like they dress their age because they were traumatized, because they weren't even dressing their age. They were following the script. I'm saying rework the script to make healing look diverse. But we still have to acknowledge that even in quote progressive autistic circles, queer circles, some of our trauma is still coming out. It becomes like a costume. So I want to explain to you the difference between wearing a costume and dressing as yourself, because a lot of rebellious activity is rooted in costume wearing. I'm going to wear the costume of the rebellion. I'm going to wear the costume of what I think is fuck you to the man. Instead of liberating yourself to dress like yourself in confidence, you're actually rebelling. And rebelling is for teenagers, even if you're 40. You just might be a 40-year-old teenager. And I don't want to be a 40-year-old teenager. I don't want to rebel. I want to show up and make us, have a seat at the table as a healed adult who also looks maybe a little bit more colorful or interesting, because I don't think the colors are the problem. Okay, now let me finish her video and then I'm going to show you a different kind of version of the outfit that I think is a little bit more grown and makes more sense.
Because it turns out everything I was doing was kind of a disaster. And at the same time, I had some very traumatic work experiences. But in this process of healing and isolation, I think I've lost a little bit of myself, like a little bit of my sparkle, So I decided to get dressed today, even though I don't have anywhere to go. I just wanted to take the time to look cute for myself. And, it feels good. I am sharing this with you because this new version of Amina, that's my name, is a bit more shy than I ever remember being. But I think with some practice and a little bit of patience, I can remember how good it feels to put yourself out there and connect with people who actually get you.
Now, one part of this I want to preface is, in the anime community, a lot of the men who draw manga are incredibly stunted and immature. They make amazing art, but some of them, like the Kenshin author, is a pedophile. Okay. A lot of the authors out there are incredibly like big kids. And if we know what a man child is, why do you want to be a woman child? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want you to be stunted. Thank you for creating great art. I don't want you to be stunted, though. I would rather forego the art if you could grow up. And I don't mean that grown-ups can't make good art. But a lot of people just aren't the people we think. That's why Trump was able to make it to being the president and being immature as fuck. Right? And remember, like, they made fun of Zelensky for not dressing better. But Zelensky was dressed more his age than they were because he was acting his age and they weren't. Remember that maturity isn't necessarily just what you're wearing. It's also how you come and show up at the table. And Trump is incredibly immature, right? Him and Elon are big kids. Zelensky is more of an adult at that table than they are. And that's not speaking much because I don't have much to say about Zelensky, but I'm just saying in that particular situation at the White House, okay? Now, this is the part that I want you to focus on because I think it confuses people. Every situation, every context will ask for like a nuance of how to quote, be grown. My parents dress grown, financially grown, all that stuff, emotionally stunted. Dressing your age, they accomplished. Financially getting it together, they accomplished. Emotionally, okay, they did it better than others. They're definitely better than others, but they're not all the way healed because they're the same boomer parents that refuse to go to therapy because it's a liberal indoctrination. So I also want you to be the adult in the room that says, oh yeah, we all need help. Okay, we all need help. We all need to get better. We all need to mature. But if the millennials know they're traumatized and aren't working on it, and the boomers know they're traumatized and not working on it, then what the fuck? Okay? What the fuck? Chet says, I'm trying to hang in there with this part of the convo. I think the costume wearing comment helped ground me a little bit in understanding what we're getting at. I'm trying to hang in there though. Hang in there, girl, because I got a lot to show you. Hang in there. Trust me. Trust me. By the end of this, I think you guys will see what I'm trying to say. I promise you, okay? Look at this next example I want to use, okay? So this is girl at 40, okay?
Breaking out of my cocoon. I've been
Even like jumping around and being goofy, it's a little bit too like mimicking children for me. Do you get what I'm 40 years old and you're mimicking a child's behavior? Is that your behavior or is that a child's behavior you're mimicking? Think about it, process it. I can't make the judgment. You're the only one who knows the truth. You're the only one who knows the truth. I'm not saying it. I'm just saying, is that your behavior? Or is that, okay. I'm not, thank you. Next example of an outfit similar, but yet more grown, more appropriate.
Okay, outfit of the day. This top look. I was trying to do my socks.
Super cute, a little bit more grown, tighter, holds her body. It's colorful. It's like aesthetically loud, but it's perfect. Okay. It says I'm a grown up. It says I'm trying to be a grown up. It might not be what you might say like church wear or office wear, but it's grown up wear. It's like an older aesthetic. Let's see this? Look at this. 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 This is like, in my opinion, better of clothing. Okay. Now, this isn't something you'd necessarily wear unless your office was also a fashion office, because I actually would love to own a business where people could dress like this at work. Or even like this, to be honest. But obviously, you know, the circumstance asks for you to show up in a particular way, right? Cute shoes, platform, I love them. Love the rainbow pockets. Like, you can just see there's a difference, okay? Yes, the silhouette, showing your body is a little bit different. It doesn't mean that modesty can't look grown though, right? But they are different. Chet says they have similar aesthetics. Similar, but definitely not the same. Definitely not the same. And that's the nuance that you might not know. Now, some people ask me in my comment section, like, Britt, I don't know anything about fashion. Well, girl, I don't know anything about fashion either. I don't know anything either, girl. I'm just a girl who's trying to grow up and figure it out, okay? I'm not sitting here judging you. I don't know anything either, girl. Okay? I'm just trying to figure it out. Okay? I'm just trying to figure it out. Okay? So I'm just trying to figure it out. Okay? And I'm just saying, hey, while I'm working on it for a while, I might want to, maybe it will help you. Okay? Stop it, girl. Stop it. Stop complimenting me in the comments. Just kidding. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Like, the point is, okay, is like, I am trying to figure it out with the limited options I have for now. So by the time I have more options, I know what I'm aiming at. I know what I'm trying to get. Okay. And this whole outfit, I think, costs like $10. So it's fast fashion. I got it from a discount bin. And I was like, I'm going to buy that. Okay. I think everything I'm wearing is literally $10. So I'm not, like, these earrings are from Amazon. Like, I'm not trying to sit here and act like I'm better than other people. I'm trying to say I'm on that journey. I think it's going to take me like 4 years to get ready to upgrade my wardrobe and my life to reflect that. But I just, I'm starting now, I think, out loud too, because in case you guys want to go on the journey with me, imagine if we did it together. Okay, the next 4 years, let's lock in and focus. Lock in and focus, girls. Okay, and don't you worry if you're more into masculine clothes or a man. I have fashion for you too today. Okay, so don't worry about it. Okay. Let's see. Chat says, gonna repeat my question, not trying to spam. Thank you for that. But Britt got up. Where's the line when it becomes sexualizing a young girl aesthetic? Not saying that girl was, but the question comes to mind. That's a great question. I think, okay, this is a great question, actually. You have to deconstruct the reason why you're doing things. Because a lot of us, and I have a video I made about this. Like, I think people can dress like, quote, younger kids and not sexualize it. But I think a part of the reason why we do it is to relive something or to express ourselves in a particular way. Because it's not the colors, it's the aesthetic. It is the aesthetic. Like, it is a big part of it, right? So I think you have to ask yourself, and you have to really be honest with yourself about why you're doing it. I used to dress much more in like little clothing. Like, I used to shop at Big and Little, which controversial. Okay. I used to shop. And then I remember one day I packed up all my clothes and I said, nah, I'm over this. I'm too old, too healed. I'm done. Okay. And I just remember that happening to me. Now, I'm not trying to say like, oh, if you're healed, you won't do it. I'm saying if you're healed, you'll upgrade. Chat says, is it also the body size? Our perceptions are always warped by fat phobia, or is it because we have more context and she spoke about experiencing growth? It could be fat phobia. I don't think so, because I have another example of little fashion, or Lolita fashion, that I still think doesn't do it justice, right? So give me a second, I'll get there. Okay, so as an example, so we love her. Okay, bye her. Okay. First of all, see how it's not about colors. See how it's not about colors. Okay, see how bright colors, ripped jeans, stiletto shoes. I muted it because of copyright. Okay. But look how beautiful this is. Look how chic this is. Look how like grown this is, right? I love this girl's Instagram. Beautiful, just flawless. No notes. No notes. 0 notes. She's so good. All of her stuff is so good. Like, I've never seen one of her videos. Just beautiful, colorful, bright, beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Like, even look at this. This is crazy beautiful, but like, it works. She's doing it. You know what it is? She's styling. She's actually styling. She's actually intentional. She's actually, and say, I'm going to say this, please do not take it offensively. She's groomed, like groomed, you know, she looks clean. You know what I'm saying? Like, look, we all love a rough cowboy who has dirt on his boots because he looks sweaty and he smells like, you know, a little bit like he's been hanging out with the cows. But at the same time, do not get in my bed right now. So we like an aesthetic that says I was rough and I worked today. We don't like an aesthetic that says I didn't brush my teeth or shower for days. So she's like, I think so much of this is like a relationship with your body, which I know for autistic folk, ADHD folk can be really hard, because some of us aren't showering, brushing our teeth. Some of us aren't hygienic. Some of us don't know we smell. Like, some of us don't know that our breath stinks. And so we have to sort of understand that a big part of growing up and healing is also recognizing in which ways we're showing up, like, not healed. Like, you know, sometimes I do see people and I think, oh, that's like autism hygiene struggle. And I think to myself, as somebody who literally has to psych herself up to brush her teeth, no stank breath. Like, I always tell myself, like, girl, you better brush your fucking teeth. And I have to coach myself to do it every day. So I'm not coming from a place of judgment. I'm just coming from a place of a girly who still ends up brushing her teeth. But it is a struggle. Okay? It is a struggle. Okay? Chet says, can't you technically be hygienic but not groomed? Yes, yes, but it has that roll out of bed aesthetic. Like, roll out of bed aesthetic is still not dressing your age. Okay? It's still not showing up. So yes, you can be hygienic in the sense that, like, you brush your teeth, but your hair's a mess. But eventually your hair's not just a mess, it's greasy, it's dirty, right? So it's one of those things. And again, none of this matters. All of it is subjective. But guys, being a good person doesn't matter. It's subjective. You don't have to do this or not. I'm just saying, as I've gotten older This is the stuff I wish I knew in my early 20s. How about that? How about you can process this video as things Brittany wished she knew in her early 20s and how she would have changed her life if she knew. Okay? This is what I mean to say. And look, I'm very patient, compassionate. I'm not expecting people to brush their teeth every day because I know disability plays a role in that. I'm expecting people to work on it though. I'm not coming for you if you really struggle to take a shower. I'm saying let's figure out our disability. Let's figure it out. Because a lot of us are neurodivergent. A lot of people struggle. I'm really lucky that one of my safe spaces is the shower. Like I'm lucky every day that one of the things I love about self-care is grooming myself. Okay? But like you don't have to. Like you don't have to feel bad about yourself. I just want to give you an option to get that haircut, to go to the barber, to pay attention to your body and your aesthetic. And I want the inside to match the outside. And you don't fucking play with me right now. Like for a fact, a lot of us, literally, how many people with bad teeth don't even allow themselves to smile because they're embarrassed of their teeth? I want you to feel good enough about yourself that you can smile without feeling ashamed. Okay? And you can talk about deconstructing the world, not to judge you on how your teeth look, but for a fact that we do that. And for a fact you probably do it. So I want you to be able to get your teeth fixed, to invest in yourself so you can smile without reserve. I also think, getting your teeth fixed is subjective. For some people, getting your teeth fixed is like a different experience. But it's you're the only person who can decide, is this going to stop me from showing up and being joyful? Then I want you to get it done, right? I want you to think about that. Okay, next video of, I think, dressing your age, but still relatively young. But that makes sense. They look relatively young. But pay attention to why this is different, okay? Pay attention to why this is different. Tell me what you think you're seeing here. Let me also make it a little bit bigger so it's a little bit more. Okay.
I love a drummer boy, but
Oop, hold up. Okay, what are we seeing here?
I love a drum.
What are we seeing here that says a little bit more grown? Okay, what are we seeing here that works? Why does this work? This works because it's intentional, it's stylized, it's groomed, it's nice, okay? It's fashion, okay? It's like, it's very well put together. It's there was so much intention that went behind this, okay? So it's colorful, it's bright, it's bold, it's youthful, but it's not young. It's youthful, but it's not young, okay? It's like very warm and welcoming, okay? So it's, and it's not infantilizing. There's nothing infantilizing about it. There's nothing like childish about it, okay? How about this one? Oh, let me rewind it. Female gaze. Okay, young, youthful.
Show with a bag for pre-rolls, no fit in the crowd for the free hoes. Feel brave as I walk to the stage and I tell them to behave as I put them in the days. I've been bold when I've been bad. Bitch mad when I give a man whiplash. I consult your bait.
Okay, fashion, intentional, showing up, dressing up. You can see the intentionality. Okay, one thing I learned about my parents is that they're intentional about the way they dress. That's what signifies to me my parents are grown. They're intentional and they're quality. Quality material. You ever see a man's shirt that's quality? Oh, let me tell you. Chad says, how does hair dye bright colors play into this? I have blue hair. I'll give you an example. Actually, let me pull it up. I'll give you exactly an answer, an example. So there is nothing, you can have color in your hair and be grown. Okay. But how do we make that work? Let me show you. Pull this up. Okay. You can have color in your hair and be grown. Okay. You can have bright blue hair and be grown. What's the difference between grown and not grown? Quality. Are you keeping it up? Is it fashionable? Are you maintaining it? Elvin from MasterChef has blue hair. And he is very much grown, okay? He dresses his age. He manages to make the aesthetic make sense. He'll have very bright blue hair, but you can tell he's going to the hairstylist. You can tell he's keeping it up. You can tell there's a quality to it, okay? It's all about the quality, the quality, the quality, the quality. Okay, we're investing in the aesthetic. It's not the fact that you have blue hair, it's the investment. You know what I'm saying? And he pulls it off really, really well. Showing up with blue hair, you know, only looks young because the whole package is young. That's it. That's the difference. Okay? And so again, we're just like we're quality. Quality is expensive, right? It plays into it. Chet says, is grown just mean have money to maintain look? Well, a part of growing up is hopefully you're going to be a whole human person. Your mental health is in check. Your physical health is in check. Your financial health is in check, right? You know who you are in the story. You know your role in the community. You know your role in your life. Yeah, guys, I kind of expect people to eventually make money. Not a lot of money, not a ton of money, but enough money. Yes, I expect people to get money. Enough money, not a lot of money, not 6 figures. Everything I'm saying is under 6 figures. Okay? Everything I'm talking about is under 6 figures. Yes? Yes. Okay? Nothing I am advocating for requires more than 6 figures. Okay? But it does require you healing your trauma, realizing your family fucking is stunted, and realizing your parents had you when they couldn't afford you. Realizing in the ways that your parents gave you a generational curse you need to break. Okay? Or you will die just as dirt poor as them, or you will die just as uneducated as them, or you will die as traumatized as them. And I don't want to do that. Okay? I want to do a little bit better. Maybe that's the immigrant mindset in my brain, but I do want to do a little bit better, especially when it comes to mental health. Especially when it comes to mental health, okay? And this is difficult because I know a lot of people are giving up before it even started, but I'm too privileged to know that it was always worse before, that I can only move forward from here. I know for a fact that like I can do better, and I've seen it in my own work by going to therapy. I have. Going to therapy completely changed my relationship with my money, with my stability, with being responsible, right? So we can deconstruct, we can look at intersectionality, we can add it into the conversation, we can look how capitalism is fucking us up, but I'm not talking about Bugattis, I'm not talking about keeping up with the Joneses, I'm talking about the quality of your life. Guys, I have been to so many people's homes where there are literally like bug infested homes in $1 million neighborhoods, poop on the toilet seat in $1 million neighborhoods. I've been to a $4 million home in which the lady there was so mentally ill, there was poop on her toilet seat, on the toilet seat, trash can overfilled, hoarder to the T. We have to go to therapy because your money obviously didn't do enough. And that's what I'm saying. I'm not coming for poor people. I'm coming for everyone who says they're an adult but doesn't know that they need therapy. You keep saying you're an adult, but you don't even know how to dress like an adult. You say you're an adult, you don't know how to get poop off your toilet seat. You say you're a grown-up, you're having babies you can't afford. You're saying you're a grown-up, you're not even home. I'm not talking about like you having money obviously didn't make a difference. So dressing your age, I think directly correlates the relationship you're having with your mental health. And I think it shows up differently based off of quality. We'll get into that in a second. I have so many videos to show you today. This is an example of a girl who is having the conversation about, can you be too old for Lolita? What is your thoughts about this girl?
People that are in Lolita fashion these days, but it seems like the origins of Lolita and the inspiration and the reasons have almost been forgotten. I mean, to me, the whole spirit of Lolita is, fuck you, I'm kawaii, and I'll do what I want. And just for me personally, I don't think there's a timer on that. And so it's important to me that I keep wearing this fashion for however long I want, for probably 2 main reasons. One is because obviously I love the fashion, I love how it looks on me, it helps me feel like I'm expressing myself through color and creativity. And then on the other side, I want to be able to carry this torch or this power, so to speak, that this fashion gives us, that we don't have to play by society's rules. We don't have to be told how we're supposed to look or how we're supposed to live our life. Our ideals are our own, and we—
Boo! Okay, why do I hate it? Can anyone tell me why I hate it? Boo! Can anyone tell me why she's not allowed to be the elder in the community? Can anyone tell me why I think like, okay, girl, we get it. You don't want to grow up. Can anyone tell me why I keep thinking Why I think by the way she's talking, I'm like, okay, we get it, girl. You don't want to be a grown up. Can anyone tell me? Yes, chat says Morticia shows how you can grow in your style. Morticia is a beautiful example of a grown woman wearing fashion. Okay? Yes, style based on rebellion again. Exactly. Seems to be others, not for herself. Yeah, she's not doing it because she's grown. She's doing it because she's like, fuck you, I'm kawaii. Girl, this is what I'm saying. Are we done rebelling? You know what I mean? Are we done rebelling? No, because rebellion is for young people. Okay? Oh, I love Morticia. Oh my God, gag. Hold on, let me show you. Ma-da-da-dee. So obviously you have like Morticia Addams, the Addams family, beautiful, very grown. Okay? Very grown. Look at that. Look at the beautiful, the goth, the beautiful. Like you can absolutely be goth and grown, right? Like that's not in question. Like obviously they dressed their age. Okay? They were dressing and they were responsible and they were all the things, right? So it's not even about that. But yes, chat said reaction instead of response. Exactly. If you're dressing as a reaction to, you're not actually qualifying the standard of quality based off of growing up, right? I don't want you to rebel. I want you to express. I don't want you to do it because you're like, fuck the world. I want you to do it because you're like, I deserve a seat at this table. Okay? Chad says, I don't think rebellion is for young people because rebellion encompasses a lot. Rebellion encompasses a lot. I'm not talking about liberation rebellion, right? We're talking about traditional teenage rebellion. Trying to figure out who you are, saying no to anything that doesn't work. Look, old people have a lot of wisdom to give us. Old people have so much wisdom to give us. It's not like they're without the wisdom, okay? And wisdom is knowing which parts of it are good and which parts of it are bad, okay? Discord said there's definitely a distinct difference between Wednesday and Morticia. Exactly, because Wednesday is young. She's the child. Exactly. Exactly. You know? Exactly. So it's one of those things, right? I think sometimes chat says petition for Brittany's Discord to have a chat about our fits. Okay, can I just say this though? Because over the years on the Discord, there have definitely been people in the Discord, and I mean this with peace and love, especially if you're neurodivergent, who have said things like, they've been very body shamey and very critical of how people look, and then they post a picture of themselves, and I'm like, oh, no, you did not. Looking like that, and you just posted a picture? No, you did not. And that's the thing. I see way too many neurodivergent people, especially who have the audacity to talk about how other people don't know what they're doing. And then they post a picture of themselves. And I'm like, no, you did not. And they had the audacity to say, oh, I'm hotter than people. I'm really pretty. And then to post a picture. And I'm like, no, you did not. So I'm not trying to sit here and tell you you're ugly. I'm trying to sit here and tell you we can elevate your style. It's like, it literally is one-to-one about food. Okay? There's elevated food, and then there's just like diner food, which is good, but it's not elevated. There's fast food, but it's not sit-down restaurant. But then at the same time, there's these over bullshit Michelin star 1,000 dinners that don't even matter. Okay? So like, I don't want you to do the $1,000 dinner Michelin star bullshit. I want you to do the quality over quantity. I love a good diner. Don't get me wrong, but it's different. Okay. Now here's a goth video that I really liked about dressing corporate and at work that I really thought was really good. Here it is. Oh, is there no music? Woo! Okay. Beautiful. Love it. Works out. This one's a little hard. Okay. This one is great. These two are the best. Okay. This is great. This is great. No, the heart sweater is fucking it up though. The heart sweater brings down the quality of the aesthetic. The heart sweater is too young. Okay? But this is beautiful. This is fabulous. This is everything. Okay? This is good. This is beautiful. This is everything. This with the pentagram brings down the quality of the outfit. The pentagram is like if she came to work with crosses on her sweater. Leave Jesus at home, girls. It would make sense to elevate the aesthetic and then put Jesus Christ on your sweater, unless it was high fashion. So like the pentagram on the sweater doesn't make sense to me for corporate. So it brings it down. Okay, beautiful, but actually too casual for corporate, in my opinion. This aesthetic here, where it's like cinched at the waist, I actually think only makes sense if you're like a teacher, or it depends on how corporate we're talking about. You know what I mean? So she does a corporate goth thing, and I really liked that example. Here's another example of like aesthetics that could work, that are elevated. I think she's really cleaned, groomed. Everything is really aesthetically pleasing. I think a part of it is also that your clothes are clean. I know this is kind of a crazy idea, but like you also have to have clean clothes. Okay? I have a brother. He drives me crazy. I'm like, hey, you are too grown to be wearing these clothes every day. He goes, I work from home. Who cares? It's a torn up faranat. It's an undershirt, white shirt, torn with steak stains on it. Shorts that have been worn for 15 years that have holes in them. We're done. Throw them away. Throw them away. Okay, let's get rid of it, girl. And he's just like, I'm comfortable in these clothes. You look homeless for no reason. Unhoused people have a reason they look like that. What's your excuse? Get rid of them. Okay? Get rid of them. Thank you. But this is cute. I like this. Okay, let me see. I think what it is about this though is just like it's such a distinct black as well. It's a clean black. And I think like it's just the matchy of it, but it's subtle and I think it works. Okay, now I want to show you an example of bubble differences between fashion bubbles and going back to the costume conversation, right?
Come to France looking like this, and then
hold on, let me see.
Americans will come to France looking like this. Americans will come to France looking like this, and then wonder why everyone is speaking English to them. That is because the difference in cultural beauty between what Americans think and what French people think French beauty is completely different. And that is why we have a France 10 out of 10 and an American France 10 out of 10. They are separate things.
Pause. Chat, great point. Actually, huge point. I'll tell you a huge way to elevate up any piece of clothing: tailoring. The fit of the garment screams something. 100 fucking percent. 100%. Okay? Chat says, Brittany, I don't know, but I don't see what you're talking about, especially with the girl with black clothing with corporate. It just looks like black clothing. It's the quality of the black clothing. It's the way it fits her body. It's the accessories. It's the matching of the black colors. Some blacks can look faded. Some blacks cannot match together. Not all black is black. Black is not like a monolithic color. So it's about bringing it together, right?
This girl, for example, would be an American French 10 out of 10. She's absolutely gorgeous, but she stands out way too much. This is what French makeup looks like. It is natural. It is there to enhance your natural features. There's nothing about it that's shocking. There's nothing about it that actually truly stands out.
It's because when Americans go to Europe, they dress up. They wear a costume. That's the difference. Emily in Paris, she's like kind of wearing costumes. If you look at Sex and the City, the original was fashion. The reboot is costumes. A lot of the designer is different. So a lot of people really hated the reboot of And Just Like That for Sex and the City. It's because they're different artists. And Just Like That, it's costumes. Nothing is realistic. Everything is so stupid. The first original Sex and the City, that was fashion. That was good. That was elevated. And also note that Carrie couldn't afford her lifestyle. There's literally a whole episode about Carrie having $30,000 worth of shoes and no house. Okay? But the new reboot, it's stupid. The fashion they put them in makes no fucking sense. Okay? And that's the difference. You're wearing a costume. You're not actually wearing your clothes. You're not actually showing up, right?
For the outfits, Americans think a French 10 out of 10 is someone that is super chic, tight-fitting clothes, black, like very cosmopolitan. If you dress like this, no one's going to think that you're French at all. An actual French 10 out of 10 outfit would be like Camiro. It would be something very basic. Think Cezanne, think Mauge. These are brands that a lot of French it girls are shopping at because of how natural it looks and because you blend in. And that is the difference between an American thinking that you should stand out to be a 10 out of 10 and a French person thinking that you should blend in to be a 10 out of 10. It is not the difference between someone with and without style.
And by the way, both look amazing. Right? That's the other thing. All the other, both of them are great styles, but they indicate something different. And I think depending on where you are in your life, both could apply. Right? That's what I'm trying to say. Girls, I'm not talking to 19-year-olds. I'm a 36-year-old person talking about 36-year-old life. I am in no way, shape, or form talking to 19-year-olds. You do you, kids. But if you want advice from an oldie who went through her journey and overspent her money, and wish, if I put that $60,000 of credit card debt to one, saving it and buying a house, or two, buying clothing that lasted me a lifetime, oh my God. But instead it went mostly to fast fashion and went to binges of like things I don't even have anymore. It went to even your obsession with Goodwill, like just buying stuff. I was so mentally ill that I was putting all of that stuff just to get a dopamine hit. Okay, it was a dopamine hit, kids. Yes, $60,000. Don't worry, I paid it off. I paid it off with my adult money. Okay. So when I say my financial game didn't solidify till 30, that's what I mean. Before 30, I was in $60,000 of debt. From credit cards to a car debt to trailer to things I didn't need. That whole living outside of my car thing. Okay, so it cost the price of the car. And then I bought a trailer thinking I was going to be a van life girly. That trailer was $15,000. So let me tell you something. You want to know how people who are bad with money, how they live? They live like I used to live. Okay? That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say, like, I've been there. And if I can just help you avoid, let me tell you. And when I was younger, I used to want to wear costumes. I used to want to dress like Pride and Prejudice. I used to want to show up. And the dilemma is like, I don't want to wear costumes anymore. I want to wear clothes. And I'm just saying, like, there's something here about that I think is probably playing into this conversation we keep having. So, Matt Davalia, he does minimalist content. I'm not like the biggest fan, but this video I watched today and it really hit home of what I'm talking about rich people in different bubbles. Look, I'm not trying to contend with old money or rich people. I don't give a fuck what those losers are doing. I don't give a fuck what billionaires are doing, right? Like, I don't give a fuck about them. I give a fuck about my quality of life getting better. But do not misunderstand that there aren't things about the way they live that you can't learn from. So I'm going to give you an example, right? Before I do that though, chat says, did you have a method for paying it all off? Yeah, I had to make more money. You can't save your way out of poverty, girls. You can't. That Starbucks coffee is not the reason you're poor. It's your income. I had to make more money. I got a huge I had a huge pay boost in 2022. I made a lot more money than I normally make. I made about double the amount, and I just paid off my debt with it. Those checks I got during COVID, the $1,500 checks, all of it went to my debt. That's it. My brothers spent theirs on partying. I spent mine on my debt. That's what I did with it. Most people put it into the economy, which was the point. I didn't. I put it into my debt. So you need to make more money. That's the only way you actually get anything done. You don't have to make 6 figures, but you also can't be making 20K. As a girly who used to make 20K, you can't be making 20K. Okay? We want to go for a solid 60 to 80K. Okay? And we want to live under our means, within our means, and we want to do it strategically. Okay? And then we want to be reasonable with our expectations. Look, I'm not a vacation girly. That takes off that part of it. I'm not a girly that's trying to buy a car or the fanciest car. I'm not a girl that cares about like $10,000 rings or watches. Like, I don't give a fuck. I care about a quality of life. I want my life to be quality. Okay? Chad says, okay, word. So I just need a little boost. I'm at like 51K. Beautiful. Love that. 51K, solid. Get yourself a little bit of a boost. Put it towards your debt. And there you go. Chad says, have you always had good credit? No. Maybe you missed the beginning where I just talked about this. No. I was so fucked up mentally in my early 20s. My credit score was 400 girl. Now it's like 730 or whatever. But literally, it was at 400. They turned off my phone. I was not paying my bills. I was so depressed. I did not pay my Verizon bill. And one day they're like, this phone is no longer working. No. I fucked up. I've always been working. I worked the moment I graduated high school. I was working 3 jobs. I've always made money, but I never saved money. I never cared about money. I thought I was going to kill myself at 35. Remember that I thought I was going to be dead last year. So I thought, fuck it. I'm going to make money and have fun. I'm going to make money and I'm going to get into debt and I'm going to kill myself. That was my plan. That's why I am a late starter. I tell you this right now, undiagnosed autistic, undiagnosed BPD, that was my plan. I was like, fuck the world, fuck these people, fuck everything. I'm going to have fun. I'm going to party. I'm going to enjoy my life. And then I'm going to kill myself. And then I went to therapy and then I got better and I did philosophical work. And I was like, damn it, I think I'm going to live. Fuck. And then I had to get my shit together. Okay. I was like, damn it. Okay. We got to do that, right? Let's do it. Okay. Thank you, chat. Says, glad you're still here. Thank you. Me too, girls. I do love being here. And that's why I say I don't care how bad the world's going to get. You know, worst case, we can always just kill ourselves. But hey, before we do that, let's try to make the world a better place. Okay. Before we kill ourselves, which is absolutely an option, let's actually just try to improve our life. And I think it helps that I was suicidal my whole life because, hey, worst case, I'll kill myself. Just a little dark humor. Okay. Okay. Listen, here we go. Watch this video because I think this is interesting. Okay. Different bubble. We're hopping into the rich people bubble.
Now this kind of expression of subtle yet very expensive style has become much more popular, and they have a name for it: quiet luxury. The term quiet luxury.
P.S. This whole video is how minimalism has been co-opted by rich people. Because look, it's cool when a rich person doesn't have a lot of things because, you know, they could have it. But when a poor person doesn't have a lot of things, it's because they're poor. Remember that. Remember that the only perk to, quote, not owning anything is dependent on how people perceive you, unless you're doing it for yourself. Okay?
First gained traction during Gwyneth Paltrow's 2023 ski trial, as she walked into the courtroom day after day wearing very basic clothing, at least basic to the untrained eye. You see, she wasn't wearing Everlane or Uniqlo. She was wearing a $613 shirt from Plan C, $1,400 Prada boots, and $58,000 worth of jewelry from Foundry. To someone like me, and probably most people, it all looked pretty standard.
I think Gwyneth's outfits are actually helping her with the jury. They're all very everyday. She's not screaming celebrity through her outfits, and that's because she's refraining from color, she's refraining from glamour.
I couldn't tell her boots from a $100 pair at Steve Madden, just like I couldn't tell Kim Kardashian's millions of dollars worth of sofas apart from a $2,000 version at CB2. But if you know, you know. And that's the point. During the trial, fashion reporters...
Did you see that? This is a $500,000 couch. What the fuck? This is say it with me, girls, a $500,000 couch. Who the fuck needs this? This is bullshit. This is gross. This is gluttony, bro.
$1,000 version at CB2. But if you know, you know.
This is a $1,200 couch. The fuck?
And that's the point. During the trial, fashion reporters started decoding her plain wardrobe, revealing that this was actually a masterclass in quiet luxury, status disguised as simplicity. Quiet luxury plays a fascinating psychological game. It signals power through restraint. It's a social filter. If you recognize it, you're in the club. If you don't, you're not.
She's brought a ludicrously capacious bag. What's even in there? Huh? Flat shoes for the subway? Her lunch pail?
The louder you flaunt your wealth, the more it suggests you're unsure of your status. The truly powerful don't need to announce it. They can afford to be quiet. That's what makes minimalism the perfect vehicle.
And look, if you're just stepping in, I do not give a fuck about these billionaires. I think they're all fucking coping and traumatized. I think they're the most evil people on the fucking planet. Okay? I am not a conservative. I'm not here to tell you dressing your age is being a billionaire. Fuck those billionaires. They're literally destroying everything in the world. So we are not that bubble. Okay? We are not that bubble.
For this message. An empty room doesn't say, I couldn't afford more. It says, I had every option, and I chose restraint. Yes, thank you. These couches are comfortable. They cost more than your house. That's where minimalism, when co-opted by the wealthy, stops being a philosophy and starts being performative. The irony is that through quiet luxury and minimalism, the elite pretend like they don't care, but their choices show their insecurities more than they realize. You don't spend $10,000 on a handbag unless you hope the people around you know exactly what you're holding. Whether you're in the upper echelon or not, most of us fall into the same trap, buying things to signal that we belong.
Exactly. Keeping up with the Joneses is the crutch of the middle class. The middle class suffers from this so deeply. I want the car. I want the clothes. I want the stability. Stop doing that to yourself. You're killing yourself. Katie, membership for 3 months, says like the stream, lovers. Like the stream. Thank you. Oh, loves, not lovers. I thought you were saying lovers. Thank you. Thank you for being a member. Discord brought up a great point. Discord said, after seeing these examples, what stands out to me is that these people have had the time and energy to put effort in. It signals to the community that you've got your life together and you can be relied on to show up when needed. Exactly. I'm at the point where I can put effort into my appearance when it matters, but not on a daily basis. Same. Okay. You said I have quality clothes that have been passed down to me, but I think it takes time to learn the art of fashion, and my time has been going to other priorities. Same. Okay, I am in the same boat. I'm just making, I want you to know that I'm on a journey, and if you want to come with me on it, you can. Same boat, girls. When we moved into this apartment, we had no dishes. We got a furnished apartment, and I thought it was going to come with dishes because my partner's other apartment did, but this one didn't. And my in-laws had just been perfectly getting rid of 30-year-old dishes, like dishes they've had in the family for years. And they're like, hey, do you want them? And I was like, yes. Like, I didn't want them initially because I was like, oh, we're gonna like get different dishes. And I didn't like the way they looked, but we needed them. And now our whole kitchen is literally beautiful stainless steel, or glassware or porcelain, whatever they are, beautiful dishes that like aren't my style. But they saved us like literally like probably $800 worth of dishes. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck it. Thank you. I'm so grateful. Like, I'll take your hand-me-downs, give them to me. And they're beautiful. Okay, we don't have plastic cups. We don't have plastic bowls. We don't have paper cups or paper bowls. Well, at least we have something a little bit more elevated, but it didn't come from us. It came from our parents, right? And I appreciate it. The pots and pans alone, girl, I'm so grateful. And I'm not prideful enough to be like, no, we'll get our own. No, go give it to me. Give it to me. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Give it to me. And so that's the thing, right? Now, listen, I don't want you to suffer from having a home that doesn't feel like one, right? I don't want you to suffer from buying clothes you don't feel like you can live in. I don't want you to suffer from buying nice things you never get to feel comfortable in because they're too expensive. I want you to buy things that bring a quality to your life. Okay. And I want you to know it takes time to build those things, right? That's why I showed you the grandmas in New York. They're not grandmas, they're old ladies. I don't even have grandkids, but the elderly ladies who say that their wardrobes are like 30, 40 years in the making. That's my next goal. My goal is to start building a wardrobe that's 30, 40 years old. Not every trending trend, not, making a capsule wardrobe, not somebody who I understand, I love my Sailor Moon tees, but the girl that's not going to stand the test of time. They're fast fashion. If I'm going to buy anything Sailor Moon, it's going to be quality, but also it's fast fashion. Most of the stuff made for young people are made cheaply because young people have no standards. Young people have no standards. That's why they get you to buy their cheap clothing. Young people have no standards, and they absolutely use that to their advantage, selling you bullshit. Bullshit. Hello? You think they're not tricking you? Well, young people sit out here thinking they're smarter than everyone else. They're literally tricking you. And you're falling for it, bro. Okay, no judgment. Back to the video.
To show that we're keeping up. We rarely admit it, but so many of our choices, the clothes we wear, the cars we drive, the neighborhoods we live in, are shaped by where we think we fit on the social ladder, even if you call yourself a minimalist. For the upper class, it might be a Birkin bag. A step below that might be Saint Laurent, and then Michael Kors, maybe a cheap replica from Walmart. It's fair.
I remember my sister-in-law got given a bag from somebody, and I was like, oh, that's an expensive bag. She goes, is it? And I was like, yeah, it's like a $1,500 bag. And she goes, oh my God, did somebody spend that much money on it? And I was like, well, that's how much it costs. And she was like, oh my God. And there is, tell me if you come from this bubble, I used to fall for this. I used to think I was better than people who bought expensive things. I don't think I'm better than you. I just think I'm not interested. But I used to think I was better than you. I used to think I was better than my friends who wanted expensive things. And now I realize oh, it's just as shallow to judge the poor for having cheap things as it is the rich for having nice things. I'm not judging you. I'm not convinced you've come from a healed place. I just want quality things. And now the stage I'm in now, I just think you're unhealed. I think it is just unhealed to be 40 years old and have paper plates as it is to be mega rich and spend $100,000 on a couch. Do you know what I'm saying? I just feel like there's an unhealedness here. Let's talk about it. But I'm saying I see the trauma of it more than anything, which is what keeping up with the Joneses is. It's why most Americans especially are not when I met my partner, they didn't have a credit card because in Croatia, that's just not very many people have those. What's the point? Living on credit is not a thing that is normal here. In America, it's just so expected of you. And I want you to remember that. Remember that your culture sets into motion the expectation you have for what you think you should have by a certain time. And I just want you to remember that, right? Okay.
To say that quality and price come into question whenever making a purchase, but I think we often place far more weight on what it says about us and how it's going to look to others. The trends across all classes are constantly moving, so it shouldn't come as a surprise that just like every other trend before it, the aesthetic of minimalism is starting to fade, and something new
Exactly. Remember that minimalism was a trend for a reason. Discord said it used to judge them because they were buying expensive things that weren't quality and sustainable at the same time. 100%. And this is the flaw I think a lot of people do. This was the flaw I had when I was struggling and I was living out of my trailer. So when I was living out of my trailer and I was trying to figure out what I wanted for my life, I failed the wisdom test because I kept thinking, if I just bring down my bills to less than $1,000 a month, I'll be comfortable. I can't explain it to you how important it is that you actually have money. Not a lot of money. Again, everything I'm saying is under 6 figures. Every time I say you should have money, I'm talking under 6 figures. Though you'd be more comfortable with more, you don't need it at a certain point, okay? I'm just saying it'd be nice, but that's extra. That's on top of. That's a cherry on top, okay? Making more than 6 figures is a cherry on top, but you can still have a sustainable life under. And one of the flaws I kept thinking when I was young was, oh, if I have less bills, I'll be more free. It's more like the quality of the bills. So when I was younger, I was willing to live in a really cheap, honestly, like not insulated, dirty apartment because it was cheaper, but it was fucking up my mental health. It was fucking up my sense of self. And I realized, like, no, I need to have a quality apartment within a reasonable amount of money that I can afford that doesn't fuck up my mental health every day when I come home, when I wake up. Because you forget that, yeah, though the rent is cheap, the aesthetic of the apartment, the mold, the oldness is fucking with your mental health. I wasn't enthusiastic. I wasn't excited. It's why you need windows in the house. When I rent places, I always check how much light is in the place. How much light is accessible? Where is it? Is it on the corner of the street? How much of the street noise am I going to hear? Because again, you can try to get the cheapest bills possible, but it will weigh on you. It will weigh. I understand we all have to do what we got to do out of survival, but it will weigh on you. And I don't want it to weigh on you in that way. Okay. Life is hard enough. Okay. Does that make sense? So quality, we're going quality over cheap bills. Quality over cheap. Okay. Let's see. Is there any comments let me know if you guys said something and I should comment on something or something. Chad says, could you say hola to my mom who is with me while I'm listening to you? Hola. Hello. Hola, mama. I love moms. I love moms. Oh my God, I'm burning up in this apartment, PS. It is so warm, bro. Oh my God. Okay, yes. Now, let's move on to a little bit more masculine fashion that I think might be a little bit better for other people too to have options. And then I'm going to talk about quality again because I think this is important, okay? I know, girl, it's been so warm for me too, girl. The summer is killing me in Croatia. And explain to me why the air conditioning is outside the bedrooms. Oh my God. The air conditioning is literally outside the bedrooms. It's literally killing me. So I closed the door to do my stream. Well, the hallway is freezing cold. I'm sitting here sweating tits with all these lights on me, okay? I see it. You're welcome, girl. You're welcome. Okay, now look at this video and get ready, girl, because the fashion on point. Oh my God.
Is an introduction really necessary for someone we all know so well?
Okay. I was not, when I was collecting videos for this stream and that came across my feed, I screamed. I was like, okay. You know what I love about this video? I'm going to mute the sound here. He's kind of got this very specific build and he plays to the build. Okay. He's got a little bit of a stockiness to him, but he fits it really well. Okay. He look at the colors, the decisions, the intention, and yes, the money, but like, look at the way he compliments his body, right? Look at the way even the way he shoots it, but it's complementary to his form. He knows how to dress for his body. He knows how to dress for his form, which is a part of growing up. Dressing your age is also dressing that complements you. Something my mom used to say to me when I was younger that I always hated, but now that I'm older, I get it. Here's a point to my mom again. Okay. A point to my mother again. My mother would say, I love you. That color doesn't look good on you. And I would say, I want to wear this color. I don't care if it doesn't look good on me. Okay. It's purple. I love purple. But the thing about purple is it creates a light reflection that yellows my teeth. And I'm not a big fan of yellow teeth. And my mom would say, Batsy, you cannot wear purple. It drains the color from your face and it gives you yellow teeth. And I'd say, no, I want to wear purple. But my mom was right. For whatever reason, on my coloring, purple looks bad on me. Okay? When I wear red or orange, I get the most compliments I've ever got in my life. And to be honest with you, I don't even like red or orange as much as I like purple. But the amount of compliments I get, the way I feel in those colors are different. Do you know what I'm saying? It's very interesting, actually. So yes, Chad says you can always wear purple accessories and pants. Exactly. So what I've done is if I buy anything purple, it's something that isn't close to my face. So I'll wear purple earrings, but that seems to be okay. Or I'll wear purple pants, but anything close to my face, I don't wear. And again, it doesn't matter. We're all animals on the planet. This is so meaningless. But because I am putting effort into something, because it does matter to me, now making it matter, you ever watch those videos of people that are like, hey guys, is there a way I'm doing my makeup that I could do it better? And you're like, holy fuck, someone just saved your life. I want to look at myself every day and say, in which ways could I transform the way I look to make literally me look better? I watch those videos and I think, okay, how can I do this for myself? Does that kind of make sense? Does that kind of play like, I see this with, you ever see those boy haircut stories where the boy comes in looking like he hasn't left his mother's basement in 12 months. Then he gets a haircut and you're like, okay, daddy. Like that's what I'm trying to aim for in my own life. I'm trying to elevate. Everything's fine. You're not morally bad, but I'm trying to elevate. Okay. Elevation. That's what we're aiming for. Okay. Another example, day 7 of me trying to be a more stylish dad. Okay. That's the video.
Of me trying to be a more stylish dad. Here's the fit. You judge it and tell me if I'm getting there.
Also, pause. I always, as a child, to this day, love how stylish my parents are. I want you to process that because my parents put an effort into their aesthetic, okay, it showed me what an elevated sense of being could be like. My parents were the first ones who showed me. My aunties, my uncles, my grandparents. Don't even play at how good my grandparents dressed, how stylish my grandpas looked growing up. I want you to think about that. The elders in my community showed it to us. And P.S., the elders in our community that did not do that, it showed. The elders in our community that did not do it, they were the lower class family. And I don't mean to put it in that context, but they were gross. Because they're like, it doesn't matter. I don't have to brush my teeth. It doesn't matter. I don't have to look clean. Yeah, but you're gross. It made them gross. And I'm saying, like, let's not do that. What's the word we can use that isn't like, because lower class sounds like, I don't want to play into classism here. Because poor people, a lot of people who struggle financially still manage to dress nicely. You know what I mean? What's a word? What's the word we use? Like, I've been using the word elevated. What's the opposite, though? How do I say it without playing into that structure? Because I don't want to do that. Less kept? What do you think? What words can we use? Low effort? Ooh, low effort's probably good. Diminished, tasteless, careless, crass, trashy. Trashy's kind of mean. But like, yeah, maybe I kind of like the idea of like low effort, but then you see these alpha bros like Andrew Tate will be like, you got to be high class. You got to be an alpha. You got to care about what you look like. Yeah, but you look stupid. Andrew Tate like dresses quote nicely for his bubble, but it kind of looks stupid. And that's because I think it's attached to stupidity. I think his bubble does signal a lot of stuff that I see as a red flag. So also think about that. How high fashion and expensive clothing also signals in certain communities, like what bigoted group you belong to. Because bigotry comes through in your fashion. Okay, back to this dad.
So today's shirt's brought to you by Dinner Service NY, which I love. There's your full fit. Everything looks
Okay, so I will say I like the aesthetic in general. I think it's really complimentary, especially to his skin tone. But I will say I think the pants are a little bit too tight. They're causing creases over here in the crotch area and around the thighs. So I think if they were just slightly looser, it would be better because they're hugging his leg in a way that creates like a fat lap over here. And then it makes it look like his Johnson are like a little too detailed. So I would just loosen it up a slight bit. You know what I'm saying? And I think that would really help. But otherwise, I really like the colors. I really like the concept. I really like the shirt. I think it's really complimentary. I just think the pants are like a little bit too, they're like a little bit too, you know, and this is a good example for you guys to pay attention to, is like the crease that is here
looks really good.
is because it's too tight. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like I look like Black Dynamite, and I love it.
But he's cute. Like he has, it's almost there. It just needs a little bit of, what's that sound bite? Needs a little bit of, what's the sound bite I'm trying to think of? Anyway, Discord said the concept of being kept has racist undertones. Okay, let's not do kept then. Let's see, what else? Let me see. Less kept. Wait, that came from a black commentator. You guys gotta worry. Figure it out. Okay, figure it out between you two. You guys don't give me language. Okay, you gotta figure it out. You both gotta. Don't get me in trouble over here. Okay, you guys figure it out. But like, okay, how about this next one? Okay, how about this one? How to dress your age. Oh, hold on. Let me make it louder.
Cares about their appearance has had this thought as they've
okay, listen to this. His volume is low. It's pissing me off.
How to dress your age. Anyone who really cares about their appearance has had this thought as they've gotten older.
Anybody who cares about their appearance, pause. How many of us care about the way we look? This is important. None of this matters if you don't care how you look. But I think if you don't care how you look, you can't be an adult. I think you're not allowed to be an elder in the community. Okay? I think you should care how you look. But hear me out. This is not to say you care about how other people are judging you so you're insecure. I mean, how do you care how you look as a person, as a human being? Do you care how you look? I'm asking you. I'm not asking you how you think about the world. I'm asking you, do you care how you look? I care how I look. I care. And I never leave my house. I care how I look. I care. Okay? I care. I care about how I show up. I care about looking groomed. I care. Okay? I care. I notice it impacts my mental health. I notice it impacts my productivity. I notice it keeps me more active. I just watched a video from Emma Chamberlain, and she wondered if dressing up every day would make her more productive. And I think that's an interesting idea. For me, it definitely changes how much I function. Now, I'm also autistic and I can get overwhelmed with being dressed for the day. So sometimes I dress down for the day, but I notice that if I start off my day showered, feeling groomed, I'm more energetic. If I walk into my day saying I'm getting ready for work, I just get more done. I've noticed that for me, myself, if I'm in PJs, if my hair is undone, if I didn't brush my teeth, I'm just feeling like a sloth. I'm feeling gross. I'm just feeling bad. You know, even like doing chores, dressing up in athletic clothing, I do better at my chores than if I'm dressing in my PJs. If I wear my PJs to do chores, I'm less good at doing chores than if I dress athletically. So for me, yes, I care about how I look and I care about dressing up and I care because I notice it impacts my life. And when it comes to being a YouTuber, I'll give you an example. So getting ready for me is really hard. Depending on when I do it. If I get ready, okay, if I spend the whole morning in PJs and I've been awake for 5 hours and then I have to get ready to stream or I have to get ready to make a video, I notice that it takes my spoons. And I'm fucked. And then I don't want to do it. I don't want to show up on camera. I don't want to perform. But I notice that if I have my cup of coffee, jump into the shower, and I do my hair, then I eat my food, and then I have more energy. Then getting ready is a perk. It's exciting. I'm like stoked rather than burdened. I notice that if I if I do this, if I get ready in the morning, then I have no problem filming because I'm already ready. I don't have to get ready to film. I'm ready. Let's go. And because I am showing up to work, though some people get away with their aesthetic being, and it is a costume, non-ready, like, oh, no makeup, my hair is done, that's their YouTube aesthetic. It's still an aesthetic. It's still a costume. And I don't want to have to be in a costume to show up to stream. I just want to feel good about myself. And I notice that on days where I don't feel good about myself, I purposely get ready even more because I notice I feel better. Because if I don't feel good about myself mentally, or just I'm sick and I don't look good, I'm going to be in a bad mood. So yes, I care about the way I look because again, a big part of it is like my mental health. Okay? So I think that's important, right? Chat says, I just watched a podcast from Jordan Teresa Love saying caring about how you look is just a sign you care, that other people perceive you correctly. I think a big part of that is too, though. Is this what she's saying? Because I usually like her work. It's saying that I want the inside to match the outside. I want the bubbles to know what bubble I'm a part of. Do you remember when Andrew Schulz had the Nazi haircut? Do you remember that? And everyone was like, bro, get rid of that haircut. You look like a fucking Nazi. Do you guys remember that? And it's like, yeah, bro, you need to change that fucking haircut. Get a new haircut. You remember when Macklemore had the Nazi haircut and he changed it? Because, yeah, how you look makes people look at you funny. Maybe for good reasons, right? Maybe for good reasons. Let's see, which one was it? I guess it was like this one. I guess it's this thing. It's this like shaved at the sides, but it looks very clean. It looks like a little too Nazi-esque. Anyways, the point is that how you dress can signal to people. So first you have to dress for yourself. Then you have to dress in accordance with the expectation. So like showing up in PJs to a wedding is crazy. Now, okay, I'm going to say this, and this is where class plays a role in this. I remember I saw a video of a wedding of two 18-year-olds out of, I think it was like Kentucky or something. And I realized in that moment how privileged I was because, like, everybody looked like they were dressed to go to Walmart. Like, everyone looked like they were dressed to go to Walmart, and everyone looked like everything was like paper cups and paper plates. And I sat there and I thought to myself, oh, I'm privileged. Because I'm used to going to, West Asian weddings. I'm used to going to weddings that cost anywhere from 10K to 100,000K. And not that I'm even pro spending that much on a wedding. It's just like when you have that many cousins. And I'm used to the guests giving you the payment for their plate and some. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm used to people. I mean, I think my wedding dress, which was $800, was more expensive than this wedding I saw on TikTok, this Kentucky wedding. And I remember thinking, like, they probably spent $500 on the wedding. And that is no judgment. And yet, I do think you can spend $500 in your wedding and make it elevated. We spent a few $1,000s on our wedding, just like the clothes, if you count the paperwork, everything that it cost to make it all happen, renting the place, whatever. And we had a pretty great wedding. I think we both looked really, really great. I think we pulled it off. I don't know how we did it because like we definitely had like less time to plan, but I thought we looked really cute. But it was not the most expensive investment in comparison. But I do think we elevated it. I think the places we went to eat were elevated. I think we had a good experience. I think we tried, right? I just think that it can, you can do the best with what you have, but I don't think you need to always do the bare minimum. I think sometimes you can do just above. And maybe as you get more grown, your bare minimum changes. But I do think this comes from healing. Look, a lot of our elders are dying in poverty because we're unhealed. Capitalism is able to exploit you because you're traumatized. The system is able to exploit you because it traumatizes you and re-traumatizes you. People of color, marginalized communities, the system has traumatized and belittled our communities for so long that we are convinced we do not deserve better. And we're so convinced that we try to make friends with it instead of saying we're going to set a different standard of expectation. And what's worse is that you have people, I think, in marginalized communities whose only way of fighting it, oh my God, wait until you see today's podcast. Oh, I am so triggered by what's his name? Kevin Samuels. Kevin Samuels has this whole rant about how Black women should spend more time investing in Black men instead of colleges and jobs, because Black men are the only ones who are going to put up with them. And I was screaming. I'm so mad. I hate that guy. This is the bullshit of Kevin Samuels. Right? That's his name, right? Playing into an oppression belief that he uses to turn on Black women. Bullshit, right? I can't believe it. Like I knew this man hated Black women. I knew he hated women. But he goes, if you really want to deal with men who are really in the patriarchy, right? If you want to deal with men who really are patriarchal, you'll never survive because they'll never pick you. What? Chad said, I haven't heard of him since he died. Yeah, well, I'm doing a podcast today on provider relationships and how it's a bullshit concept created from the internet, piggybacking off of traditional relationships, which are also bullshit, right? And how marginalized communities, men, utilize it to put women down and keep people in their place. We're talking about their 6-figure jobs. We're talking about their 6-figure suits. We're talking about their 6-figure penises. We're talking about their 6-figure jets. Like, that's the problem. I don't want you to be these people. I am not here advocating for you to become a douchebag. I don't want to advocate for you to dress like an adult, i.e. Andrew Tate. This is a bullshit bubble. I do not want you to, quote, become a hustler. I do not want you to sit here and be like, I have to be the best at capitalism. Fuck capitalism. I'm saying you deserve to have a standard of quality in relation to your life. Okay? Discord shared a little snippet about unkept. The term unkept has been used in racist contexts, particularly describing Black children in the United States. The Pickaninny caricature, a dominant racial stereotype of Black children for most of this country's history, depicted them with features like bulging eyes and unkept hair. These portrayals were often used in postcards, posters, and other, ephemera, to perpetuate harmful and dehumanizing stereotypes, contributing to the racist ideas that supported Jim Crow laws and customs. Okay, noted. That makes a lot of sense, actually. Unkept. Now that you say that, I think I'm having a flashback to racist media talking about unkept hair. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, right? Oh, unkept or unkempt? I think it's unkempt, but I'm reading it as unkept. Unkempt. Yes, unkept. Kempt. It's me. But it says unkempt/unkept. Is it the same word? I'm learning a lot today. Talk about a bubble pop. See, I'm learning a lot today. It's both. It's the same. Discord said it's the same. Either or, interchangeable. Okay, noted. So that's what I mean to say, like, we are setting a standard for the quality of our life. We're not setting a standard to appeal to colonization, white men, any of the patriarchy. We're setting a standard to appeal to ourselves, okay? Okay, check out this video.
Cares about their appearance has had this thought as they've gotten older. Whether it's transitioning out of college to the workforce, or once you have kids or you move neighborhoods or states or whatever it is. Reading this article today from Blackbird Spyplane, easily one of the best fashion newsletters out there. I encourage you guys to go check this article out. It's very well done and gives you a really good perspective, but I want to give you mine as well. We all feel pressure to look a certain way at certain points in our life, based on what's normal in our society. Dare I say we conform to whatever our peers are doing. While I do think that in some cases it makes sense to change the way you dress based on your lifestyle, your career, and potentially any events that you attend. But I really don't think it's that black and white. Using myself as an example, I've always wanted to look different than my peers, giving off the idea that I enjoy interesting clothes or just like fashion in general. And growing up in Chicago and the surrounding suburbs is not too difficult to do. And as I've gotten older, and for context, I'll be 29 in about 2 months, I've definitely toned certain aspects of my wardrobe down. For example, 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to wear a graphic t-shirt, unless it's something really subtle. I'm also at the point where for the most part, I want my clothes to fit me properly, not be too tight, too loose, or look sloppy. Because I am in environments where I think think I'll potentially lose opportunities that I otherwise would not by following these simple rules that I kind of set for myself. Focus on really high quality pieces with interesting details, fabrics, proportions, and colors. Gives off the idea that my outfit was considered. I don't necessarily look younger than I am, which I appreciate. And with all this said, of course, do what you want to do and dress what makes you feel the most comfortable. But this is just my approach to getting dressed as an almost 29-year-old. And if you're struggling to figure out how to do this on your own, just reach out to me and I would love to help you out. I would also love to hear you guys' perspective on this in the comments, so let me know.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull this up. So, where is this scene? Okay, hold on. Let me pull this up. So, I think he said something really interesting there. No graphic tees. And I get what he's saying, because if you go to fast fashion or stores for teenagers, it's all graphic tees. And there is a difference between like dressing down and casual and trying to be hip and cool and actually dressing with quality. I want to show you. Hold on, let me grab this. Hold on, I gotta mute it so I get copyrighted. Hold on, let me see. Okay, I don't want to get copyrighted here. No, not this one. Damn it. Where is this scene? Hold on, give me a second. Gabbana. Hilarious. Do you know that scene in The Devil Wears Prada where it shows Anne Hathaway and like her little frumpy blue sweater? Oh, fuck. I can't get it. Okay. I'll show you. I'll show you a picture. And she's in this like frumpy blue sweater and it's just so stupid. And I'm like, who the fuck would wear that to a job interview? And that's because I'm judgmental. Okay. Look at this. This doesn't even do it as the audacity of it justice. There, if they scan down in the film, I just rewatched it. She's wearing black nylons and the clunkiest shoes you've ever seen in your life. And I'm sitting here like, hey, what are you doing? Now, can I just say something? Classism plays a role in this. Yes, your standard of expectation in your bubble will differ. But I feel like you and I all know the difference between somebody who shops quality and somebody who doesn't. Okay. And I just feel like this is so not complimentary, right? It's like not tailored to her. It doesn't make any sense for her body. Like, you know what I mean? Versus, you know, she has her transformation and it's like, okay, now she could never afford these clothes, right? The myth of the movie is that Anne Hathaway could have afforded this without help. Realistically, she could never have done the standard of fashion expected of her without help. Okay. So keep that in mind. But obviously she looks better. Obviously they're more fitted. Obviously they're more styled. Okay. Do you guys remember the opening scene of The Proposal? Stay with me here. And the opening scene of The Proposal, Ryan Reynolds opens up like he's late. He's in his really shitty apartment. He spills coffee on his shirt. He's running. He's just like a mess. And on the other side of it, there's Sandra Bullock. She wakes up. She's like exercising in the morning. She's beautiful. She's having like a very like normal, slow, stylized, fancy breakfast. She's like reading a manuscript. She's like got her life in control. Okay. We want something like that. We don't want to be Miranda Priestley, who's a bitch, but we want to be Miranda Priestley, who's fashionable. We don't want to be in the fashion bubble where we're selling our soul, but we want to have a quality of life in which we're not, when we are looked at, seen as the I almost said the word, seen as the disheveled 20-year-old. I'm 36. I have to remind you guys of this because if you're 22 listening to this, you might not be ready yet. But if you're older and you want to show up for your life, you got to show up for your life. Now, I know disability plays a role in this. I know finances play a role in this, but let's be real, it's trauma. Most of the people in my life who I know who are not yet ready to really take the chance to up their quality of life are too busy doing emotional labor for their family, are too busy healing from their trauma, are too busy worrying about what will happen if I don't sit here and save my family from destitute. And sometimes you got to let your family fall. Sometimes your family wants to continue the curse. Okay? Sometimes your quality of life will be diminished because your parents never healed from their trauma. Okay, so we're not giving into the billionaires. Fuck them. We're not giving into capitalism. Fuck them. We're not giving into our trauma either, though. Okay, we're not giving into our trauma either. Okay. And listen, Chad says graphic tees are for working out and going to the pharmacy. Look, I love my graphic tees. But okay, I'll give you an example. We went to a funeral this year and my partner was like, just wear all black. And I was like, I almost don't have anything for a funeral. This is crazy. And all I had was these graphic tees. And I was like, I can't wear a black graphic tee, can I? And he's like, no. And I was like, obviously not. That's a crazy question. But like, I literally was panicking because like, I don't have clothes for a funeral. Think about that. And I know you're saying like, who cares? But it's kind of disrespectful. You don't want to be disrespectful. But I think when you're so fucked from trauma and generational trauma, yes, nothing, just come to the funeral. It doesn't matter. Right? But I don't have clothing that makes sense for a funeral at this point in my life. So I was like, I got to go get appropriate clothing. And that's because, you know, a big part of it is that, when was the last time I went to a funeral? There's always a funeral happening, but the last time I actually went to one was a long time ago. It was a long time ago, if I'm going to be honest. So I kind of just wore a nice coat and I called it a day. It was really cold out, so it helped, right? But like, yeah, I think that's the problem we don't think about is when we show up for our life, there is a respectability to it. Even though, you know how Christ said, if you're Christian, Christ said, come to me no matter what you're wearing. You could be a whore in church and I would love you. For the record, that doesn't mean you can go to church looking like a whore. Okay, pause. Listen to what I said. Yes, Jesus will accept you if you look like a whore. But just for the record, you can't actually go to church looking like a whore. And I love a whore, but you know what I'm saying? Okay? You can't actually then go to church every Sunday in a bikini. Yes? Because it would be stupid. It would be disrespectful. Yes? Yes, God will accept you. But don't be so disrespectful that you're like, I guess I don't have to wear clothes. No. Okay? That's all I'm saying. I'm saying know your time and place. And a big part of being an adult is knowing that. Guys, the biggest indication that you hold wisdom is making wise decisions. Okay? The wisdom will look different as we heal our trauma. The wisdom will look different as we break generational curses. One of the expectations I expect you to have is to be able to read the goddamn room. And I say this as an autistic person. I still am going to need you to practice on reading the room. And if you can't, then we have to have conversations about how disabled are we? Because that is fair. You are allowed to be disabled. You are not allowed to be arrogant and narcissistic and deny your disability. You are not allowed to call yourself smart and keep doing stupid things. We have got to focus on holding ourselves accountable and saying, I can't show up better than this, but I'm also not going to pretend like I can. And I say this as a person who throughout my life totally struggled with knowing how to dress, how to be myself. I'm not the adult in the room yet, but I'm working on it. Okay, I'm working on it. I think genuinely people don't know the differences because the quality of life around the world differs based off of the bubble. And I think you have to pay attention to that as well. If we want to change the world and we want the world to be a better place, we do have to start with ourselves. And the question is, what does that look like for you? Okay? All right, next video.
Me and a 50-plus-year-old man wants to be walking around in the same clothes as a 20-year-old. It's all about finding that perfect balance between style, originality, and age. Here's how to dress for my 50-plus kings. First up, don't overdo it on the color. I'm not saying you should retire color from your wardrobe in any way, shape, or form, but if you do want to wear some, go for a more tonal look. Earth tones, colors like grays, navies, deep greens, even a little dash of red can look fabulous. Next up, you need to invest to impress. You've worked hard your whole life. Treat yourself to a little quality. Whatever you decide to invest in, make sure that it's a classic piece that will stand the test of time, aka not a designer $800 t-shirt. That can be in the form of a cashmere sweater like this one from Tom Ford, a suede jacket like this one from Todd Snyder, or a perfectly tailored suit like this one from Brunello Cucinelli. One item that I notice a lot of my 50-plus-year-old men don't have in their wardrobe is a perfect pair of jeans. I'm not talking this stretchy material that everyone gets because it's comfortable. I'm talking a nice pair of Japanese selvage denim pants. If you have a good solid pair of jeans that fit you perfectly like this, you can use it in so many different outfits for so many different seasons. And while you're at it, just throw out the stretchy jeans. Speaking of throwing out, here are some other things that you should probably get rid of from your wardrobe. Number 1, anything with rips in it, anything that's acid wash, huge graphic tees. Those 3 seem like you're trying to fit into a generation that you're just not a part
Like,
of.
look at this. If my dad dressed like this, I'd be like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? You're an old man. Like, this makes sense for somebody who's young. Why are you dressing like this at 65? Do you know what I'm saying? If my dad came home dressed like this, I'd be like, hey, are you drunk? Hi, have you lost your fucking mind? But if you're 22, go for it, you know?
Cargo shorts, because no one should wear cargo shorts. Anything super skinny and form-fitting, and anything with logo mania. We don't want to see it. When it comes to shoes, these make all the difference in what's going to separate you from the younger generation. We want to add a little bit more sophistication, especially when it comes to your shoe collection. We don't want to see a 60-year-old man walking around in dirty sneakers or the latest trendy shoes. You should invest in a clean pair of white leather sneakers like these ones from Common Projects, a nice boat shoe like these ones from...
I'll give you an example of maturity. So, my brother has a farm and he was slaughtering one of the sheep. And my other brother was like, oh, I'll come help you. And he showed up in white Vans, in skinny jeans. And we were like, what the are you stupid? And he's like, I don't have anything appropriate. So even if you're a farmer, if you know anything about cowboys, oh, you know they spend money. They spend money, okay? And even in farmland, like I was talking to this cowboy one time. I was taking my friend for cancer treatments. And I was talking to this cowboy and I was like, man, this man dressed nice. He's in cowboy clothes, but he dressed nice. And then he left and someone came up to me and they're like, do you know who that was? And I was like, no. And she goes, oh, he's like this really like this like billion, not billionaire, but like millionaire who owns like 500 acres across 3 states. And I was like, okay. Like, I don't know who that is, but he was dressed nice. I could tell he was still a cowboy, but he was dressed nice. Because that's the thing. It's like, it doesn't matter your style. You can dress nice. Pick your style. Street style, cowboy, preppy, whatever. There is a nice version of that style, right? There's a nice version. Wait, Discord said my church was built different, I guess. I've had one of the members show up in a broad mesh shirt, and that wasn't abnormal in my church. The logic was God sees you everywhere. Why would he care if you're in church? It seems like my church was different in many ways, though. That is a very different church, and no judgment to your church. Even when I went to the BDSM dungeon, there was an expectation of dress. And when you didn't dress, it was like, hey, is something going on? Like, there's just an expectation. I like there to be an expectation. Do you know what I'm saying? I want there to be an expectation. I want there to be a sense of intentionality in people, but not to judge you as a consciousness, but to explain how it expresses where you are in your life. You know what I'm saying? It's the same way I feel about adults who are having traumatizing conversations in front of kids with no context. It's the same way I feel about adults when I see them have babies and they don't understand they have to socialize their kids. It's the same way I feel about anybody that I see where I'm like, why did you take on? Like, why? We already exist in the world where people aren't responsible enough, y'all. We already exist in a world where people aren't healed. And I'm saying, why are we even bothering talking about getting better or furthering ourselves or being, if we're not actually doing it? And I'm saying it doesn't have to show up the way oppressors have said, but it should show up in the way that you show up. You should know the difference. Do you know what I'm saying? Chad says, God sees you on the toilet, but that doesn't mean they're fine with you not using your God-given sense of style. Well, I think that's the dilemma is like, I feel like we can meet people where they are and know you're in a bad place, but I want everybody to have that glow up. Okay, you're not a bad person because you're not in your glow up era, but damn, don't you want to have one? And if not, that's okay. You know what I mean? The world is not an objective place. But I love a glow up era. I love looking back at my photos and knowing that I look prettier and prettier every year, not in a shallow way, but in a way that reflects my health, my mental health, my sense of self, my sense of style. My partner and I were looking back at our photos from just 3 years ago, and my fashion, my sense of style, even the hair color I chose to dye my hair is literally better. 3 years later, my partner's like, oh my God, your original hair color was so much faker looking. It was bad. It wasn't as good. And I was like, yeah, once I moved over to henna, it improved my aesthetic so much more. Not that there's anything wrong with the hair color I had before, but it didn't look as polished. It didn't look as polished. you know? And that's it. We're just trying to give ourselves a feeling of, you know, you deserve to have a quality of life. You deserve for your life to get better over time. You deserve for the quality of your life to go up as you get old, not go down. I think we really are convinced that for some reason the height of our quality of life only exists when we're sort of young. You deserve to die with dignity. You deserve for your quality of life to go up every year. Okay? Now, check out this video because this is something that I've noticed as well. I'm really excited for the new Devil Wears Prada, though I'm already doubting it's going to be good. Right? But check this out.
Leaked photos from the set of The Devil Wears Prada 2 are coming out, and like, fast fashion has destroyed all fashion.
Fast fashion has destroyed all fashion. Please keep in mind, we are not exempt from the way that the world has changed. You are being impacted. Okay? You were impacted. And you were impacted by your trauma. You're impacted by how the adults in your life dressed. And you're impacted by the fact that fast fashion is so prevalent. You guys don't understand how buying clothes online has fundamentally changed how we process quality. It has changed everything.
The set of The Devil Wears Prada 2 are coming out, and like everyone else on the internet with a love of fashion, I too have feelings on it. Before we get into the nitty-gritty of this video, I just want to give Patricia Fields her flowers. She was the original costume designer for The Devil Wears Prada, Sex and the City, and Confessions of a Shopaholic. This woman is a style genius who...
Okay, pause, because this is such a cool story. But wait, I just want to make it clear. You said, I love this conversation from a culture perspective, and I love weird fashion, but it's hard for me to really care because I truly feel like I dress however I feel like dress however you want, but I'm 26 with pink hair. I just want to make it abundantly clear that I am dressing I am talking about dressing how you want, right? But bringing up the quality. Eat how you want, but bring up the quality. We can't be talking about mental health and our food diets without bringing up the quality of our food, right? When I see food hauls from families, my heart breaks at how bad they are at shopping for themselves. No wonder you're all fucking dying from diabetes. Bro, your food sucks. Elevate your food. Elevate your style. All you have is snacks in this haul, bro. For my family, snacks are a privilege. For other families, their whole diet is snacks. And we're wondering why we're fucking dying, like why we're not having a quality of life. I care about how I live. I care so much I'm making an effort to improve it. This whole message is please care about how you look so you can care about your quality of life. I care so much about my life. I want to improve every part of it. Okay? So again, if you're at a stage in your life where you don't know how to shop better for yourself, so your whole diet is snacks, I love you. I'm here for you. But please do not think this is the end. Please care about your health. Like, care about what you're eating. Snacks are a huge, like, if I looked at my what I buy grocery wise, like, we like snacks. Okay, and I'm not judging you, girls. I'm not judging you. We've all been there, okay? I'm saying now that I'm heading into my 40s, I know that I deserve better. I know that I have earned the right to eat healthier, that I have earned the right to sit down and educate myself on how to eat it. Because these snacks, they're yummy. I get this vegan pudding snack. I absolutely love it. It's so good, but I can't live off pudding, girl. I cannot live off pudding, even though it's tempting. It's fucking good. We can't live off pudding. Pudding has to be the snack you get at a meal. It cannot be the meal. So treat yourself with kindness. Understand that you might be going through it. Understand you might be struggling. Understand this is all you can do right now. But I just want you to know, right? Like, I want you to get to the point where you do whatever you want and you do it in the best way possible, right? Like, I do exactly what I want. I dress how I want. I show up how I want. I eat what I want. But what I've wanted has changed the healthier I've gotten. The healthier I've gotten, I've wanted a better quality of life. Because I used to think I didn't deserve it. I used to think I didn't deserve nice clothes or nice relationships or nice apartments. I used to think like, I don't need those things. And now I realize like, oh, I deserve to come home to an apartment that doesn't have black mold. I deserve to eat snacks that are healthier for me but are still snacks. I deserve to eat salads every day if I want to. I deserve to have fresh vegetables. And it's like a part of me is making that a priority. And I'm not saying it's easy. I'm just saying, you know, you're allowed to do exactly what you want every day, and that can look like. Now, you can also smoke every day. I'm not judging you, by the way. If you want to smoke every day, I'm not judging you. You know, you got to have a vice. But like also, right? Like, I'm not judging you if you want to smoke every day. I genuinely don't care. I also don't care if you eat snacks for dinner. But if you're coming to me and you're saying, hey, I'm miserable, I can't sleep, I'm irritable, I'm sick. Okay, girl, let's stop smoking. Let's stop eating snacks for dinner. Okay? I hate to, what's that meme? I hate to say it, girls, but exercise, good sleep, and food actually is the answer. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I hate to say it, girls, but yeah, the basics are the answers. Yeah, you got to make more money, but not too much money, just enough. And yes, you got to like sleep, and yes, you got to do things. Okay? But also, good point, chat, says my autistic brain cannot figure out eating to save my life. It's either I don't think about it at all or it consumes my life. And look, better for you to eat French fries and chicken nuggets every day than to starve yourself. Okay? Better. I know these parents who are like, oh, my autistic kid, people judge me for feeding my kid French fries and chicken nuggets. Girl, as long as he's eating. So first we do the basics. As long as you're housed, clothed, and fed, I don't give a fuck. But once we're done out of survival mode, let's up it. I would rather my autistic kid, I would rather, because I go through these, sometimes I go through these things where all I can eat is potatoes. So I have a big bag of potatoes almost all the time. It's $3. I go off this big bag of potatoes. When I don't want to eat anything, when everything gives me the ick, when I feel myself go, ugh, I don't want to eat that, I figure out a way to eat anyways. But that's because I'm meeting myself where I am. I'm meeting myself where I am. I'm not going to force myself to eat something I don't want to eat. I eat whatever I want every day. But because I've gotten healthier, what I've wanted to eat every day has changed. But that doesn't mean I don't go through moods where I'm like, I can't eat this right now. I'm going to gag. Give me something simple. Give me potatoes with salt. You know what I'm saying? So I see you guys. Meet yourself where you're at. Be very kind with yourself through this process. You are not too late. You're just starting. Okay? I'm a late bloomer. You are not too late because remember, I'm 36 and I keep thinking, man, I can't wait to be 80. 80! I'm going to be alive for so long, probably. Okay? I'm going to be alive for so long. And God forbid I'm an 80-year-old who can't get it together. How dare I come on the internet and judge people for being irresponsible adults if I'm not going to be? Do you know what I'm saying? How dare I get on here and talk about ethics and morals and breaking generational curses if I'm not going to do it? How dare I get up here as a content creator and say you're not responsible enough to have a baby, and then God forbid I'm not even being responsible when it comes to anything else? Like, I can't get up here and talk about breaking generational curses unless I'm going to do it. Okay? And I know it's hard. That's why I'm saying be kind to yourself through the process. All right, back to the video because this is so interesting.
To a shame.
I'm going to rewind it.
Patricia Fields, her flower. She was the original costume designer for The Devil Wears Prada, Sex and the City, and Confessions of a Shopaholic. This woman is a style genius who has shaped fashion in ways most people don't even realize. Patricia is now in her 80s and is essentially retired from the industry but has passed the reins to her protege, Molly Rogers, who is doing the costume design for The Devil Wears Prada 2 and Sex and the City's sequel. And just like,
boo! I'm sorry, I don't mean to come for this lady, but I have bad feelings about it. Because just like that, it's horrible fashion. And already she's doing it for Devil Wears Prada 2 and it's not looking good.
That. Most people are really not liking what we're seeing from the Devil Wears Prada 2 leaked set photos. And most audiences have found the costume design from And Just Like That to be lackluster. A lot of people are attributing this to Molly taking the reins instead of Patricia, but I do feel that is a bit unfair. While both women gravitate towards structured pieces, bold colors, and pattern matching, Molly does tend to go a little bit more trendy than Patricia ever did. Patricia's costume designs always seem to exist in much more of a fairy tale heightened reality version of our world than the world we were living in. Now, a lot of times they would have very trendy pieces like the chunky belts commonly seen in Confessions of a Shopaholic. But overall, it seemed to be more creating trends instead of following them. Another factor is our society is incredibly ageist, and while we love to see women take bold swings when they're young, we judge them mercilessly when they're older. When Carrie Bradshaw would wear something like this in the original show, it was so cool and
It is cool and hip and it looks amazing.
hip. But now that she's of a certain age, it doesn't feel the same. Another key detail in the defense
I think it doesn't feel the same too because some of them were so silly, but I think there's a way to do it that makes sense.
of Molly is Patricia was creating worlds from the ground up with no expectations around them. So she was giving.
And to be fair, if you see Carrie season 1 in the intro where she's wearing that ballerina dress to Carrie in the first movie where she puts it back on, you could see she's outgrown it. You can see it doesn't make sense anymore. But it was so iconic for the opening scene, so iconic. But or the opening, but it doesn't make sense by the time we get to the first movie. Like, you're too grown to be wearing that in that way. Maybe if you styled it differently, and we'll get to that in a second, styling for older people.
And carte blanche to play and experiment. The anticipation and scrutiny around the clothes in The Devil Wears Prada. And
Fun fact, this is my least favorite outfit from the glow up montage of Anne Hathaway in Devil Wears Prada 1.
Sex and the City were so much less than they are for And Just Like That and The Devil Wears Prada 2. Now for my not so much in the defense of Molly, Patricia was the absolute best at creating clear distinctions between characters with their clothing. In the original The Devil Wears Prada, we were introduced to Miranda Priestley first by seeing a close-up of her feet in these 1940s inspired high heel shoes. From that moment on in the movie, every pair of high heels Miranda wore were these chunky, structured, military-esque heels, and no other character wore a chunky heel like this. Which is in such contrast to the leak photos from the second movie where Miranda is wearing a lot of different...
I mean, I really like this, but I do think the colors don't quite... It's weird. It's like a hit or miss at the same time. Like, she's wearing like a tan with a white, with a blue, with a red. And it's like, there's something there that needs... I feel like she looks so good, but yet it doesn't quite bring it... I think the coat is the wrong color and a black bag. So we have 5 colors... all blocked, and none of them, it doesn't quite work for me.
Different types of high-heeled shoes, most of which seemed like they could be interchangeable with any other character. And a lot more trendy, which is just kind of Molly's thing. I do think this is a little bit of a disservice to the storytelling because Miranda Priestley does not follow the trends. Miranda Priestley is the trends. And considering Miranda Priestley is based on Anna Wintour, whose style has not changed at all in 40 years, she wouldn't be changing now. The final detail is fast fashion has destroyed all fashion,
listen to this,
whether or not it's expensive. The quality of clothes that were coming out of design houses like Prada, Dior, and Chanel were so much better 20 years ago than they are today. Most of the major design houses have been purchased by investment groups or major conglomerates who are trying to squeeze all of the money they can out of these legacy brands. Most people can't tell you why this outfit looks cheaper, but they are able to pick up on the fact that it looks cheaper, and one of the reasons it looks cheaper is because it was made more cheaply. Look at the hem of this skirt.
Look at it. This is everything. Look at it. Do you guys see it? Now, for all the people asking me, Brittany, I don't understand. Look at it. Can you tell it? Can you look at it and tell me what's wrong with it? Right? This is why I say I just want you to elevate the quality. Take what you're wearing and elevate the quality, the materials, the picks, the tailoring, right? I went to Zara here in Croatia. It was my first time going. Are you guys fucking kidding me with Zara? I didn't find one piece of clothing, anything in Zara, except an umbrella, which by the way, broke, that I could get from Zara. Literally, it is the ugliest, cheapest, looks like one wash away from dying. How the fuck is that working? How the fuck are you guys buying from Zara? Maybe it's just a Zara in Croatia, but it's so bad. It's literally the ugliest fucking shit I've ever seen in my life. Like, Forever 21 looks better than that shit, and they're both bad. Do you know what I mean? Like, give me an H&M over fucking Zara. Like, what? Like, what is going on? I can't believe this is the Zara. Everybody was like, Zara. Guys, did you touch the material? The shoes? Everything feels like the most bullshit thing I've ever seen in my whole life. It's so weird. And they're so expensive. Holy fuck, they're so expensive. Send me to H&M any day. I'd rather shop at H&M. I found cute clothes at H&M in comparison to fucking Zara. I was shook. I cannot believe it.
It is a rolled hem stitched on top instead of an invisible hem like any luxury brand would have done 20 years ago. While this type of hem is much faster and more cost-effective to manufacture, it affects the way the fabric
Also, no judgment to anyone who bought Zara, because I've definitely bought enough fast fashion in my life. I get it.
moves and drapes and the overall effect of the garment.
Exactly.
So 20
It's how the garment moves. It's how it fits on your body. It's how it feels. You know, my partner has been talking about blankets. We got this gifted blanket from somebody in the family. And it's one of those like fur blankets, but it's not fur. It's just like polyester. It's plastic. And my partner hates the texture. And I'm always like, you're in charge of blankets. So one of our goals of an investment is on blankets. So we spent money on our bedding. I really like our bedding. We have not yet purchased, covers for the couch, because I like having a blanket on the couch when I'm like on the couch. But we want, don't put it in the dryer. My partner's in charge of all the laundry. They wash everything. Do you know there's black clothing detergent? See, I'm not that girly. My partner is that person where they're like, they have laundry detergent for like different colors. They like look at the tags of every single thing that goes in the wash. Like I haven't done a load of laundry in 3 years. That is not I don't know how to do that. That's not my job. I mean, I know how to do laundry, but like, I don't know how to do laundry to my partner's standards, because my partner's like, I got it. Like every single piece of clothing, we have like laundry bags and everything. They're in charge of all that. Okay. But it's one of those things where it's those little things that are privilege. That is a privilege, by the way. It is a privilege to buy so many detergents. You have one for black clothes and one for non-black clothes. But we wear a lot of black. Like I think both of our closets are majority black, right? And same thing with recycling and us doing all the different things we do as adults now. That's a privilege we never did in our 20s. I was not focused on recycling in my 20s, let me tell you. But now that I'm like in my 30s, I'm like, okay, let's separate stuff. Let's do stuff. Because again, I think what frustrates me is when I see people in their 20s, and look, these are criticisms I've gotten from people over the years as a YouTuber. I one time had a person in their 20s be like, I don't like the way your apartment looks. I would die if I was in that apartment. I was like, I'm sorry, don't you live with your parents? They're like, if I lived in your apartment, I would decorate it. I was like, oh, I'm sorry, don't you work part-time? With what money? Like, don't come at me in my apartment with a sea view, okay? Because you don't think it's decorated enough when you live with your mommy and work part-time. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it is rude. They are rude. But they're rude because they're coping and they don't even know why. Don't come to me and tell me my apartment that I love so much would want to make you die when you literally couldn't even afford an apartment of your own, girl. Sit down. Be humble, as they say. You know what I mean? Like, what? And like, that's the thing. Like, those people are not what we're doing it for. We're not like, I think that's what people miss out. I'm not here to judge anybody. I'm here to say, I'm glad to be 36 and finally have like an apartment that's so clean and new, I don't have to worry about mold. Because that's what I feel every time I wake up in this apartment. Yeah, we are not investing in the apartment. We got it furnished for a reason. We're not putting decorations on the walls other than like a little bit here and there. We're not buying anything new for the apartment because it's not our forever apartment. But I'll tell you this much. Let's be real. We got it for the view. Let's be real. When I wake up every morning and I open up the curtains and I have a full view of the sea, do you know what I'm saying? That is the decoration. That is the price we paid for this apartment. So it's like one of those things where I think people sometimes don't know when to judge people, but they realize it's coming from their own place. I'm not judging you. I'm letting you know that as a person who used to judge people for even being able to afford nice things, I'm never going to judge anyone for being able to do nice things because they made the money. I remember I dated a person, non-binary person, and they made 6 figures at a tech job. And I asked them to come to, there was like this women's spa that was like gender inclusive for non-binary people who were AFAB. And I was like, do you want to come to the spa with me? $30 a day. And they were like, I don't really want to spend money on that. And I was like, oh, but you make so much money. And they're like, well, it's not about me making money. It's about the fact that I don't want to do that. And I was like, oh, you know what? That's fair. Okay. Yeah. We'll do something else together. And I thought that was a really good bubble pop for me as a young person who just, I didn't make as much. I was probably making like, at the time, I don't know how much I was making. I was probably making like 35, 40K, maybe something like that, maybe. And it was just such a wake up call for me to realize, like, just because you have the money doesn't mean you have to spend it. Just because you can doesn't mean you have to. I liked that person because they never did anything because other people were doing it. They could have, but they didn't want to. And I think that's so important. You know, so when we talk about quality of your life, we're also saying I want you to do what you want to do every day. I am not waking up every day trying to figure out how not to be judged by others. I'm waking up every day and I want the inside to match the outside. You know, I truly, when I see the fashion here in Croatia, I just admire these people for having such a sense of style and for being older and for being bold with their aesthetic. But you can see they also earned it. You can see they're at a part of their life where they've earned it. They're not a young person pretending. I see the young people. I see the young people here in Croatia who I know they're not spending their money. Their hair is perfect. Their makeup's perfect. Their nails are perfect. There ain't no way they're spending their money. And that to me is the difference. I love watching people who, I can tell they're spending their own money and it looks good. And that's the point. I want it to reflect where you are in your life. Because sometimes I can just tell, like, whose money are you spending? Dad's? Your boyfriend's? Whose money? Your girlfriend's? And it feels different. It's a different feeling knowing that you did it by yourself. But no one ever does anything by themselves. But, you know, there are certain things you just do. Like going to therapy, you did that. Give yourself the credit. You did that. Yes, you needed your therapist. Yes, you needed a community. But ultimately, like, you have to give yourself credit. You did that. It's why when people even write me and say, Brittany, thank you so much. Like, your work changed my life. You did that. I just put out the information, but you did the work. Give yourself the credit. Don't give me the credit. Give yourself the credit. And then, you know, obviously, thank you for the way that I contributed. I appreciate that. But you did the work. And that's the point. Give yourself the credit. Okay, I love this girl. This was given to me by my Discord. And I just love this woman. I just think she pulls off everything. She's everything I've been saying. So this is what I wore, 30-day outfit challenge. Love that. Okay. Look at this lady. She's in her 50s and just like soak it all in. Okay. And I'm going to show you her Instagram after because it's peak.
Okay, for this first look, I wanted to pull some of my favorite pieces to kind of kick off this challenge. I had these parachute pants that were very voluminous. I put them together with this oversized DIY sweatshirt. If you haven't seen it, I did a tutorial for the sweatshirt in a prior video, and I will link it in the description box. And then I added a bunch of accessories. I just really played with the shapes. I had a scarf that I've had forever that I just use all the time. And then I had this custom-made piece from a local artist who creates bags from repurposed materials. And I really liked this unique shape, and the red gave the overall look just a pop of color. So I really liked this one. This was a lot of fun. And I would
hold on. Look at this.
Overall look just.
Okay, now look at, what are you noticing? One, her clothes are clean, organized, aesthetic. I would never have thought to put this scarf with this jacket, but she pulls it off so well. I never would have thought to wear these earrings with this red lip, but she pulls it off so well. Like, she dressed to complement her body, her face. Her hair is perfect. So from top to bottom, she's perfect. Her hair is perfect. Her makeup is good. Her glasses are great. And you can see the little bit of red in the glasses matches the scarf. The lip matches the scarf. You can see everything matches, okay? There's blue, purple, red, orange, yellow, and everything kind of goes together perfectly. And then you can see her apartment is very organized. It's classy, it's simple, but it has like peak art pieces. And then look at the outfit to the left, the one she's showing us right now. I never would have put this together and thought it would look good, but she has an eye for fashion, which I do not have yet, and I'm learning to have. You know, and that's also obnoxious. When I have people tell me, I have an eye for fashion. Are you sure? Have you looked in the mirror? Because she has an eye for fashion and she obviously. But this bag is cool. I love the custom. I love the jewelry. I love the aesthetic. Okay. I do love it.
Color, so
I never would have put this together. I never would have had the aesthetic. Now, that doesn't mean, and hear me when I say this, girls, this has nothing to do with whether or not it would look good on you. Okay. This is what trends are. Trends are clothing that everyone should be wearing. When people show you their fashion, it's not so you can go and copy it. You can be inspired by it, you can create from it, but I'm not looking at this outfit thinking I'm going to pull that off. I'm not going to pull that off. That's not for me. But what is for me is the question. That's what I want you to focus on, because the consumerism, the capitalism tells you go out and buy this. Do not go out and buy this. Go out and buy what makes you feel like it's for you. That, oh, yes, it's supposed to open your possibilities. Exactly. And exactly, chat, you got to play to your strengths. Exactly. Do not go out and literally try to copy this lady's aesthetic, because only she looks good in whatever this is. And same with anything else. I used to look at people and I used to make the mistake. Oh, I want to look like Kat Von D. Oh, I want to look like this celebrity. I want to look like Angelina Jolie. I want to look like this celebrity. I want to look like this. I want to look like this. I would see somebody and go out and buy the same outfit and wonder why I didn't look good in it. Because it wasn't for me. It's a friend said this the other day. I have a friend who has big hips and nice boobs, and they wish they were flat chested and no booty. And I said, well, you gotta dress to your aesthetic. And they said, I hate it though. They said, I wish I had a different body, because the aesthetic I actually want to wear doesn't look good on this body. And look, you want to talk about a struggle? When my sister-in-law saw me the other day and she goes, oh my God, I wish I could do that with my hair. But she can't. She doesn't have my texture. Because of the texture of my hair, I'm able to do hairdos. By the way, look how my hair is like so like, ooh. I'm so happy because I cut it a few months ago and it's finally grown back to like a long, look at it. Ah! Anyways, okay. So I have a hair texture that allows me to pull off hair that my sister-in-law can't. She has very just like straight, silky hair. And she's like, I hate that. And I was like, well, but like, you're so beautiful the way you are. You know, ultimately we all have to play into the thing that we're born into. You could always get plastic surgery. You could always do that. But yeah, sometimes I wish I was flat chested. Sometimes I wish I could pull off certain aesthetics that I know I can't. But that's why I'm saying like play to your strength, right? Thank you, Chad says your hair is kind of everything. Thank you. Thank you. Every time I'm not even gonna, sometimes I see a girl with a shaved head and I'm like, I'm shaving my head. And then I'm like, stop. I don't look perfect. I don't look the greatest with a shaved head. I looked cute, but it wasn't the best for Britney in terms of aesthetic. I actually look better with hair, but I really want to I love shaving my head. I love the feeling of giving myself like an undercut, but also, okay. And look, if you're neurodivergent, pause. If you're neurodivergent, girls, lock in. If you're neurodivergent and you are exhausted, pick a style that has little to no maintenance. So example, my hair, I've got it down to a T of the minimalist amount of maintenance just to keep it going, because I know it's difficult. If you've got a buzz cut or a haircut that requires you to go to the barber every 4 to 6 weeks, or every 2 to 6 weeks, or every 2 to whatever week, maybe not. Maybe not. You know, pick a hairdo, pick clothing, pick a style that works. Now, look, you don't want to be Mark Zuckerberg necessarily, or maybe you do, where he's got like the same gray shirt times 50, so he never has to change clothes. But, you know, you do you. If that's where you're at right now with your life, okay. But do something that works for your spoons, because it is exhausting. You know, it can be so exhausting. You know, just work to your strengths, play to your strengths. Okay, back to the video.
I really liked this one. This was a lot of fun, and I would definitely wear that one again. This next look is one of those looks where in my mind it worked out, but when I put it on, it didn't actually.
Pause, listen to her, listen to what she said.
Those looks where in my mind it worked out, but when I put it on, it didn't actually match up. I based it on this vintage dress that I had recently picked up. I like a vintage 80s dress, but since it's colder out, I wanted to add layers to it. I just added a bag that I thought was kind of cool and added a more sculptural element. Now, I think the outfit looks fine, but the weight of the dress was too light and kind of too flimsy to hold up, I thought, against the heaviness of the jacket and the boots. I didn't really like it, so I would probably do something else the next.
So important. I give myself credit for at least trying. I haven't always pulled off everything I've ever wanted to do, but I try. I remember one time, oh my God, I did this stream one time, and every time I see a flashback of that stream, I'm like, Jesus, what was I thinking? What I was thinking was I wanted a specific look. It looked so good in photos, but it did not translate to video. Think about that too. You know what pisses me off? Do you know what pisses me off so badly? When I look in the mirror and I'm like, body is T, I'm taking a photo. And then I take a photo and I look like a fucking penguin. And I'm like, but not even a cute penguin. I was like, what the fuck? Like that's, when I look in the mirror and I'm like, this is such a cute pose, I'm going to take a photo. And then I look at the camera and I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck is, my eyes are seeing something so good. Why isn't it translating? So, you know, you got to think about it. You just got to think about like, does it look good? Is it the right thing? You know what I mean? True, camera lenses and mirrors are a completely different way of observing light. It's absolutely. It's like the camera angle, front camera, back camera, everything fucks it up. Everything fucks it up. But yeah, when I look at myself in our windows give me the best reflection. I'm like, oh my God. And then I look at my mirror and I'm like, or I look at the camera like, it doesn't translate. But damn, the window reflection is the best. If you want to feel good about yourself, look at our window reflection here in this apartment.
I really like this next look. It was based on an inspo look. I pulled similar pieces from my closet, and with an inspo look, I want to add...
Go back to that inspo look.
It's based on an inspo look.
First of all, look at the inspo look. Love the brightness of the sweater. Love the little bag. The cowboy boots. Okay, the cowboy boots have a risk of being a miss because they cut off just below the skirt or the shorts. I think it's a skirt. And it could create like a clunky thing, but I actually think they might work. And they match perfectly with the white and the black up top. So he's got this great, like it's a perfect, like it's perfectly done. His hair is great. His beard is great. Like everything comes down to the grooming aesthetic playing into it. I used to say this all the time in high school. You could wear a trash bag, but if your hair is done, you'll look awake. Everything comes down to your face. If your face is groomed, it gives you a leg up with your clothes. Okay? It bypasses a lot of social scripts and it bypasses the way you feel about yourself. As long as my hair was done, I always felt everything else was better. Okay, start with your face. It's what people interact with the hardest. And then their eyes go to your clothes. Often, more than not. Sometimes they do the reverse, but ultimately, because I make strong eye contact with people, all they're going to notice is this. And it makes a huge, huge difference. So do your hair. Do your hair.
I pulled similar pieces from my closet, and with an inspo look, I want to add elements that make it personal to me. I already had a red print sweater. I had these Bermuda shorts that I had actually made from a thrifted pair of men's pleated trousers. I put my boots back on from the prior outfit,
good.
And then I added the white collared shirt because I wanted to do
isn't that so cute?
The bow tie and add that as like my own personal element. And then I finish it off with a crossbody bag that I had actually gotten from a friend of mine. And
I'm married. I'm so into this. Whatever this is my future. Like whatever this is, I don't know. I'm still deciding how I want to look when I'm 40. I don't know yet, but I know I can't pull off a lot of this, but some of this, like something adjacent to this is screaming at me. I can't decide though. And that's why I say like, I'm still planning. I'm literally making a Pinterest, not literally, I don't use Pinterest, but I'm literally making a note to self of like who I see in public and how I'm inspired and what makes me feel good. And like, because when I was younger, I wanted to look like a Pride and Prejudice character. Okay, I don't want to look like that anymore. When I was younger, I wanted to look emo. I don't want to look like that anymore. When I was younger, I wanted to look all kinds of aesthetics. I don't want to look like that anymore. You know who I'm not going to play with you. I am so glad people are finally calling out Billie Eilish. I'm so sorry. Why have we let her get away with her thing? I'm so sorry. I'm so excited that people are finally calling her out. Specifically men, because I'm so sick of her fucking do-rag, stealing men, FUBU, fucking thieving, fucking aesthetic, okay? I'm fucking so over it, okay? Like, can I find a good picture of it? I'm so fucking over it. Like, who the fuck let her dress like that? Who let her get away with it, okay? I like some of her, okay? I like some of her fashion. But when she comes out really just looking like, you know, is that you or is that a costume? Like, be so for real. Is that you or is that a costume? Because it looks like a costume.
The respectability.
Oh, I love her. Okay.
Is so much harsher.
Do you know this girl? Do you know this girl from TikTok? She's so fucking, I love her.
For Black people, like, it's never seen as being creative. It's not enough. It's never seen as being unique. But when Billie Eilish want to do it, it's like it's the epitome of creative. It's like it's subversive. It's edgy. If you view Blackness as edgy, that's only going to make it hard for Black people, because you will always be dipping in and out of the culture, and you also see Blackness as like a masculine thing. So it's really hard for people to decouple Blackness and masculinity.
Right? Like, I'm so exhausted. Look at this. Look at this. This one pisses me off the most. What is that, Billie? Ain't no way Billie fucking Eilish woke up and went, I'm gonna pull this off. Who the fuck gave you this? Who gave you this? By the way, this aesthetic right here, this YouTuber, Maya, what's her name? Maya? Mayo. Maya, is it Maya? How do I? Mayoa? Mayo. Is it Maya? Maya? I see her on TikTok all the time and I love her every time I see her. But like, this aesthetic is so cute. Okay, I love this aesthetic, okay? But like, look at this look. No way Billie Eilish woke up and said, this is how I feel. Okay? Just like, ain't no way. I don't buy it.
When I think turning herself into a black man,
I will say, I think if we want to elevate the aesthetic, that kitty collar could be elevated more. I'll say this as somebody who wears collars. I also have elevated my collar game. When I was younger and I bought less elevated collars versus now, I definitely think your collar game could be elevated as well. It's Mayowa. Thank you, Discord. Mayowa. Thank you, Mayowa. Love her makeup, love her hair, love the earrings, love everything. But like no way Billie woke up and was like, this is how I want to look today.
I mean aesthetics, right? I personally feel like Billie Eilish is turning herself into 2006 Soulja Boy.
Literally. And I don't know why, like, please keep calling her out because I hate it. Okay, I hate it. I'll share this video in the chat since you guys want to watch her stuff. Her TikToks are great. Every time I see her TikTok, I love it. Okay, so that's an example of what I'm saying. Like, who the fuck let Billie? That's not Billie's style. Billie saw that when, that's you know what I'm saying? No way, that's what I'm saying. It's a brand, and I don't like it for her, and I think it's bullshit that she's co-opted the aesthetic, okay? Let's go back to the 50-year-old woman who is not wearing a costume, but is actually wearing fashion, style, status. You know, she's expressing herself.
That was this look. I really like this one. I just liked the combination of the pattern mixing in the ties. This is definitely something that I will wear again. This next look, I'm repeating the parachute pants. And one of the things that I wanted to do was to show that you can repeat pieces in your closet. You know, there's this narrative out there that you can't repeat your clothes, but when you buy things that you really love and you like wearing, you should absolutely repeat them. So with the parachute pants, I paired them up with this vintage kimono that I purchased when I was out in California. Another scarf, because the scarf is one of my favorite accessories. I added this purse that I picked up from Target. I happened to be walking by and I saw this purse. I really like the shape of it and the texture. Now, what I don't like about this outfit is the shoes that I chose. Part of it was because I was going someplace.
See how she's like, I wore it. I realized I didn't like it, or I didn't like something about it.
And I knew I was going to have to walk potentially a few blocks. I had tried a pair of boots with them. Looking at it, I wish I had kept the boots and then just tried to find a closer parking space.
Okay, now, when she said you can rework clothes, let me show you a girl I keep finding on my For You page. And I was like, oh, she does this so well, actually. So she is exactly what that other girl was talking about. Look at this girl. When you wear the same clothes every day, but no one notices, okay?
On her Bible, her foundation. She don't need no man. She locking in with God, no relationship.
Right?
Stacking up that bread, she make it work. She don't need no makeup. Standing on her Bible, her foundation. She don't need no man.
And she's young, okay? So she's got a young person's style, which is so valid. But she pulls off this so well, right? Okay? She's young. She's allowed to be young, but she's fashionable. She's aesthetically pleasing. She's playing to her strengths. She's doing all of the things, but she's, you know, utilizing the same pieces of clothing or changing things up. Like, she's doing really good. Even though she's young, right? She's so cute. See, like, okay, see? She knows what she's doing, but she's playing to her age group as well. She's playing to her body type. She's playing to like, she's being strategic. She's being strategic, which we love, okay? We love that. Now, I want to show you the Instagram of this 50-year-old lady. Oh, but before I do, let's answer some comments. Chat's at the upside of growing old, more money for fashion. Hopefully. So, hopefully. Yes, hopefully. Because the part of growing older is more time on the planet, i.e. more time to save, more time to get a better job, more time to invest in your life. The problem is some old people just give up on their life so they don't invest in it. The best part about growing up is freedom. The best part about growing up is responsibility, the good kind. Do you know what I'm saying? So yeah, hopefully, but you also have to invest in that particular priority. You have to make it a priority, right? And it's not cheap. It is not cheap, you know, but it is a part of it. And look, again, nothing is cheap in life, but we also have to contend with how irresponsible so many of us have been, my moving off my own story, with money, with choices, with how I've spent my money. I am the irresponsible person. I was irresponsible for most of my life. And the friends of mine that were very responsible with money coming up, yeah, they're way ahead of me financially, though I will say some of them are actually like kind of messier in their 30s because they didn't do all the messiness in their 20s. So one of the perks of being really messy in my 20s is I'm so stable in my 30s. Some of the disadvantages of being really financially stable in your 20s is like you kind of go messy in your 30s. And I don't want to be messy in my 30s like that. So I'm happy to be financially figuring it out in my 30s rather than in my 20s, right? But everyone's different. Play to your strengths, right? Let's see. Chess says differently sized women don't get as good of styles and cuts. And that's why I say one of the investments you have to make for yourself, you know, and I think this is the myth of thin people though, is like thin people still can't dress themselves. You still got to dress yourself. So one of the perks of being more custom is that you get to prioritize custom. And that kind of gives you an advantage, even though it comes at the disadvantage of like working harder than other people in some capacity. But even skinny people don't know how to style themselves, Avi. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's kind of the funny part of it. But, you know, you also have to care about it. You don't have to, though. No one's going to judge you, girl. We have a rapist in the White House. You don't have to look nice, guys. Okay? Like, you don't have to do anything. We're literally like genociding people right now. You don't have to do anything. But I think if we want the world to be a better place, then we have to act like it might be one day. And we kind of have to show up. And we have to dignify ourselves. And I think we have to have a good relationship with how we show up. But you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do it, you know? You have to want to do it. It has to come from you. It can't come. See, this is the pressure. Society is never going to make you care. You cannot care because of society. You have to care because it's your values. Right? I'm not asking you to care about what other people think about you. I'm asking you to care about yourself. If you want. I'm suggesting it. It's just a suggestion. But you're never going to want to, it's never going to be enough to care about society. It never has been. Right? Chet said, what do we think about cosplay? I mean, we love it, right? I think cosplay is great. I mean, cosplay is literally like it's a art form. It's a community-based activity. It's separate from fashion. I don't think cosplay is fashion. I think cosplay is like Halloween, but different. Like cosplay is dressing for the occasion. Actually, okay, let's look at her Instagram really fast, and then I'm going to show you something that's happening in New Orleans right now, which I think is pretty interesting. So hold on, let me move me back to my normal spot here. So her Instagram's super cute. She's obviously got an idea of what she wants to look like. She's showing up. She really figured it out. She's aesthetically pleasing. She's in her 50s. But see how she's dressing her age, but yet it's like very fashionable? That's all I'm saying is like, we know you can be old and fashionable. But some people might look at her and say, you're not dressing your age. But dressing your age doesn't mean you have to like not be exciting. Look at that. She obviously knows how to dress her age. She obviously knows how to dress her age. And all I'm saying is like, we need to recontextualize what that means. But you see how it's like tailored. It's clean. It's aesthetic. It's thoughtful. She's just thinking about it. You know, that's it. That's what dressing your age ultimately is. It's knowing what looks good, Love this. What makes sense for, oh my God. Why is she so good? Why is she so good at what she does? You know, it's about like looking, feeling, expressing how you feel. It just makes sense. Ugh. She's so good at it. Why is she so good at it? Probably because she's 15. She's had a lot of time to think about it. Just imagine me in 14 years, girlies. I have 14 years to reach 50. And by then, yeah, I better have a better idea of what I'm doing here. Okay, let me show you this video because this sets into motion exactly the issue that comes into play with all of this. And this is insecurity and trauma and all that other stuff. Let me find it here. So I just found out about this. This is a bubble pop for me. I didn't know this was a thing. Who's this? Is it Thirst Cry? Like Thursday, but Thirst Cry? Thank you for being a member for 23 months. Says I'm in joggers and anime tees 90% of the time. You know what though? Based. No pace was too. Listen to me when I say this. I am in sweatpants and sweat clothes 90% of my time. Okay? I, Brittany, spend most of my time in sweatpants. PJ sweatpants. Okay? When we leave to go to the store, I put on jeans. I have to change out of my house clothes into my outside clothes. But listen to me when I say this. I look forward to the point in my life where I have enough. I'm showing up. I, Brittany, want to get to the point in my life where I want to get to the point in my life where I'm not afraid of my neighbors knocking on the door because I'm not dressed at a reasonable time. I, Brittany, want to get to the point in my life where I don't have to get ready to go out. I am ready. I, Brittany, want to get to the point in my life where I don't have to get ready to make a video. I am ready. In working hours, in normal working hours. I just, it's 4 o'clock. I shouldn't be in PJs. It's 3 p.m. I shouldn't be in PJs. Do you know what I mean? That's all I want to do. I just want to get to the point in my life, and I know I'm sick, and I know these other things are coming into it. Or like if my neighbor knocks at my door at 4 p.m. or the police call us to come in for a visa appointment, I'm ready. That's it. Okay, now look. This is called the Red Dress Run in New Orleans. It just happened. I didn't know about this.
Slow at today's Red Dress Run through the French Quarter. Maddie Kerr takes us to that route where scarlet fashion stretched as far as the eye could see.
Imagine thousands of men in red dresses chugging beer and calling it a workout. Welcome to the second Saturday of August in New Orleans. This is the Red Dress Run, where the only thing tighter than the dresses is the beer budget. Thousands of people descend on the French Quarter, rouged up and ready to celebrate.
Accentuates all the curves. Very flattering. Right. You'll see a lot of shoe choices. Some will be brave with their heels. Some go just to match the outfit.
It's a 2-mile run, and I use that word very loosely, through the French Quarter. And yes, hydration is taken very seriously. It's 21 and up. It's messy. It's fabulous, and every dollar raised goes to local New Orleans charities. It's a come-as-you-are event put on by a local running social club, the Hash House Harriers. And for 30 years now, people come from all over the world, and truly, little preparation is needed.
I ran the first few minutes with them on, and I thought, it's not working, so I just took them off and ran the rest with bare feet, so it's just easier.
That is a bold and brave thing to do in New Orleans. I hope you didn't step in any puddles.
Oh God, no, definitely not, no.
You never know what's in those puddles. So if you're wondering what peak athleticism looks like, this is it. Lace, leg hair, and a whole lot of beer. And after the race, the party bleeds into Bourbon Street with pop-up block parties all throughout the neighborhood.
He's ready to watch all the people come by. I was at Lafitte's Hotel yesterday, and people were checking in, and they said, I want to make my reservations for next year also. So it's an annual event for everyone.
This is New Orleans, and this is the Red Dress Run.
Isn't that cute? Okay, it's for charity. That's really nice. But I think what I thought was beautiful was just how comfortable everybody felt. You know what was crazy? Do you know why this came up on my feed? Because I saw people talking about how emasculating it was and how men should never do this and how I could never date a man who did this or participated in this. And I was like, y'all need to deconstruct. It's literally just fun. It's literally an event. It's for charity. Let these men wear the fucking dress. That's what I'm saying. We are so fucking trapped in these little bubbles. You know what I mean? That we can't even for 2 miles of a charity, relax about men wearing dresses. I mean, heck, if a man wants to wear a dress 24/7, I don't care. But that's why it came across my feed. Because, you know, I often, my feeds are curated for making content. So often they're like not opinions that I share necessarily, because I usually make content to show difference of opinion. So there were women and men just talking about the emasculation and how it wasn't like good and how we shouldn't be promoting it. And I'm like, relax, breathe, Habibi. Take a deep breath, relax. Relax. It's just for fun. It's for charity, it's for a good cause. Okay, now, with that said, that is all that I have to show you today, but I want to know, did we have the right conversation, basically? Like, is it kind of clear what I'm talking about? Do I need to show you more examples? Do we need to have more conversations? Look, one of the reasons I didn't show you clothing that I hated or didn't like is because I don't want to punch down on people. I'm aware the intersectionality of this is the play into classism and other things. I didn't give you a bunch of examples of things that I don't think are good enough for the most part, because I didn't want to punch down on communities that were definitely struggling to even put something together. Like, I don't want to come for your family if you're shopping at Walmart, but also like, because I've definitely been there, Walmart isn't worth your money. I saw a girl make a TikTok of all these like things in bags, and she goes, I can't believe this used to be money. Yeah. Like, I want you to spend money on better things because it's worth your money. Actually, wait, hold on. You know who made a really good video on this? Wait, let me show, like, hold on, pause. Wait, don't move. Wait, we gotta see this. Hold on, wait, pause. Pause. Give me a second. Is it this one? Yes. Okay.
And I think
wait. Let's watch some of this, because like I think she says it's so good in this video. This is Madison Brown.
Those things have contributed to the lost art of developing fashion.
Okay. Oh, hello? Where's the video? Oh, I like how wait, this is such a good video.
Hello everyone. Today I want to talk about fashion, more specifically personal style, and the lost art of developing one's personal style. The way
we're going to watch this video. Sit down. Everybody relax.
We consume fashion has changed so much, not only with the emergence of fast fashion, but also social media and TikTok and micro trends. The trend cycle has changed so much. And I think all of those things have contributed to Gen Z's hyperfixation on niche micro trends and categorizing ourselves, making it really hard to actually take the time to develop one's own personal, unique style. So we all know TikTok has spun
out. Oh, hold on, pause. Chet said, I personally would like to see more masculine examples. I felt besides the dads, the wardrobes were expensive. Okay, so one of the dilemmas to this conversation is it's not for people in their 20s. Ultimately, this conversation isn't about you. This is a conversation for people heading into their 40s, 50s, and 60s, because it's about growing up. So I want you to give yourself a break and understand that this conversation is not for you now, it's for you later. So it should be outside of your budget. It should be hard to attain because it's not for you. It's for the future you. It's not for me either, girl. I can't afford it either. It's for Brittany in her 40s and 50s. I am preparing for myself now because I know, you know how I always say I'm doing the work now. So 10 years from now, Brittany has choices. If I don't start planning now, Brittany in 10 years isn't going to have the money saved. She's not going to be prepared. So this is not for us now. This is not for, I can't afford this either. Okay. This is for her. I'm doing this for them. My partner and I sit down with my partner every day and I said, what do you want your life to look like in 10 years? Because if we don't plan it out, I'm too autistic. I'm not going to do anything. You're too ADHD. You're not going to do anything. We are too neurodivergent not to plan this out. Because I will not save money if I don't know what it's for. I will not just do things to do it. I have to have a reason every day. Okay? I have to have a reason every day I'm staying in the budget. Because otherwise, I'm a human who's going to die. I'm going to spend my money. So the only way for Brittany to stay disciplined is to attach that money to a goal. Otherwise, I'm going to spend it. So, okay.
Out of control with all of the micro trends and the cores, from cottagecore to fairycore to office siren to coastal cowgirl, the list goes on. And I've mentioned these trends in previous videos and how Gen Z has this like unshakable desire to self-categorize and almost fast track their way into self-discovery and self-actualization. Instead of taking
fast track their way into self-actualization and self-discovery, get to know yourself. Get to know yourself. Don't rush it. Don't worry about changing. Get to know yourself. Oh, this video is so good. I have to pee really bad though, so I'm going to run away for really fast and then I'm going to come back. I've already seen this, but listen to her because she's so young and she already gets it. Give yourself a second to get to know yourself. It's okay to change, right? I'm going to share the link. You guys are asking for the link. I'm going to share it right now. Let me get you the link. Ba-da-da-da.
The time to really figure out what it is you genuinely like and what you don't like. And instead, you know, it seems like we're just skipping a bunch of steps and diving deep into all these sometimes wildly different aesthetics. And I think I've mentioned before that I think Gen Z does this because they're looking for a sense of identity, which isn't necessarily unique to Gen Z. Every generation, every young generation goes through a discovery phase throughout their life where they figure out who they are and what that looks like. It's normal to change your style every few years, change your friend groups, your hobbies, your interests, things like that. But I think Gen Z has a different relationship to that because of the internet and apps like Amazon and fast fashion. You know, instant gratification is so normalized that we have forgotten what it means to know thyself, to, you know, really take the time to find yourself and figure out what truly resonates. Because it's hard to figure out what actually resonates with you when you're constantly being inundated with different trends and different aesthetics and taking them all in at a rapid pace. Consumerism and influencer social media doesn't want you to take the time to be selective and intentional with what you purchase and what you wear. They want you to buy. It's classic capitalism. I mean, it's obvious, but you know, needs to be said.
The way we talk to content creators about clothing, as well as the way we talk about clothing, is extremely devaluing. Yesterday, I made a video about cardigan. In the video, I lay out what the cardigan is, what led me to make that purchase, what inspired it. Specifically in the video, I said I was inspired by seeing this worsted Irish sweater that was out of my budget, so instead of going to buy the Aritzia dupe, I went on Vinted to try and find something somewhat similar. So tell me why there's someone in the comments of that video saying, oh, Zara makes a dupe, here's the reference code. Did you watch the video? It ends with me saying, hey, look up this brand on resale platforms if you want to find something similar. People are so used to this, I see it, I want it, I get it type of consumption, instead of actually putting in a little bit of work to purchase something much higher quality and much more unique.
Philosopher David Hume believed that taste is acquired through experience. When you think of wine, for example, most people, when they taste a glass of red wine, it tastes like the next glass of red wine. There's hardly any detected differentiation, but a wine connoisseur or a wine expert can taste all the different notes and the flavors, and they can identify so much information about each glass of wine, but that's because that is practiced intentionally. It is with good reason, says Sancho to the squire with the great nose, that I pretend to have a judgment in wine. This is a quality hereditary in our family. 2 of my kinsmen were once called to give their opinion of a hogshead, which was supposed to be excellent, being old and of good vintage. One of them tastes it, considers it, and after mature reflection pronounces the wine to be good, were it not for a small taste of leather which he perceived in it. The other, after using the same precautions, gives also his verdict in favor of the wine, but with the reserve of a taste of iron, which he could easily distinguish. You cannot imagine how much they were both ridiculed for their judgment, but who laughed in the end? On emptying the hogshead, there was found at the bottom an old key with a leather thong tied to it. And so tying this all back to fashion, the beauty of personal style and taste is that there's no right or wrong way to possess it. What is tacky to one could be chic to another. What is chic and what is tacky is a sentiment. It's subjective. And so seeing in the beauty in that, I hope...
Pause. I just got back. Did I miss anything interesting? I will say this. Tramp stamps, typical when I was growing up of like hot girls who were kind of loose. But I will just say this right now. Same thing with animal print, cheetah print, zebra, all of that stuff was considered super like kind of slutty coming up. You can make this work though to elevate it. You can have any aesthetic you choose and make it like, what did we decide we were using as the words? What did we decide we were going to be? Less investment, more investment? But like you can elevate. It's just like a tattoo. Do we know the difference between a nice tattoo and a bad tattoo? Like a quality tattoo and a non-quality tattoo? Elevated. Like we want to elevate, but like low effort. Yeah. You can do low effort or you can do like high effort, right? That's what it is, right? So you can have this aesthetic, but you can make it better.
Can be inspirational to anybody who maybe doesn't feel they have a strong sense of personal style.
I have like nothing to wear.
And this idea can be liberating. Maybe it might deter a consumption-minded person to completely copy someone else's taste.
And you know how earlier the video she said cottagecore, office siren. These are all things that like, you know how I tell you like I like all of them. I can't pick one because the truth is like none of them are me. It'd be easy enough to pick one if one of them represented me, but they don't. So I am working to find my own style that is kind of a combination of all these things that I like to make it all come together, because I can't pick one because I like them all, but I don't like them all enough to commit. So it's like, okay, what is the thing that I'm going to commit to that allows me to incorporate all of the things that I love, but it's elevated? These are all ideas I have for future me. Again, if you're just coming into stream, this is not for us now. This is for us later.
Because it's not only boring, but it's almost like you're robbing yourself of the experience of pulling from your own personal, unique memories that make you you. And when you think of it in this way, it almost feels almost kind of weird and intrusive to completely copy someone else's personal style when we see how personal it truly is. It's not something that can happen overnight. It's not something that can instantly be downloaded into your mind like a Pinterest board. Personal style is something that you develop through intentional practice of learning what it is you like and what you don't like.
Ooh, chat says, what I've gathered is dressing your age is showing your growth, mental and financial, through your presentation, regardless of what style you choose to do it through. Yes, exactly. Like dressing your age ultimately is for you. It's not for the world. It's for you. And it's to express like where you are in many ways. Yeah.
Like personal style is a skill, just like wine tasting is a skill or painting is a skill. Blind overconsumption is, in my opinion, antithetical to personal style. It's the difference between chugging the bottle.
And by the way, Sex and the City, by the way, this is why people talk about regrets. Like, oh, don't get that tattoo. You'll regret it when you're older. Regret, like make regrets, guys. Like have regrets, but also think about it. Like I have my back tattoo. I've never once regretted it. Okay. Most of my back is covered. I have never regretted it. Never doubted it. I got it when I started at 18. I started getting it right out of high school. I think 18, 19. I never regretted it. I still love it. I never even, to be honest, I never think about it. It's just so a part of me. I don't even think about it. My Disney tattoo, the one I got with my sister, don't even think about it. Chess says, I didn't know you had back tattoos. Oh my God, really? Yeah, I have a big back tattoo. I know, it's weird, right? Because I'm not a tattoo girly. My brand isn't I'm a girl with tattoos. That's not my brand. Yeah, isn't that interesting? Sometimes I forget I have my whole back covered. Genuinely, I forget. Isn't that funny? Like, I have a back tattoo. I know. It's so crazy. You're like, now I'm curious what it looks like. I wonder if I can show you. You probably can't see the details because of the bra, but yeah, it's a ship. It's a ship in middle of the ocean, and there's a skull coming out of the clouds. Yeah. It's just like actually technically not a pirate ship. It's technically just, it wasn't meant to be a pirate ship. It wasn't about pirates. It was meant to be a small ship in middle of a wide ocean. You know, like you are the ship, like this little ship in a big wide ocean. But I guess you can call it a pirate ship. You know what I mean? It was just like, it was meant to represent the idea for me at least that like you were this like little ship in this very big wide ocean, you know? Chess says you were into One Piece back then? No. Well, Pirates of the Caribbean was not out. I was not into One Piece. Or Pirates of the Caribbean might have been out. I don't know, but I didn't think about it as like a pirate. Do you know what I mean? Chat says, was that your first tattoo? Yes, it was my first tattoo, and it did hurt. It hurt so much that, to be honest with you, we didn't even go as big as we had planned to initially. Like, we had planned to go bigger, but it was too painful. I might go back and redo it though. It needs an update, honestly. It needs to be redone. So does my arm tattoo. So does this one. The words are starting to blend. So yeah, I might have to go back and redo it a little bit. But it was very painful, let me tell you, girl. Yeah, a little touch up. You know, yeah, I need a retouch. But yeah, sometimes I forget I have a back tattoo. It's like, you know, because some people, it's their whole thing. It's like their whole personality. I'm really bad at making anything my personality, I've noticed. Like, I could have had a whole autism channel. I could have had a whole BPT channel. I could have had a whole gay channel. Like, I could have taken any of the things about myself and made that the main character. But as you've noticed, the kind of person that I am is like, I want to be all the Britneys at once. Okay? I want to talk to you about like planning a budget, and I want to talk to you about philosophy. I want to talk to you about fashion and autism. I want to talk to you about tattoos, and I want to talk to you about being gay. Like, I just can't pick one because I'm all of the things. And same thing about my future and what I want it to look like. Like, I want to create a wardrobe and a quality of life that encompasses all the different Britneys, you know?
Of wine versus tasting every sip. Developing your wardrobe over time is so rewarding in the long term. Not only do you feel good in your clothing because it fits right, it feels good on the body, but it also makes you feel good in almost like a spiritual way, where you feel like you're accurately representing yourself to the external world.
Oh,
and there's
love
something
that
that
dress.
is
That's my favorite Carrie dress. The newspaper dress is my favorite Carrie dress of all time. And I looked up the price tag once, and I think it was like $5,000 or something. Maybe even more. But this, maybe it was $50,000. I don't remember. But it was stupid. And I just remember thinking, this is the best. This is my favorite Carrie dress.
You feel like you're accurately representing yourself to the external world. And there's something that is so self-actualizing about it in a way. It's hard to describe. It's a really wonderful feeling. I know maybe not everyone experiences this because
Ooh, Chet said, what if your weight fluctuates a lot? Honestly, okay. So I don't know about you. I definitely fluctuate. Currently, I fluctuate usually between like 5 and 7 pounds constantly, but not so constantly. It's just like over the last few years, let's say the fluctuation happens and I don't think too much about it. I roll with it. Like when I got married, I think I was like 5 or 6 or 7 pounds lighter than I am now. But it's like, usually like I fluctuate and 7 pounds is not water, guys. Water weight is not 7 pounds. At least not for, that's crazy. That's definitely my diet. That's definitely my diet. For me, like 2-3 pounds is like, have I pooped today? Am I on my period? Am I bloating in my water weight? But stop saying that's normal. Y'all are crazy. That's not normal for Britney. That might be normal for you, but it's not normal for me. 7 pounds? Or are you talking about something else? My body, 7 pounds is not normal to fluctuate. But like I hop between 2 different weights. Everyone's different though. For me, a normal weight fluctuation is like 2 to 3 pounds, but not 7. Do you know what I mean? That's crazy. So for me, that means I'm gaining weight. That means I'm not eating, like I'm eating too much, like too many things I'm not supposed to be eating or something. But I will tell you that you should dress or wear clothes that allow the fluctuation, right? Chad says my medications make me fluctuate back and forth for like 40 pounds. See? That's somebody's normal right there. Yeah. Yeah. Someone said normal for me is 10 pounds. Okay, fair. Whatever your normal is, know it. But, you know, buy a wardrobe that allows that to be taken into consideration. That's how I think about it. Is like, you know, I'm not going to be like a size 2 ever again. That's not happening. Okay. I am never planning to be a size 2. My body is so big. My hips are so big. I can't believe I even was a size 2 at any point. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to be a size 2. I'm trying to be reasonable with how my body will be as I get older. But I try to buy clothes with that in mind. Because, you know, as we get older, we do tend to naturally put on some form of weight. And that's okay, right? Just a normal kind of old person weight. Not always, not everybody, not everyone's type of body. But I definitely have one of those bodies that I'm going to have like, I have my mom arms and I have like a little pudge on my belly. I don't think that's going away. And I'm never going to be the girly who's like, I'm going to say probably never going to be the girly who's actually gonna have that 6-pack body. I dream about it. But the truth is I only dream about it to make a goal and then I don't want it ever again. So I just think about that. I think about the reality that I'm always going to probably be a little soft. And I'm okay with that as long as I feel good about myself. And usually it's how I feel in my body. Like I just got over my period and when I woke up today, I felt so skinny and I was like, skinny legend. I felt so good because I didn't feel bloated. I hate that bloated feeling. Chet says we all dream about it. I know. We all dream about it, girl. But I can't help it. I make bread so often. If I could just stop eating bread. But I love bread. And I'm just like never going to happen. But the bloating is what kills me. I hate that feeling, you know? But yeah, if you fluctuate between weight gain and you're looking to make a wardrobe for yourself, just take that into consideration and be kind to yourself and love yourself, you know?
Kind of depends how into personal style and fashion you are, but I know for me personally, when I wear an outfit where I look in the mirror and go, yeah, that's me, it feels good. It makes me feel more present in the world. It's something that I really, really value in my day-to-day experience. All the clothes that you accumulate over time, things that you genuinely love and appreciate, they withstand the test of time. It's not something that you're going to grow disinterested in after a year or two. It'll always be in style for you. And that reduces a whole lot of buyer's remorse and regret, saves you money, reduces your waste.
True. No one is saying throw out your sweatpants. Hey, no one is saying throw away your sweatpants. Keep your sweatpants. I love sweatpants. I'm going to have sweatpants for the rest of my life, you know. Always keep a little, I have a stretchy skirt. I have like stretchy tops. I like a little stretch in my clothes. Just a reasonable amount of stretch.
Etc. I mean, it's really just a win-win situation. What I find really fascinating about the way we consume trends.
Like, look at her fashion, look at her style, and know that it's okay if one day she changes it. Look at her fashion and look at her style and know that one day it's okay if she changes it. Okay? You guys know that pink dress I wear sometimes? The one that everyone always says I look like a grandma when I wear it? Like I look like an old lady. Do you know what I'm saying? The pink dress with the kind of the puffy sleeves, the black dress with the pink flowers. I love that dress. Okay, I think it is so cute. But the feedback I get from it when everyone, even my partner, gives me feedback, it doesn't match how the way I feel inside and the way I feel on the outside. So I actually take that into consideration. If when I wear that dress, I get a certain kind of feedback that doesn't match how I feel, then I change it. It was given to me by my mother-in-law. She didn't want it anymore and she gave it to me. But she got it from a fast fashion shop for people in their 20s. But my mother-in-law wore it. And then she's like, I don't really like it. You can have it. Think about that. I'm not changing because of how other people see me. I'm changing because I'm trying to attempt something and it's not conveying what I want. Do you guys see the difference in that? Because that's really important. Knowing the difference between I'm dressing for somebody else and I'm trying to pull something off that isn't working. These are two different things.
In aesthetics and fashion online is the fact that we've moved beyond just consuming specific fashion items. You know, it's not just a dress that everyone's wearing or
Chat says, Brittany, can we talk about how we store our clothes affects how we even think about our fits and options? Do you mean like how it goes in the closet? Are you talking about like if you fold it or if you hang it or if it's wrinkled or if it's available to you? Is that what you mean? Can you expand on that so I know what you're talking about? Because I'm curious. Tess says my mother-in-law gives me the weirdest stuff. I mean, girl. Yes, okay, exactly that. Like in the closet. Oh my God. Are you guys organized people or disorganized? Because I go through moods where I will organize all of my earrings into perfect boxes and perfectly organized. I'll take out all my clothes and reorganize them so beautifully. And it usually lasts about 3 whole months and then it's a mess again. I can't keep it up. And I notice it's because I'm so tired when I'm doing stuff that by the end of the day, I'm just like, I throw them in the drawer and I'm like, it's done. But then if I do that, it wrinkles the clothes. They're not wearable. They don't look good. For some reason, I swear to God, they pick up dust more. Make it make sense. How do my clothes pick up more dust being crazy, a mess in my closet than when I organize it? I don't even know the science behind that. But it's absolutely brings me down. So I try my hardest just to be kind to myself, organize it as often as I remember to, but also I do see a huge difference. Chess says I went from having a huge closet to a small wardrobe and I swap out my clothes to fit the season. I also fold and pack my athletic wear so I can grab a full fit in one go. Yeah, I think like some people, like my mom puts away her winter clothes for the summer or brings out her summer clothes for brings out her summer clothes in the summer. Like she literally will put clothes away for the season. And I think there's something about that. I think that's also a part of growing up is my mom has her winter clothes and her summer clothes. And I was like, damn. Like, you know, those boys who wear hoodies year round, especially in the winter or summer, it's like, it doesn't make sense, but I kind of think that's interesting and I keep it in mind. So yeah, I do think the way you keep your clothes, the way you signal to yourself what I'm wearing. Oh, you know what aesthetic I really like, but I'm going to retire is headbands. I really like headbands, but I'm just too old. Every time I wear them now, It feels like a little girl. It feels wrong. Like it doesn't feel good. And so I'm like, I wonder if there's a mature headband I can wear, maybe jewelry or something that will look cute. But the headbands I used to love to wear, they don't work anymore. They're wrong, you know? And I'm like, okay, the ones I have, I need to give away to somebody and give it to somebody. But I love that awareness because I was like, why don't I wear them? Why aren't they working anymore? It's because every time I put it on, it feels bad. It feels like this isn't how I feel anymore. But I used to love it. I used to love a headband, you know? Ooh, a silk scarf. Maybe some silk scarves. That would look really nice if I can pull it off. Yeah. Chet says there's definitely something in that. When the season changes, you're like, oh, I forgot I had that. Yes, it's like shopping. It's like Christmas. I love forgetting I have stuff. And I'm like, oh my God, thank you, me. Exactly. Absolutely. All right, back to the video.
Pair of shoes. Now it's not enough just to have the dress. You have to have the habits and eat the foods and have the hobbies that this aesthetic represents. You have to embody the aesthetic.
I know we've been pausing the video, but she's talking about the pressure one feels to embody not only the aesthetic, but the lifestyle associated with the aesthetic. And this is why I say, if you're like me, sometimes when I dress a certain way, I act a certain way. When I dress a certain way, I act a certain way. When I dress like a bum, I act like a bum.
Rather than just wearing it, if that makes sense. I mentioned this in the...
But also, I don't want you to fall prey to like, oh, well, I have a clean aesthetic, so I got to eat clean and dress clean and do all these things. Like a lot of consumerism is just toxic, guys. A lot of it is capitalistic and bad for us. Like bad for us. Okay? So make sure you're being philosophical. Make sure you're meditating. Make sure you're really engaging in it in a way that coincides with your values, right? Make sure, you know, Chaz says, is that a neurodivergent thing, do you think? No. Well, not that I know of. Because most neurotypical people I know, well, first, most of the neurotypical people I know do not wear PJs at 3 p.m. That's my neurodivergent girlies. Okay? Most of the neurodivergent people I know are completely ready to go all day, who have their life together. Most of the neurodivergent people I know they're struggling in different ways, right? Not always, not everybody, of course. But I think people in general, I think it's like guilty by association. I think sometimes we tend to act differently based around like what we're wearing, who we're with, what we're listening to, what we're consuming, right? So I don't think it's like neurodivergent or neurotypical. I think it's just people. You know, I think people tend to just go with the vibe of what's around them. That's why we're susceptible to peer pressure, right? I don't think it's just neurodivergent or neurotypical. What do you guys think?
Video I made actually about food, and I was talking about how, you know, being a clean girl isn't just about wearing the matching aloe set. It's also about like the habits you have, going to Pilates class. It's about what you consume. Like,
see how their personalities aren't even theirs? Oh, I gotta be a clean girl. I gotta go to Pilates. That's not even you. Like, what is you? But that's the thing about bubbles. We like to do what other people are doing. Oh, you're a gym bro? Gotta take your creatine. Oh, you're a gym girly? Gotta have the fit. Oh, you're this? You gotta have the brand. It's like, yeah, which part is for you and which part is the bubble and which part is both?
And food-wise, you know, you drink the matcha and eat the green salads.
Yep.
I think it's really interesting how the trend cycle has moved even quicker, but it also demands more of us and what we actually do with our time rather than just how we spend our money, if that makes sense.
Oh, maybe the why is different, guys. Maybe it's not the neurodivergency, but maybe it's why. Maybe why you change how you feel in clothes is different, because as an autistic person, I notice that I change clothes because I'm overstimulated by my clothes versus maybe a neurotypical is just like, I want to change. Oh, maybe that's it. Because like, maybe that's the difference. Because yeah, like sometimes I'm like, oh, this texture's pissing me off. I got to change. And I'm not sure how many people have that experience in their life other than autistic, neurodivergent people.
Obviously, this is so like specific to internet culture. I don't think everyone actually does this and lives like this. But let's say, you know, there is a percentage of the population that genuinely does alter their entire wardrobe and their habits and their hobbies with every trend cycle. I would imagine that would be extremely exhausting.
Well, they're in debt. The girlies who are doing that, the people who are doing that, the boys, the girls, the theys, the them, who are picking up every single trend, getting their hair done, doing all this stuff, every trend, they're either have no money or they have too much money.
costing and very expensive, very wasteful, and also taxing on like the mind and the spirit. I'm getting a lot more spiritual than I was expecting in this video.
Let's go.
But honestly, there is an element of spirituality, I think, that comes with using fashion as a tool for genuine self-expression. I don't know, I feel like I'd have like an existential crisis and a negative bank account if I took on every single micro trend that TikTok fed me. Because you can look at something like the clean girl and be like, yes, I want to be that. That's so aspirational. I'm going to now go on Amazon or go on Shein or...
Oh my God, I love that. Chat says, watching you get ready for work, watching you while I get ready for work. This is the most fire work fit I've ever prepared in a long time because of the stream. Let's go. Let's go.
Whatever, and buy all the things to grant me access to the clean girl lifestyle. And then a few months later, you can't keep up with the habits and you realize, actually, I don't resonate with the clean girl at all. That's not who I am. I think I'm actually the disheveled British woman. Yes, that is actually a niche aesthetic that's trending right now. Then you realize, oh, actually, this isn't me. I'm actually the office siren or I'm the mob wife. And it's just, it's never ending. The only way
my life. That was my 20s, girls. Oh, this isn't who I am. This is who I am. Oh, this isn't who I am. This is who I am. Oh, I want to be a plant girly, but I can't keep up the plant life. Oh, I want to be this girly. I can't keep it up. I got to be honest with myself. You have to be honest with yourself. Don't fucking lie to yourself. Figure it out, but don't lie to yourself. Okay? Because that's exactly, like, I wasn't lying to myself, but I think I was being dishonest with myself, where I was like, yeah, we're ready to handle a plant. Yeah, we're ready to, no, we're not. No, we're not. So like, be honest with yourself, okay? That you want to be a plant girly, but you're not going to do it. Okay, be honest with yourself. Like, you want to become a billionaire, but you're not going to do it because it's bullshit and you don't want to do it. Okay, let's be real. Oh, you want this thing, but you're not going to do it. Be honest with yourself. Okay. Oh, you want to get a six pack, but you're not really going to do it, girl. You like bread too much. It's okay. Let it go. So you can free up your time thinking about other things. Nothing makes me laugh so hard than when me and my partner go, okay, guys, not guys, like guys, if we're speaking to a room, but okay, today's the day. We're going to wake up tomorrow at this time and we're going to do this. And then we're going to make a schedule and then we're going to keep it up all week. And then we just look at each other and go, we're not going to do that. Do you know what I mean? We're not going to do that. Like every time we joke about making a schedule we're going to stick to, it's just like a joke. Like, let's be so for real. We're not going to do that. But it's a dream. One day I might be a schedule girly. One day I might wake up every day at the same time. Maybe one day, but definitely not, probably.
And the cycle is to really stop, take a step back, look in the mirror, look within, and figure out who you are, which sounds really intense to be like, who are you in the context of fashion, but it's okay because at the end of the day, you've been there the whole time. You've been you this entire time. It's all within you. In the wise words of Hannah Montana, you can change your hair and you can change your clothes. You can change your mind. That's just the way it goes. You can say goodbye, you can say hello, but you'll always find your way back home. But like I've been saying, personal style is a skill. Thank you to Skillshare for sponsoring today's video.
Wow.
Personal style is a skill that you continue to develop throughout your entire life. I am always discovering new elements of my personal style as I continue to grow and change and get older, which is why I would love to share a super helpful and expansive tool that has helped me in my new phase of personal style development. The fall season is upon us, and this is always my favorite time of year to revamp my wardrobe, and I figured Tracy Gold's class, Fashion and Style, How to Discover Your Personal Style, would be perfect. What? Skillshare is a massive platform that offers thousands of classes on various topics.
I like how Skillshare says most replayed. How is this the most replayed section?
From design, music, illustration, and so much more, all led by industry experts. Skillshare can help you in so many aspects of your life, whether it's your career or a new hobby that you're picking up. So if you're also interested in developing a new skill this season, the first 500 people to use my link in the description will receive a 1-month free trial of Skillshare. So get started today. Thank you again, Skillshare, for sponsoring today's video. All right, now, before I get really deep into the analysis, I just want to say a disclaimer.
Random disclaimer.
I am not a fashion expert. I do not claim to be. I'm not a stylist. I honestly don't really know much about high fashion, the history of fashion. I'm just a girl with an opinion who likes to wear cute clothes. So don't take this as me trying to position myself as some sort of authority or trying to tell you what to do or how to spend your money or what you like. We're just having a
conversation, girls.
Conversation, okay? So please just remember, we're talking about materials, clothing's garb that we put on our bodies. Anyway, let's get into a maybe controversial take. I don't mean this to be controversial, but you know, it's the internet, so maybe this might upset someone, but I hope not.
Fashion girly, uniform and identity. TikTok is ruining your personal style.
I want to talk about the fashion girly identity and the micro trend final boss. That was such a chronically online phrase. I am so sorry to anyone who's like, what the are you talking about? But I will explain. Okay, so some folks on TikTok who, have an interest in fashion may refer to themselves as the fashion girly. That title's pretty self-explanatory. It's a girly who likes fashion. So when I think of the title and try to make sense of it, I naturally try to apply it to myself, and I wonder, am I a fashion girly? I would say I have a distinct personal style. I enjoy clothing, but I am definitely no Hot Lamode or Ryan Finn. And to me, that's what I think of when I think.
I am not a fashion girly. That is really important. I am not a fashion girl. That's why when people tell me like, oh, I'm really into fashion, are you though? Especially when they're being judgmental. That's it. When they're being judgmental and they're like, oh, I'm judging this person because I'm actually into fashion. Are you though? Because you look like you came out of a trash can. Okay, so like, are you into fashion? Because like, I am not. Fashion, fun fact, is not one of my special interests. It's not. It's not something I pay attention to. It's something I like. It's something I like. You know what I like fashion? I like fashion the way I like dessert. I love the idea of it, but every time I eat a cake, I'm like over it. But I love it and I want it. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I get so excited to get dessert. I get stoked. Like, I'm so excited. But then I'm like, oh, I don't want to do the work to understand the dessert. Same thing. Like, I'm not ready. I'm preparing myself to get ready. Okay, I'm preparing myself I don't want to be Anne Hathaway in the room that's like, the greens are so the same. Because they're obviously not the same Anne Hathaway. In that Devil Wears Prada episode, the greens are obviously not the same. Like, I'm not stupid. I know they're not the same. But also, do I want to research the idea of them not being the same? I'm not ready. Same with interior design. I love interior design. I love looking at it. But like, it's not a special interest. I'm not actually learning interior design stuff. But one day though, my mom and dad, so good with interior design. Oh my God. My mom and dad have such a good eye for style, but they work at it. They research. They literally it's not like a talent. It's not like they were born with it. You know what I mean? Stop. Discord, you're so sweet. Says Brittany coming on stream in absolute fits. I'm not a fashion girly. She got the natural talent. Oh, please. No, I wish. Like, I like really, but like, I think I'm trying. I think I'm trying, and I think that helps. Like, I am trying, so I think that definitely helps. Let's see. Chess says, when does the lie become something that needs to be true? For example, I wake up and I'm like, okay, I'm going to eat healthier today, knowing damn well I'm not going to do it, but I need to. I think. Listen, I love a good cope. I think a cope is good. I think eventually it's going to weigh on you. So I try to, when I wake up and I'm like, okay, I'm going to do it today. I'm going to get back into it. I'm going to do it today. And my partner goes, uh-huh. And my partner comes to me and goes, okay, I'm going to do it today. This is going to be the day. And I'm like, uh-huh. And we sit there and we go, uh-huh, I love you. Like, we know it's not going to be the day. I can tell. Okay, but I love you. And, I'm not going to judge you for it to not being today. It's okay to verbalize it as long as you really know it's a cope, because I don't want you to beat yourself up over something that, like, you're not going to do it today, but also it's okay. But, I think sometimes we can be burdened because we're like, why aren't I doing it? Why isn't it happening? As long as you have a lightheartedness to it, as long as you give yourself a little bit of humor, I think you'll be okay. Just don't beat yourself up because, it's not going to happen today or maybe ever, but like, right?
Of a fashion girly, a fashion person, but perhaps that title means something to different people, because I wonder sometimes if people confuse the love for shopping with a love for fashion. And
boom,
I know that
boom, 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 boom. Your love for shopping is not a love for fashion. I love shopping. I'll be so fucking for real with you. I love shopping. I love it. Oh my God, I love it. If you gave me $100,000 right now, I could spend it at Sephora. I love shopping. I love going to stores. I love window shopping. I love going through bins of clothes. I love looking at lipsticks. I love swatching little eyeshadows. I love shopping. That's why I put myself on a budget, so I wouldn't do it, because I love it. I love it. I love it more than I love anything. That's a joke, but no, I love it. Yeah, I love shopping, but I can't afford to shop. So you know in what ways I fulfill my shopping need? Groceries. I give myself a grocery budget and I get the thrill out of buying food now. That's my new thing. So there's a health food vegan store in town and it's like Christmas and I get to go there every 2 weeks or every month whenever I get to town because it's like a bus ride away and I'm lazy. But when I get a bus right away and I get there, I'm like, oh my God. I get so excited and I get to shop for all the fun stuff that like I want to eat, but it goes towards my food budget. So it's like a win-win. I was going to spend the money anyways, but now I get to shop at this fun store. So it's kind of like Christmas. That's how I do it because I know that's why I racked up so much debt because I love shopping. I do. I love it. Yeah. It just feels good. I love shiny. I'm a bird. I like shiny things. There's a girl on TikTok who swatches, she doesn't swatch, she mixes paint. And I'm always like, I want to buy that paint. I don't paint, but I'm like, I want to buy it. It's shiny. I want this paint. I'm not joking when I say that there is a part of me that in another life I would have been a hoarder. If I had money, I think I might have been. You know, I love it, right? Chaz says this is commodity fetishism at work. Our society conditions you this way. Yeah, I think mine's more like it gets me high. Like I feel the same way about shopping that I do finding a good rock. Like the same reward I get from shopping, I get the same reward if I find a really cool rock in the ground. So whatever that is, that's what it is. And I don't think society cares that I'm collecting rocks. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, this is the prettiest rock I've ever seen. And I get the same amount of like, oh my God, I want this rock. Like I would fill this whole house with rocks. I had like hundreds of rocks in my Arizona house. I had to like go back and put it outside when I left. I get the same, like it hits my brain so good that I'm like, oh my God, I got to buy all these rocks. Not even collect from the woods. I don't give a fuck if it costs money. It's the collection. I like the shininess of it all. I want it all. Whatever that is called, I have that. You know? Chez says, do you think dressing for your age is simultaneously with showing less skin as you get older? No. I don't think dressing your age means modesty. I think it means elevation. Is that what you're asking? So no, I do not subscribe to the idea that older people shouldn't show skin. Yeah, I don't subscribe to that. Whoa, a Blackbird, thank you for super chatting, says... Wait, you added Cassandra and you said working on understanding internal drive versus internal motivation. I've eliminated I have to from my language and replaced it with I want to. I'm now on track for most of my goals. Oh, I love that. Wait, did Cassandra say that and that's why you posted it? Because that's beautiful. Yeah, not I have to, I want to. I think that's beautiful. Yeah, I love that. Thank you for that super chat. I appreciate that. But yeah, I love me some shiny girls. Okay, back to the video.
Sounds kind of shady or harsh, but I just want to call a spade here because I do think there's a difference between like consuming and like tasting. Kind of like what I was saying earlier about the wine and stuff. Paul Lamode has actually talked about this in his videos, especially when he does those like celebrity closet tours, because a lot of that is just like kind of blind consumerism, buying designer just because it's designer, rather than really having a story behind the garments or the bags, why they bought it, what the significance is, maybe even some history about whatever the item is. It's more just like, oh, it's Gucci, so I own it. Everyone has their own interests, hobbies. You can do whatever you want with your money, but loving the feeling you get when you buy a bunch of Gucci isn't necessarily the same thing as having a love and appreciation for fashion.
So already I'm like having an issue. Jeffree Star, as well as pretty much every other YouTuber, I mean, honestly, I'll throw myself in there. No sense of style. No, like literally has access and has the wealth to buy amazing, insane, great, wonderful luxury pieces from high-end designers, from low-end designers, and yet continues to buy monogram shit, logo branded shit, nothing of interest, nothing of consequence, nothing that shows an intellect, nothing that shows an expression of personality through their clothing, and that's my issue. Because the only thing they ever express through clothing is, oh, look at how much money I have.
And I think
100%. Jeffree Star is shallow. There's no connection. There's no like groundedness. There's no real them or real him. You know what I mean? Yeah. I agree.
I think this kind of mentality shows up in Gen Z, fashion girly, TikTok, and I think that's how we get things like the microtrend final boss. I think the microtrend final boss is also quite self-explanatory just by these visuals. It's basically if every TikTok fashion trend threw up on a person and was an outfit. And you know, people do more or less dress like this. Like I've seen it with my own eyes. Living in New York, I'm privileged and blessed to experience so many different unique expressions and styles, and people really just dress however the they want to, whether it's just wearing all black or wearing a tutu and like neon box braids and barrettes or business casual. Like I think there's kind of a misconception that everyone in New York treats the streets like it's a fashion show. That's not actually true. But if you do want to treat it like a fashion show, no one's going to blink twice and it's completely normal and fine. That being said, there is also a kind of fashion girly New York edition that I've noticed, especially in specific pockets of New York, where you can look at someone's outfit and be like, oh yes, I've seen this outfit copy and pasted many a times. It's like a uniform.
Okay, do you guys remember the strawberry dress? For those who are uninitiated. Okay, you guys remember this? Remember this dress? Okay, I bought this dress. I bought it. I bought a version of it, I should say. And I loved that dress, but it didn't look good on me exactly. Actually, wait. Oh my God, can I find it on my own Instagram? I loved this dress, but it wasn't. I loved it. I don't regret buying it. I bought a knockoff. I don't even know if there was like an original. I don't care that I didn't, I'll show you. I loved it, but it wasn't like, there was something about it that I was like, this isn't exactly for me in a set. Like there was something that was wrong about it for me, but I loved the dress, but it didn't sit well on my body. It didn't make sense. Hold on, I think I'm almost there. There was something about it that just like didn't make sense. But maybe it was never my fashion. I think that's maybe what it was. It was trending and I liked it on other people, so I bought it. I don't know if it ever made sense for me. What the fuck? Where is it? I feel like I posted it for sure. Hold on. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking on my own. Do you guys see it? I don't. Did I bypass it already? Did I already pass it? Okay, this is Europe. This is when I moved to Europe. This was Arizona. Hello? Am I scrolling too fast? Hello? Did I not? I did. I had to have posted it. Oh, there it is. Haha. Okay. So I don't think it fit my body very well. I think that was a big part of the problem. I think it was like a really cute, like I loved this picture I took. I think it came out really cute, but I would think it's the sleeves. I think it's the style. I think it just like wasn't for me. You know what I mean? Like, but I think it's cute. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think it was for me. I don't think it was made for me. But I just loved it. And I don't regret buying it. You know? But I think it's just not me. You know, I think like if I go back on my own photos, hold on. Like if I go back on these photos and I try to think of like what was me, like I think the bikini was much more me than that dress was. Or like some of these pictures were much more like, I don't know how to explain it. Like I think, I think some of these were much more me. Oh, like this one? This one doesn't make any sense. I actually don't like vintage very much. And I bought this and I felt cute. But like, I don't wear hats. I don't even have this swimsuit anymore. See this swimsuit here too? I don't have this swimsuit anymore. It's not me. But you know what is me is a swimsuit I have currently, which is this, no, just kidding. Where's this one? This is my current swimsuit. And I love this swimsuit. Like, this is my current bikini and I love it. I just think it's so perfect for me. I'm going to sneeze. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's Indiana. This is what I'm wearing now. And I love it. And I've had it for, I don't want to replace it. I really love it. You know? So I think sometimes there's like you buy something, it's trending and you're like, I like it, but it's not like me. And same thing with like vintage swimsuits. Everyone's like, oh my God, you look so cool in like vintage clothes. I just don't think that's just not me. You know, it's just not me. Anyways, all right, here we go. Back to the video. Oh, and thank you guys for the compliments. You're so cute. Thank you.
In a way, it's like the fashion
Appreciate
girly
it.
uniform. Like I just moved from North Carolina, and I think this is what I'm supposed to dress like to show that I'm cool and that I'm into fashion and I'm hip with the trends. But also, this outfit is like safe and what everyone else kind of wears. But on the topic of signaling, you know, fashion, no matter what style you embody, even if you think you don't have a personal style, you are always communicating something. Fashion is a form of nonverbal communication, and you are projecting a message to the world with what it is that you wear. Whether it's I'm going to work, or I don't care what I look like today, or I have an interest in sports or alternative rock music. Like we're always communicating something through what we wear. And I think
we're always communicating with what we wear. Okay? So without giving into capitalism and white supremacy, how do we want to communicate to the world?
The kind of fashion girly uniform, that is a very easily detectable message of what I kind of just said. It projects the message of I like fashion, I care about how I present myself, I am culturally aware and in the know, and it also can signal where you get that cultural information from, like TikTok or I almost said Facebook. I don't think anyone's getting cultural information from Facebook unless you're over the age of 40. You know what I mean? Essentially what I'm describing is like dressing basic, which again, there's nothing wrong with that. If it's basic, it means a lot of people like it. If a lot of people like it, it probably has some sort of value or like something that's generally deemed as good. It's basic for a reason, you know what I mean? And if you don't want to dress basic, you know, we can get into that if that's something that is important to you. But dressing basic also, again, it symbolizes something. It communicates something. It does tell the world about you. It just means their taste veers towards what is generally accepted and what is understood as good or cool. I also want to note that the New York is really showing.
Wait, Chet said, where'd you get your earrings? Like the ones I'm wearing now? The Sailor Moon inspired earrings. I think I got them on Amazon, but I'm boycotting Amazon and I don't think you should shop there if you don't want to. But like, I'm not shopping there right now. You can do what you want. The world's burning. But I think I got them from Amazon. Ugh.
Right now, because if I were to live in like a small town in Georgia, dressing basic or dressing like everybody else would probably be more advantageous for me because I want to fit in. I don't want to be ostracized from my community by dressing like a weirdo in my environment. Dressing basic or like other people can be a way to secure your place in your community, to make you feel like you belong, which is a very basic human need that we all have.
And we all do it in high school. Every time I would switch friend groups, I would dress like the friend group. Because I didn't have my sense of style yet. So if I hung out with certain kids more than the other, I would just change my fashion based off of that, literally. And that's the dream. The dream is like, oh, I'm going to be the first who does this. I'm going to be a fashionista. I'm going to set a trend. But everything comes from something. Remember, okay, you want to talk about racism? Just a reminder that white people have literally convinced us that they have created things that they stole from other people. Nobody has an original idea. We're all just inspired and taking from others. So like, don't put the pressure on yourself to invent something new. Nobody ever does. Okay, almost nobody ever does. And the first ones who invented it, somebody stole it from them anyways. And that's what sucks, is like some cultures legit did originate in some places. That's why we get inspired by them. But remember that white people wake up every day and pretend they invented it, okay? They didn't invent shit. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, don't think you're so special. And two, remember that, like, not to steal. And three, but be inspired. Okay?
Now, what I do have a problem with is the mass overconsumption that has been so normalized when it comes to fashion. And this isn't anything new. People have been talking about fast fashion and the dangers of it for years now. So I will spare you the fast fashion spiel. However, what I find even more interesting about the kind of shame put on fast fashion is the emergence of thrifting and how thrifting has become super trendy and a preferred way of clothes shopping for Gen Z, which is great. However, unfortunately, the mentality around fast fashion and overconsumption has just been transferred onto thrifting, where people will buy heaps and heaps amounts of clothes for like a good deal or a cheap price just because it's cheap and they can afford it. But realistically, are they going to buy that entire wardrobe worth of clothing over and over again and get good use out of it? Probably not. I think
there was a trend that was happening on TikTok that was like, I buy people's undelivered packages. And there was a temptation of feeling like, oh my God, that's so cool. But most of the things in those things were trash. Like most of the packages that didn't get picked up, it wasn't like you struck gold. I remember I dated a guy who was into Storage Wars, and we would go to storage units together, and you get to buy somebody's storage unit that they couldn't pay for anymore, which is a whole thing. Like, okay. Which is like a whole thing. And I remember the thrill of maybe finding something exciting, but most of the time it was just people's junk. Most of the time it was just like nothing. Do you know what I mean? I think we trick ourselves into thinking the more of something, the better. But the truth is like, it's like that junk drawer in your house where you're like, maybe I'll need this wire one day. It's okay not to have it. Does everyone have a junk drawer at their house? We definitely have we have a junk basket. Okay? We try not to have a whole drawer. But I cannot believe like at least in my bubble, we all grew up with a junk drawer. You know? And you never needed it, girl. And if you did, it wasn't enough to keep it. You know, it wasn't enough to keep it. You know what I'm saying?
If anything, most of it will be collecting dust. But then there's the resellers. And this is kind of where we get the gentrification of Depop. With the rise of thrifting and then the overconsumption of thrifting, we get
Macklemore ruining fucking thrift shops for everybody.
The Depop resellers that are notorious for purchasing a t-shirt for like $5 and then
oh my God, I love it. Okay, wait. So some of you call it a spare parts drawer. Some of you call it our whatnot drawer. Oh, I love that. We called it a junk drawer growing up. That's so funny.
Selling it for $75, calling it Y2K vintage when it actually was made in 2015 at Forever 21. Like it's just it's gotten ridiculous.
Yo, when you go to Goodwill and you see the Fashion Nova or the Temu or the Forever 21 sticker on the clothing, and yet they're selling it to me more expensive than the original price, go fuck yourselves. Now, I have found some really good finds at thrift stores, specifically where old people have given away their clothes. Because old people who take care of their clothes, the best people to get hand-me-downs from. Best people to get hand-me-downs from. When old people are like, I'm getting rid of my clothes, I was like, let me look at it. Let me look at it. Old people who take care of their clothes, the best. The best.
And there's all these arguments about, oh, well, it's a curated, whatever, or it's upcycled, but it's like really not. And I don't shop at Depop anymore for this exact reason, but just because it's thrifted, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the most like sustainable or wise purchase, because you could thrift a bunch of clothes and then throw them away and they still end up in a landfill somewhere. And this isn't meant to be discouraging or like nitpicky of, you know, even thrifting is bad. That's not what I'm saying at all. I just mean in the context of personal style, really not so much in like the environmental aspect of it. Overconsuming thrifting isn't going to help you develop your personal style because you're still just like buying without really thinking about what it is that you will actually wear. What I think is really funny actually is with the rise of thrifting, it's all occurred during the peak of like influencer culture and social media. Mm-hmm. And with social media and fast fashion, instant
Do you remember that girl who I can't remember her name now. She was the girl who made a lot of money off of thrifting, and they even made a Netflix show about it, and she wrote the book. We all read the book. This is so hardcore millennial right now. What was her name? I hated the show they made about her, but I read her book and I was obsessed with her. And now she talks about how she like lost all her money because they tried to grow too fast. And it was all about going to thrift stores and finding vintage clothing and making girl boss. Yeah. Boss girl. Yeah. That girl. And I was like obsessed with this. It was so, lean in. Nasty gal. Yes, you got it. Yes. I was obsessed. Just like I was eating up this narrative. And then when you realize later on, she talks about this, how like everything came crumbling down because the capitalism of it all came in. The capitalism of it all just like got fucked. But like I used to romanticize going to Goodwill and finding brand name clothes and making money off of reselling. And then of course I was like, I'm never going to do this. This goes back to this thing. I was never going to do that. But I loved the idea of it. There was no doubt I was trying to be something. Of course I became a YouTuber. Do you know what I'm saying? Look at all of the jobs I thought I was going to do, guys. You know what I mean? Obviously, I was going to be a YouTuber or an artist or a creative. Yeah. Yeah, just as I did it with eBay, lost money. Oh, the eBay thing, Etsy, all the different things. It's like, okay, obviously it was going to be something. The question is what it was. Okay, YouTube. Yeah, YouTube. And that's it. YouTube became my bread and butter. So, it's nothing's wrong. Nothing's wrong with wanting to do something. The question is, why are you doing it? And is it for you? Whether it's fashion, a job, your relationship, how you exist in the world, the house you're buying. I have a sibling. You know which sibling? The fucked up sibling. I have a sibling. They struggle. And they married a person who made money. And one day I came over and their house was beautiful, pristine. Okay. And I was like, oh my God, your house is like out of a magazine. And it was not the wife's doing. It was my brother's. Okay. My brother. And I walked in and I was like, yo, your house is beautiful. And I was like, can you guys even afford this? Like this, you know, it was a townhouse, but it was like, you know, in a nice place of Orange County and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, why does your house look like a magazine? And she goes, oh, it's all your brother. And I looked at my brother and I said, you can't afford this. I was like, it feels like I don't even want to like come in your house. It's so beautiful. My brother is very shallow and very insecure and struggles from wanting to show off and be popular and be everything he can be. Okay. And his house was so beautiful, you didn't even want to sit in it. And he would make you feel bad. Like the way I would sit on the couch, the way I would exist, the way it was like, oh, don't mess anything up. Don't wrinkle anything. And I was like, oh, like you're giving me anxiety. I just want to exist in a home, you know? So like have a nice place, but make sure it's a comfortable place. But don't be so comfortable you're shitting on the floor. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't want to struggle in the opposite direction. Like, I see my brother being trapped by keeping up with how people are going to judge him for his house. He bought it in an expensive location. He wanted it to look so his wife bought it. And the only reason I say that is because I think he's a bum. But like, okay, like he put this girl to work to buy a lifestyle she didn't even want. Do you know what I'm saying? Like she's not this person. He's this person. And he didn't give a dime towards it. Girl, let me tell you, didn't give a dime towards it. Okay. And that's all I'm saying is like, man, you can't even, the way, okay, make sure you're on a team with your partner, but make sure you also don't try to create like a house that's so beautiful you don't feel like it's a home. Do you know what I mean?
Gratification is so easy to obtain because we're so used to asking our favorite influencer, where did you get this top? Where did you get those jeans? Where did you get those rings? Give me the link. Give me the clickable link right now, or you're gatekeeping. Why are you gatekeeping? Why are you a liar? Why do you hate us? It's like almost like a moral sin to.
Did you guys see those viral TikToks where the girl, you guys shared it on the Discord, I think. I was going to show it to you guys, but I never got around to it. Of the girl basically upset that one of the girls was gatekeeping where she bought her boots. She's like, oh, I don't want people to dress like me. Girl, get over yourself. If you're gatekeeping where you bought clothes, you're crazy. Go to therapy. That's crazy. If you're like, oh, I don't want anyone in this city to dress like I do, girl, go to therapy. What?
Gatekeep, aka just not share where you bought something, to your followers who are probably asking you where every single little detail about your outfit is from. And, you know, as someone who does get those questions, I can't answer all of them because it's like you're repeating yourself a lot. It's exhausting. And also, most of my clothes are secondhand. Not all of them, but I would say like honestly, like 80% of my wardrobe is secondhand. People ask me about my rings all the time. I couldn't tell you where I got every single ring because they're all from different places. Some of them are.
You guys ask me all the time where I get my earrings, and I love to share, especially when I get them from like a small business owner and I want to support them. I can understand people not sharing if they don't want to be stalked at the same place you go to. But yeah, like people who won't tell you they're like where they got places is crazy, right? Wait, chat says same with people who don't want to tell you their baby names. Listen. I think it's crazy that people steal your baby names. Can I be so for real? I think that's even crazier. That happened to somebody in the family. Somebody told somebody else their baby name and then they named them that baby name. That's crazy. I think that, see, okay, listen, I have like a lot of cousins and stuff. We try not to overlap names, but it happens. But I do think that's weird. My Shayla, she stole my baby's name. That episode of Sex and the City, though, I do think that's crazy. I do think it's crazy that somebody goes, oh, this is my baby's name, and then you name your baby that name. I think that's kind of weird. I think that's weirder than somebody like gatekeeping the name, because I think that's what they're afraid of. They're afraid of like the selfish sibling that's like, oh, I'm going to do that. I'm going to name my baby this. So you don't have it. Because some families, you're not allowed to overlap names. You know? But I would say that either way, like, it's not that deep. It's a name, but also like, don't be weird and steal it.
secondhand. Some of them are
Yeah, if it happens organically, that's cute. Exactly, Chad. If it happens organically, it's just like a cute coincidence.
From like random markets and boutiques that don't exist anywhere else. It's not always a personal slight. I just simply can't.
Daily, I get comments, people asking, where's this from, where's this from, where's this from? And I made a video in the past how I think that type of super direct kind of devaluing language is also what's making us value the clothing less, but it's also really degrading towards the content creator itself. On the same video about the cardigan, I got another comment that was like, we want to know the name of the cardigan, not the brand. Let's say hypothetically you saw me walking on the street and you liked my cardigan. How would you stop me and ask me, a stranger, in front of you? I think people have begun seeing creators as this like vessel for consumption instead of realizing that this is like, I'm like a real person here, especially because I'm making videos that are starting conversations. I'm trying to tell you the story of this cardigan. I'm trying to tell you why I made this purchasing decision. I'm trying to talk about my clothing with high regard so that you start doing it too. I'm tired of seeing people do hauls. We're like, this is so cute. Why is everything cute? Tell me why you like it. Tell me about the button placement. Tell me about how the material feels on your skin.
Well, pause. I think we go through stages of our life. I don't think every tattoo you get has to be meaningful. I don't think every piece of clothing you buy has to be meaningful. I don't think everything you do has to be meaningful. But I think as you get older and you have a deeper relationship with yourself and you're more financially aware and you're making different decisions and you're acting more, then you might make more informed decisions. You might make a more purposeful decision. So sometimes I have a thing for baskets, wicker baskets. Oh my God, bro. I'd buy all the wicker. I would have a house full of wicker baskets if I could. And I see a wicker basket. I'm like, I want to buy this. My partner goes, okay, do you want to put it in the budget? And I go, don't let me buy this wicker basket. What do we need it for? He goes, well, I don't know. You said you wanted it. And I said, no. I said, I liked it and I do want it, but don't let me buy it because I don't need it for anything. And he's like, so you don't want it? And I was like, no. Focus. If I say I want something, I want it, but we're not going to get it because I have no reason to buy it except I want a wicker. I just want all of them. I love baskets. I love flowers. I love shiny things. I love things I'm never going to use. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, I just want it, but we're not going to get it and we're not going to put it in the budget. We have other things I'd rather get, you know, but I could anytime someone's like, hey, Brittany, do you need a basket? I'm like, give it to me. Hey, Brittany, give it to me. Look at my mother-in-law got flowers from a friend. She got a bouquet of flowers. And I was like, hey, when you're done drying that out, give it to me. She's like, you want my dried flowers? I was like, give it to me. Give it to me. Look how pretty this is. Look how beautiful this is. The fuck? Give it to me, bro. Give it to me. And she was like, oh, I was just going to toss them. I was like, give it to me. Don't throw away your flowers. Give it to me. So I've given myself permission to hoard dry flowers. That's my permission to myself. I'm allowed to ask people for their flowers. Like, hey, you're going to throw this away? Give it to me. Ha.
I never post my outfits with the intention of having people buy what I'm wearing. I don't think anybody does. I think the point, at least for me, is to share my self-expression, to share something that I've put together.
Pause. She said, I don't think people post things thinking people will buy it. I disagree. I think there's a whole bubble of people that want you to dress like them because they want to be trendsetters. I don't know if you all know this. People want to set trends. They want to be the reason you wear the clothes you're wearing. So I disagree. I think she's going to say that later in this video about Birkins. Why does everyone want a Birkin? Because it's a trend. You're a trendsetter. They want to be the first. So I disagree. I do, but I think she knows that because later in the video she mentions Birkins. So I think she knows. Yeah, but maybe it's not most people, but I think a lot of people want to be trendsetters.
That I like, that I'm proud of, and maybe, again, inspire others to put something together that's similar with things that they already own, or give them an idea of, oh, I've never thought of styling that kind of skirt that way. You know what I mean?
Okay, here we go. Birkin bag. Exactly.
I wanted to talk about some current fashion trends that have sparked some fashion discourse on TikTok.
No, Chad says, haven't they always been trendy? I first looked into the Birkin and Hermes after Gilmore Girls. No. Birkin, she's going to tell you the story of the Birkin and how it came about, and it's actually really good. It's actually, I want a Birkin, but not a real Birkin. Like, I want the concept of a Birkin, but I don't want a real Birkin. But you know what? Do you know what I use as a purse? Do you know what era of my life I'm in? I'm in the backpack era. Have you ever seen my purse? Oh my God, let me go get you my purse. You can watch her. I'll show you what I wear. Sorry, I muted myself. I'll be right back.
That I find really interesting that I think speaks on a lot of the things I'm talking about. First, I want to talk about the Jane Birkifying or Jane Birkification of handbags. So Jane Birkin was a it girl of the 60s. She was a British actress, singer, and model. She's actually one of the most photographed women in the 60s. She inspired the creation of the Hermes Birkin in the 80s, which is one of fashion's most, if not the most coveted luxury bag, the most expensive handbag you could ever purchase. The price ranges depending on what kind of Birkin it is. It could be $20,000, it could be $250,000. Depending on the rarity, the style, the color, etc. Not only is it exclusive in its pricing, but it's also exclusive in its accessibility. The opportunity to purchase a Birkin is only made available to Hermes's most loyal customers, or most famous maybe. You can't just walk into an Hermes store and buy a Birkin. It has to be offered.
It's 4,000.
I know.
And there's a waiting list.
I assumed.
5 years.
For a bag?
It's not a bag. It's a Birkin.
It's not a bag, it's a Birkin.
But anyways, Jane Birkin was the person who inspired the creation of the bag itself. I've heard different iterations of this story, but I'll just let Jane Birkin explain it herself.
I was going to London and they upgraded me, the hostess upgraded me, and I found myself next door to a very polite gentleman. And I'd got my agenda, as usual, bag full of bits of paper and everything, and the whole thing fell to the ground. So I picked it up and he said, you should have pockets in that agenda. And I said, what can you do? Hermes don't make it with pockets. And he said, I am Hermes. I said, oh, then in that case, I'll give you my agenda. If you could make something with a pocket, that would be lovely. I said, why don't you make a handbag that's a bit bigger than the Kelly and not as big as my suitcase, which weighs a ton? And he said, like what? And there was the sort of vomit bag. And so I did a little sketch. He took it with him. And a month later, I got a call from Hermes saying, would I come and have a look at this bag? And it was made out of cardboard. It looked lovely, actually, in cardboard. And I said, this leather would be rather nice, etc. And then when I picked it up, they said, it looks so good.
Yeah.
Can we call it your name? After you.
So Jane Birkin wasn't just known for inspiring the bag or even owning the bag. She was known for living in the bag.
I was quite well known for a basket before. So I just obviously knew that girls like to have masses of things in their handbag. And so although I would love to have been a sort of neat person that would fit in with the Kelly, then, which is the same as that but much smaller, I never thought you could.
So if you guys know the difference between a Kelly bag and a Birkin bag, she's referencing the Kelly bag. And again, I don't even know much about high fashion or luxury goods, to be honest with you. I'm again, it's not a special interest of mine. I just like learning about it. But like, there's a difference. I don't like study it. I just watch all the documentaries. Do we know the difference? We do know the difference, yeah. When I say special interest, I mean like I know about it versus like, I watch every fashion documentary. I love it, but I don't really know that, but that's what she's referencing. And I love that idea of the Birkin, right? Like, I love it, okay? Because I want to live in my bag as well. But it's, it's for a very specific kind of person.
You get enough things in it. So I asked for one to be 4 times the size of the Kelly. And I always think that you need, I don't know, when I haven't got it suddenly, another pair of glasses, the credit card.
Hold on, chat. You said, what even is this bag? What's so special? Okay, pause. Because I noticed that your other comments were like, kind of like, I think felt negative towards the whole thing. I want you to jump into the bubble, and not you, just you commenter, all of us, and just take what resonates with you and ignore the rest. Because ultimately, like, I'm never going to spend $100,000 on a bag. Okay. I think her bag just sold for, didn't it sell for like 10 million or $1 million or something in an auction? I don't remember the original Birkin bag. Listen, you don't have to, there's something about the feel of it that I like. There's a lore here. There's a story. There's a realness to the story of Jane Birkin, right? And there's actually like a let women live their fucking lives part of it that I think is so beautiful. But you don't have to buy the bag. It's not the bag you're buying, because that's different. It's the idea of what the bag is, right? Like I love having my life in a bag. Like, something about that feels so freeing. To just be like messy and not care so much and not be organized. And like, I just relate to that so much, right? Chat says, I actually don't get it. Like, does it have a special function? Does it feel different? For the time when it was created, it was the first time a woman could carry everything in her life in a bag. It was luxury and high end, but it was a status symbol for the upper class to sort of be to have it all in a bag, like Mary Poppins. You know how Mary Poppins has her bag and she can just pull in, versus like the cute little wallets, or like a Kelly, which is a little bit more of a square, or like something that only fits your lipstick. You know, it was like it was like the first of its kind. That's why it was the first of its kind in quotation marks. You know, that's kind of the thing that made it so unique in a sense. Like, okay, so I'm in my backpack era. This is my bag. This is my purse. Okay. It's got a zipper in the back. Okay. It's got buttons and a zipper. And then it's got three different storage units inside. This is the bag that I've been using for 3 years. I got it from Croatia. I'm in my backpack era, which wasn't a thing I did before necessarily. So, but this is it. I think I paid, I don't remember now, but I was under 50. I think I was like either 40 or 38 or 45, something like that. I don't think I paid much more for that. I could be wrong, but I think it was about under 50 euro. It's really nice. It's like really sturdy. It does really well in the rain. It does well. It doesn't get scratched up. It's like, it's worn well. I think I've just needed my hands free living in Croatia. We do a lot of grocery. Like if we go to town and we're grocery shopping, we're like hauling groceries back home. So having something on my back is just easier for me than like having a bag I carry. And so I've basically transferred over to having a backpack for now, and it's pickpocket safe. Pick a pocket, because I always feel like I'm the kind of girl that's spacey, and I feel like somebody could pickpocket me really well. Not that there's pickpockets here in Croatia that I even have to worry about, but you know, it's a tourist town, and sometimes when there's tourists around, I get paranoid about leaving my bags open. And so there adds an extra layer of security, but it's a silly fear. It's an anxiety fear. It makes no sense. So it's like, if the item is made with quality, I don't really care how much I'll pay for it. Like Chet said, how much would you be willing to pay for a bag? I'd be willing to pay I don't know. It depends on, I don't know. What does that mean? It's like, how much would you be willing to pay for anything? I don't know how much I can afford within reason if I really want it. Like, obviously, we all have a line of what we'd be willing to pay for something. But I think as long as it's within budget and it's been budgeted out, I don't know that it matters. I think the why matters to me. Why did I buy this bag? Chat says, did you show your bag already? This is my bag. Yeah, I did show it already, but this is my bag. Why? Yeah. What would you guys like? Is there a limit in your head? To me, it's so contextual. Like, what would I be willing to pay? Oh, I'll give you an example. There was a wallet at the same store I bought the bag at, and I wanted a wallet, but the wallets were like $50. Wait, if the wallet was $50, how much was this bag? I don't remember paying that much for this bag. Was the wallet more expensive than the bag? I went in, okay, here's my theory. I went in looking for wallets, and she quoted me 50 euro, and I was like, I'm not paying 50 euro for a wallet. But then my sister was with me, and we were speaking English, and my partner wasn't with me, who speaks Croatian. So maybe she was trying to overcharge me for being a tourist. Because how did I pay? I feel like I did not pay that much for this bag. I don't know, girls. Now I'm wondering. That's the problem with being a tourist in a country. You don't really know if people are upselling you. You don't. You know what I mean? That's why I have my partner do a lot of the talking. Because like I can just, sometimes people, you know what I'm saying? Anyways, oh my God. Chet says you should try one of those trolleys for groceries that old ladies use. Listen to me when I say this. Every fucking time we're at the store, I tell my partner, we need one of those things. I'm telling you, that's our next purchase. Every fucking time I'm at the store, I'm like, imagine if we had one of those carts. I want one so bad. I want a cute one. I want to make it fashionable. I want it so badly. Oh my God, I want it so badly. 100%. I want it so badly. Anyways, okay, back to the video. This is Jane Birkin.
It's the eye collie of the dolly. I mean, everything's useful.
The bag has grown in significance and price over time, which I think is...
Hold on. So $1984, $2,000, 2023 or 2023, $12,700. I mean, it's a cute fucking bag, bro. But I ain't paying no $12,000 for a bag. You know what I mean? I ain't paying no $12,000 for a bag. You know, I might pay $2,000. I think in my head, 2,000 to 4,000 for a bag might be worth it if I have it for the rest of my life and I never buy any other bag. Because if each bag I buy is $50 and I get a new bag every 3 years, and or I need different functionalities of a bag, and I could get a bag that really is good to the day I die, and it's $4,000, I think I could buy that bag. But $12,000 for a bag? 12 sounds too much. 6 sounds too much. I think 4 sounds reasonable in my head. But anything above that, I don't think I make enough money to justify any more than that. I think that's what it is. I don't make enough money now to justify $2,000 for a bag, just to be clear. Like Brittany right now makes enough money to justify $300 a bag. Maybe 5. But I would save for it. But I'm not justifying no $2,000 with the salary I have now, or at least with the money we have saved now. Like, you know what I mean? Or the money no way. We want to buy a house. We don't even have money for it. I can't even buy a house. I'm not buying no bag for $12,000.
What makes Jane Birkin's use of the bag so captivating and influential, because, you know, I think for a while the culture around handbags is that, especially Birkin's, is like, you know, you put them behind a glass shelf and you keep the room at a cool 68 degrees to preserve the leather, and you don't let anyone even breathe on it. Like, very, very precious about the bags. But she completely defied that mentality and actually used the bag for what it was intended for, which is,
I love it,
holding all your shit in it and carrying it around. And she wasn't precious about it. She lived in it. And that's really, I think, the attitude.
That's a great question. Is my partner interested in style? No, but we're both very specific. I would say both of us are not interested in style, but we're both very picky and specific about what we wear and how we look. Does that make sense? I would never consider either of us like fashionistas, but we are so picky about how we look. Like what hairstyle we have or how we walk out of the house. Does that make sense? We're so picky. It's so funny.
I think maybe we should all have about our things. Like, of course, take care of your stuff, but don't be afraid to use it. I mean, if you're going to spend like $50,000 on a purse, you might as well wear the damn thing. And, you know, the beautiful thing about actually wearing the bag, especially a really quality leather bag, is that it shows life and
Exactly.
wear, and it builds character.
I love the idea of having a bag I can not distress on purpose, but allow it to look distressed, because yeah, like I don't have to be paranoid. If I buy something nice that, oh my God, I'm gonna ruin it. Like I would live paranoid my whole like existence. I have to feel comfortable with it getting, quote, impacted, right?
The bag, I think, looks more beautiful the more you wear it, and that's the beautiful thing about quality leather. And it's also very like anti overconsumption or frivolous consumption when you
Exactly, because like I said, if I spent $60K, I know I spent $60K on other things other than clothes and stuff. So let me say I spent $40K. I definitely spent at least $40K on probably clothes and bags and stuff I don't even have anymore. Like clothes and fashion, I never sold. I never got my money back. Imagine if I just bought one Birkin, okay, and a good set of clothes that like lasted the test of time. Imagine if I just saved that money and had a down payment for a house. Do you know what I'm saying? But I couldn't because, you know, I was busy trying to kill myself. But also, I have all these memories at least. At least I did a lot with it. You know what I'm saying? None of it was all of it was to invest in me discovering myself. So worth it. But also, damn, if I could go back. But if I could go back, I would be fucked up again. So I'd have to do it all over again. If I could go back healthy, though, and redo it, oh, yeah, it'd be different. But hey, that's a part of breaking those generational curses, right? Yeah, you got lore for it, for sure. At least I got my lore. Yeah, I mean, at least I can say I've done like all of these things. Like all these things that people who never did it dream about doing because they were busy going to college. I did it. And now I can be more serious about my life, which is kind of helpful. You know, chat says, okay, it's actually made of quality material. I do wish this mentality was still part of fashion culture, reliability and reusability. Yeah, I don't know about new Birkins and stuff like that. Like, who knows? Because these high-end brands are definitely overpricing. But I would say, oh my God, to go back and actually make things that last. Ugh. What a world we could live in. Like to actually go back and make things that last. That's the problem. We're overpricing cheap shit and we're not offering people quality items anymore. And so, yeah, to have to rebuy because everything breaks every so often, what a horrible way to be. And that's capitalism, baby. What item was famous for that? Was it refrigerators? What item was famous for that where they were making them so sustainable nobody ever needed a new one? Because I know those old fridges lasted forever.
You buy something of quality and you wear it and you get good use out of that quality item. And I think that concept promotes the conscious consumption of quality pieces that you can have for life. I think more and more people are starting to emphasize the importance on buying like staple pieces in your wardrobe, spending the extra money for something that you know you will have for a long time, which is more sustainable.
Oh my God, houses. Oh my God, you guys said houses. Oh my God. I'm not buying a new house, bro. If I buy a new house, it's got to be in Europe. Americans, I'm so fucking mad for you guys. I'm so fucking mad at these American builds. Oh my God. I watch these TikTokers who inspect homes and find I want the most autistic, meticulous investigator. What are they called? Because like he goes in and finds every little fucked up detail. He's like, And I was like, oh my God. Like the fact, oh my God, the cheapness. I'm so mad. I'm so mad about American builds. Yeah, inspectors. Yeah, houses made of cardboard and toothpicks. Literally. Oh my God, I'm so mad for you. I'm so mad. It's so fucked up, bro. Oh, find yourself an old 1970s home or something, because I swear to God, I can't believe the way these new builds, they're so bad.
Than just buying the cheap version of something and buying it over and over again. So aside from wearing the bag charms are also something that have emerged from Jane Birkin. When someone says they're Jane Birkinifying their bag on TikTok, or they're referring to accessorizing and personalizing their bag. So Jane Birkin not only lived in her Birkin, but she also personalized it. You know, she would tie scarves to it and different accessories. She had like a watch attached to it. Like she really made that bag her own.
As it was mine, I just thought it was more fun to hang things off it. So I hang my watch off it and all my baubles and bangles and beads, because when you walk around, they jingle and jangle. So it's a happy sound.
I went through this phase too, where I had a keychain and I only put keychains on it that were like gifts or something memorable. And now I don't even have I only have a couple keychains on my keychain now. But it's like, am I doing this because it's organic, or am I doing this because I want to fill my house in with furniture? That's why this idea of like furnish your house or like make sure you fill your house up with decorations. Don't tell me what to do, first of all. And second, are you just doing that so you feel like you don't live in a minimalist home? Because like I'm not a minimalist, but I also refuse to just fill my house up with stuff because the room looks empty. Because when I was younger, I would fill the house up with stuff so the house didn't look like that. But like the truth is like we don't have the money. If we want to reach these next financial goals, we don't have the money. And I know people don't want to hear that because that makes people feel bad about themselves. Like, wow, you don't have the money? No, because housing is so expensive. I'd have the money if capitalism wasn't such a piece of shit system. But no, we don't have the money because we're looking for different things. Look, when boomers, okay, we're young, the sign of wealth was extra shit. Now, having a house is a sign of having kind of money because like extra shit is just like more accessible to us. Oh, $1,000 bag. Okay, let's buy that instead of a house. Yeah, I'm going to go for the house. I'm going to go for stability, housing. Because guys, even if I can't afford a house until I'm 45, I want to be ready for it. You know why rich people stay rich? It's because they have money when recessions hit. Because they actually have the money to invest in housing when shit goes to shit and they can buy shit up. I want to be in a position where I'm prepared because like housing always goes up generally, but like it's about opportunity. And I just want to be prepared. I've never been prepared for an opportunity. And I just want to change that, right? I want to change what happens when I'm prepared. Or what my life might look like if I was prepared for an emergency. It's like, you know, the average American doesn't have like a, what is it, like $1,000 savings or a $5,000 emergency fund. Yeah. Been there, done that. Story of my life. I'd like to be the American that's ready for it. You know what I mean? I'd like to be the change. But that's the thing. You got to do it. It's hard, huh? It's hard. Nothing I'm saying is easy. It is actually so fucking hard. But it's possible. It's possible. And maybe that's a big part of why we didn't have kids too. A big part of why we choose how to do what we're doing. Because at the end of the day, like We already saw people suffer. We want to mitigate our suffering. We want to suffer wisely. Chat said, I think it was 500. 500? Uh-oh. Yeah, that's a big deal, huh? Yeah. I mean, hey, makes sense. Makes sense, especially if you're in debt, then every penny you have almost goes to wiping out that debt. Yeah, that makes sense. Wow.
It's like being on a coach with a horse in New York, but they wear really well. I love things that wear really well.
And so now people are taking inspiration from her, and they're also putting their own little trinkets and accessories on their bags, which is super cute, and something that I've also done with my bag. Exhibit A. Got all sorts of cute little charms on here that I think are super cute. And something that I think is interesting about this trend is...
Fun fact, I'm so irritated and autistic that I can't put charms on my bags because I swear to God, if I hear anything jingle, I'm going to kill myself. But I love it on other people's bags, but it would actually literally piss me off. And it's important to know which one you are, which category you're in, because both are valid. I love the aesthetic of a charm, hate the sound of a charm.
How it becomes TikTokified, and then it kind of evolves into something that I guess in a way defeats the original intention behind the trend. Because, you know, Jane Birkin, I don't think she like ordered her bag charms off of Amazon. I think all those things she accumulated over time or found around her house or something. And now a lot of people are saying like, well, buying bag charms off of Amazon like defeats the purpose. Like it's meant to be things that you collect and things that you find maybe through your travels or at a flea market or something your grandma gave you, which I do agree with that. But also all of these things I bought. Like I bought this at like a gift shop in my neighborhood. I think I also got this at the same place. This is from a like little trinket shop in Soho. So, you know, I did buy these things with the intention.
Wait, my Discord said this is actually a huge myth about Birkins. It has nothing to do with customer loyalty. The bags are made sustainably and by local artists. So that's why it takes so long to get. Really? Oh, you're talking about the Sex and the City scene when it's like, it's not a bag, it's a Birkin. Oh, I get it.
Of putting it on my bag, but I feel like justified in doing it because I wanted to do it, and I don't know. I think they look cute. They feel authentic to me and my style. You look at this bag and you're like, oh yeah, she probably lives in New York or is from New York. I bought this because I thought it would look cute with the purple I love a moon motif. Like it's not that deep. It's not like I searched high and low in the rivers of Zimbabwe and the rainforest of the Amazon, and I accumulated these trinkets to tell the story of my life. Like it's really not that serious. When buying these little keychains and things, I was still intentional about it. I was like, do I like this? Do I think this would look good on my bag? Does it resonate with me, or am I just buying it to buy it?
I have a bone to pick with how bag charms and trinkets as like a trend have become so heavily commodified. And I feel like the best comparison that I can make is that time that Ashley Tisdale, before her Architectural Digest interview, made her husband go buy 400 books to fill the previously empty shelves of her library. And the reason that I'm making that comparison is that bag charms, like your home library, are kind of this outward reflection of your interests and your passions.
No, I hate that though. I hate that. Wait, listen.
It's carefully curated over time. And the key phrase there is over time. The use of charms in fashion as, social signifiers or protection has been around for centuries, but I think what most fashion insiders would agree is that this trend resurgence is mostly attributed to Jane Birkin, because Jane was obviously frequently seen with this very well-worn-in, well-loved Birkin bag that was dripping in jewelry and charms and scarves and everything that just made it so personal to her. But what happens when something becomes overexposed and very heavily marketed, and we start spotting these trends all over the runway? We kind of collectively get this sense of urgency and this need to jump on board right now. Instead of repurposing the materials you have at home or slowly collecting items over time, you
$38 for a charm? Holy fuck. Listen to this though. You know how they say that? Like, like the books you have are an outward expression of your taste or the blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be so for real with you. I've read thousands of books and I just read the books because they're there. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just wanted to know. I hate the idea when people are like, oh my God, do you like this book? Are you asking me if this is a part of my personality and it expresses like my value system? Are you asking me if I enjoyed the book from a literary perspective? Like, just because it's in my library doesn't mean it has anything to do with my personality. It just means I read the book. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think there's like a fear of like, oh, if you own this movie or if you've seen this anime or if you've seen this thing, it's about you. It's just a thing I've experienced. It's like, I don't know. It's like when people judge you on like what music you listen to. I don't know, bro. It's overthinking it for me. But maybe that's why it's so personal. Like, oh, what's your sad girl music? Or like, what do you listen to when you're horny? It's like, okay, you're asking me personal questions. But I also like, I agree. It can be slightly personal, but also it could just be nothing. So I don't like this idea of like, it has to always be meaningful. How about it can just be what it is? Meaningful or not meaningful?
You can just buy them all in one place, all at one time for the low price of $38. It doesn't require thought or careful curation. You can have it right now. So I think this kind of creates this weird dilemma between brands and consumers right now. Because at the root of this trinket obsession is, this desire to make style more personal, but brands are still like, well,
You know, I gotta make money. How can I sell you a prepackaged personality?
And I think that's, the better way of looking at it, rather than like going straight to Amazon and buying all the charms that everybody else has and just like completely like covering your bag full of like random shit that like doesn't really make sense for the bag or for your style. Like I do think the bag charms are cute. I think sometimes they can get a little overboard, but at the end of the day, it's your bag, it's your money, and you can do whatever the hell you want with it. So, and if you end up not liking it, amazing. You can just take the charms off, put it on your keys or something. I don't know. What I find a little more egregious, though, I will say, is when people intentionally damage their bag to make it look more worn in.
Whoa.
I've seen this on TikTok a few times as well. I'm sure some of that was just like rage bait, to be honest, but it was a brand new bag, of course. And, I see videos like that, or there was one girl who had a Balenciaga.
I don't care. I don't care if you buy jeans and distress them yourself. I don't care if you buy a bag and distress it yourself. I think it's cringe if you're trying to pretend like it's naturally worn. But I don't care if it's fashion. I don't care if you're buying a bag and changing it to match your style. I think it'd be weird, though, if you were like, oh, yeah, this bag's been with me for years and it just naturally distressed. Well, then you'd be lying. But as long as you're not lying about it, I don't care.
City bag, and she wanted to marry Kate Olsen of Fayette, and she's like pouring wine on it because Mary Kate Olsen was known for having like
that's obviously a troll, bro.
A giant wine stain on her Balenciaga bag.
That's so. What word do I want to use? Trash. Yeah. Cool. This is so heroin chic. It's so like I do cocaine in the bathroom and I don't like it. And I think it's kind of trashy. Low class? What's the word we want? Not elevated. Junk food. I'm not like judging you. Like literally people are committing suicide, like a genocide, and like the president's a rapist. So like I'm not trying to judge you, but like, girl, get a new purse. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, it's party girl. It's like get a new purse, girl. Come on.
Which happened just out of it by accident, but she was known for wearing that bag. She wore it all the time, everywhere. When I see people doing this, I'm like, you could just like use the bag. It will look like it's been worn. And I do think it's a little ridiculous when people intentionally damage a bag just to give it that worn look, because you can't manufacture the passage of time. You can't manufacture the authenticity that comes with owning something and spending time with something and loving it. I
do like the idea that you can't manufacture the passing of time, like younger people who try to dress older. Or older people who want to dress younger. You can't, if you're doing it just because you want the look, do it. But if sloppy. Ooh, chat, sloppy. It looks sloppy. Sloppy might be like a neutral. I like sloppy.
Just be patient. Just let it happen naturally. But again, instant gratification. That's the theme of this video. And honestly, listen, this bag was purchased secondhand. It has the character of a secondhand bag. It's not brand new. You could just buy a used bag if you want it to look worn in and used. The last fashion trend that sparked a lot of discourse that I want to talk about.
Wait, fry boots? What is that? Oh, I didn't get into this.
The last fashion trend that sparked a lot of discourse that I want to talk about is fry boots and the rebranding of knockoffs into dupes. Dupe culture, I do think, has gotten a little out of hand. We used to use the word knockoffs. I'm not sure what happened to that. Now we just call it a dupe. Steve Madden has their fry boots dupe. Fry boots have gotten super popular in the past couple of years.
Chat says, I love how Britt was about to go an hour ago. Just for the record, I'm definitely going to be late on the podcast because I'm here with you guys. I feel like I'm cheating on you sometimes now that I have the podcast channel. Sometimes I feel like I'm cheating because I like spend more time with you guys because you know what I'm saying? But then I got to go make the podcast. But then I'm spending time with you because I really want to watch this video with you. But just know, okay? Just know the pod's going to be late now. We're your primary. Yes, exactly. You're my primary partner.
The banana canvas been all over my For You page. I bought fry boots this year. I didn't buy the banana canvas boots because I just don't think they're for me. But fry boots, amazing investment piece. I will have those boots until I die.
Excuse me, fashion queen?
Just don't think they're for me. But fry.
Okay, let's look at her fashion. Let's look at it. My favorite is the middle. I think that one is so aesthetically pleasing. I like all of them for different reasons. But I think I like the first one a lot. I think something about the bag and like the flowiness of her clothes. I really like that. but I really like the middle one especially. I like the third one the least, but I think it's because of the skirt. But I really like the middle. Yeah. Chad said, "What's the pod?" Ooh, I'll link my podcast channel in the chat, guys. I'm doing a podcast on provider relationships and how they're inherently toxic, less misogynistic.
Boots, amazing investment piece. I will have those boots until I die, which is why they're so expensive, at least if you buy them brand new, which is where we get into the discourse, right? Brand new Fry boots can be like $500, and not everyone has Fry boot money. So what do? You go to stevemadden.com and get the same look for a discounted price. But do you get the same quality? No. I think you can tell where I'm gonna go with this, because I already mentioned that I think you should buy quality things so they last you a long time. But whenever stuff like this is brought up, the question of classism is always going to be a counter argument, because why can't poor people have nice things? Poor people should be allowed to participate in trends. And to that I say, of course. Yes. Yeah. But also, you do end up saving money and getting a much better value out of them.
Okay, I'm gonna explain something to you. I'm gonna explain to you the balance between convincing poor people they have to buy $1,000 t-shirts and convincing poor people that they're spending less money by buying $5 t-shirts, okay? And yes, Chad, I will be reviewing Love is Blind UK. I just started Ultimatum, so I'm trying to get that done in the next 15 days or so. No over promising. I don't know. Who knows? I don't want to break down. Whenever I have the spoons, okay? I'm finishing them episode at a time, okay? But once I'm done with that, I'll move into BoJack, finish season 6, and then I'll move into Love is Blind UK season 2. Okay, listen. And this, I'm speaking from experience. When I didn't have money, and look, nobody has money, okay? It's not like every month I end up with $50K in my account, guys. There's no $50K in my fucking account, okay? I live paycheck to paycheck like everybody else. I work every month to hope to pay my bills, and I have my fingers crossed, okay? I'm not in the financial position right now to have anything in savings. We're busy paying off debt and moving forward with our lives. And this is a part of financially being slower out, into adulthood, okay? I'm in on it. I'm okay with it. I'll be good. Give me a few years and we'll be, right as rain. But it will take time. So I'm in the boat like everybody else. But things I've learned, the reason it's going so well now versus before is 1, we have a budget. We stick to the budget. 2, okay, we have goals, major goals, and they're important. But 3, we do not buy just to buy, even though we're still tempted. My brain still tells me to buy when I don't need something, including food. That's why we have a food budget, because I noticed, my partner even noticed, when I get stressed, I eat to comfort myself. So the temptation is to buy food to snack on. So if I feel snacky, I get cherry tomatoes, or I get cucumbers and I dip them in soy sauce with a sriracha and a hot sauce. So I'm able to snack on vegetables all day, but it doesn't hit the budget too hard. And it certainly doesn't make me overeat, because, I'm not trying to you know what I'm saying? And it's still vegetables, so, I don't want to hear it. But when I had less money, meaning there's a difference making 20K and making 50K and not having money left over, because you're putting it towards bigger, different things, right? So when I was making 20K and I had no money left over and I was, in debt and I had all these credit cards, I would go to the dollar store and buy 20 little shiny fairies or little trinkets, because I'd be like, oh, it's $1 each. They're only $1. Yeah, but you just spent $20 fucking dollars, girl, and you can't eat. You just spent $20 and you can't pay your phone bill. You just spent $20 and yeah, but it's $1. But it's not $1. So the way they convince poor people to stay poor in any capacity, lower middle class, whatever, you don't have money, is they expect it's only $1. I remember when the dollar store stopped being $1 and I was like, we're cooked. But, oh, it's only $1. Yeah, but it's not $1 anymore if you walked out with a $55 bill. And that's the trick of the mind that I had to overcome, where I was like, it doesn't matter that it's $1. I'm not buying it. Oh, but it's only $1. I'm not buying it. Oh, it's only stop right there. We're not buying it. I try never to say to myself, oh, it's only a insert amount of money here. Because that only represents so many hours of work, especially as a creative who puts so many hours into her job and only makes so much money back. I think I still make pretty good money. I think I calculated, if I tried to figure out how much I made per hour, it depends, but it's somewhere between $20 and in a good year, maybe like $30 or $40 or something. But like most of the time it's like a $20 an hour kind of conversion. I think, it's been a while since I did it. Something like that. Yeah. If I'm making $20 an hour, then I better not be spending $55 on bullshit I don't need. No way did I just work 3 hours for shit I don't even need. Do you know what I'm saying? Every hour goes towards shit we need. So I've been there. I've done it. It's happened. But yes, chat, it's 1,000 little cuts that is your budget nemesis. Exactly. $1 here, $1 here, $1 here. Like, I remember when I was younger and I would say, okay, if CDs are $5 and CDs were $5 and I think you got paid like $5.50 an hour when my brothers were working. Then you'd have to work 1 hour to buy one CD. Or if it was like CDs are $10 and I make $7 an hour, okay, I got to work an hour and some change to get my CD when we used to buy CDs, okay? That's how I would think about it as a kid. And now I've kind of gone back to be like, how many hours I have to work? Is it worth it? And that's the thing, is don't get down on yourself because you're not making the money you thought, Chet says, weren't CDs $15? I mean, eventually. But I remember CDs being $5. I remember my brothers working at Ralph's and little grocery stores around town. And I remember they're 42, 41, 42. And I remember CDs being like $5. And I remember thinking about that all the time. Like, okay, now, but I remember them going up to $15 when I was like in my adult years. Definitely. But yeah, it's kind of crazy. Like how long you work for how little money. And it's bullshit. Like it is bullshit. I need you to know it's bullshit if things are going to cost this much, right? If life is going to cost this much, then $7 an hour is the most bullshit thing I've ever heard of in my life. Not to mention the places around America that are $2 because you work for tips. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Okay? Yeah, Chet says that's why food delivery services don't make sense to me. Well, my brothers fell into that where they were like ordering, and even us. So sometimes we'll joke because, we don't pay tip here. And we eat out like once a month. We go to a burger place we really like, usually about once a month. And it's €20 for the both of us. And then we tip a couple dollars. You're not supposed to tip, or you're not mandatory, but we do it a couple bucks. Okay, so it's like let's say $22 to $23. Once-ish a month, maybe every 6 weeks, we go and we get these burgers delivered. And it's a vegan burger for me and a meat burger for my partner. And it's like really exciting for us. That's in the budget. And we do it every 4 to 6 weeks based off the budget, right? And it's like €23. And I just know my old self would have been like, fuck it, it's $23. Who cares? Like, who fucking cares? And now I'm like, no, it's $23. That's too expensive because the goals have changed. The priority has changed. You know what I'm saying? When your priorities change, you go from thinking $23 is not that big of a deal to $23 is too much. No. And there's another side of it where when you're struggling in your survival mode, $23 being a lot is so stressful. So, okay, let's skirt. Let's talk about poverty. When you have no money because you're suffering under the weight of even paying your bills, that $23 feels like so much money and there's such a burden to it. When you're like, fuck it to the wind, I'm young, I have money, let's spend it, but you don't really have that money, that $23 feels like no big deal. And then when you're on the other side of healing and you're living, and you're not surviving, but you're still paying your bills like everybody else, that $23 once again becomes too expensive, but doesn't become a burden. The burden is lifted the moment you save the money. So when we don't spend the $23, we feel a lack of a burden. Versus when you're struggling for money, not being able to spend the $23 feels like a burden. So does that make sense? Yes, the choice appears. So now it's my choice not to spend the $23 because it's not in the budget. Versus before, I didn't even have the choice. I couldn't even have a budget. I didn't even understand the concept of a budget. I had no money to budget. Now we have money to budget. Does that make sense? So remember where you are in life, what you're going through, how does it feel, and why the best thing you can give yourself is options, choices. This is why I say, I always ask myself, what can I do now? So 10 years from now, I have more choices. Because I know what it's like to not have choices. What can we do right now? So in 10 years, we have more choices. Okay. Chet says, I can't wait to be rid of my credit card debt to be able to listen to convos about money and budgeting without feeling bad. You know what, though, girl? It is what it is. You know, I can't tell you how many people in my life have filed for bankruptcy, how many people in my life have struggled financially. It is such a universal experience. You're going to be quite exceptional when you're done worrying about it. And remember that, too. Isn't that crazy? That you will be exceptional when you're out of debt. That when you have some sort of a savings, you will be considered exceptional. Damn. That's the state of the world as it is. So at least we can all take some comfort knowing like, hey, at least we're all suffering on this, rock and space together, I guess. Wise suffering. We want wise suffering. All right, back to the video. We're almost done.
More expensive like original product rather than buying the knockoff version. For Frye boots, I do think it is worth the money, but also you can just buy it secondhand. So this is a pair of Frye boots that I bought off of eBay. I think they were like $100.
See, that's cute, and she got a secondhand.
The Steve Madden boots are around the same price. They're like over $100, but these are real good Frye boot leather that will last me a much longer time compared to the Steve Madden boots. So you can still buy like real Frye boots for around the same price and get a much better value out of them. I mean, obviously these are worn, they're kind of beat up, but I like that look personally. And I
used to have leather shoes I bought from Goodwill for like $7. And I learned in the BDSM community how to take care of leather. And I loved cleaning my leather boots. Guys, you want to talk about instant satisfaction? Cleaning your leather boots, redoing it, doing the, you know what I'm saying? You scrub it and then you do the black. You know what I'm saying? I don't even know the words anymore. But yeah, I learned how to do that in BDSM. Like a good little submissive who cleaned boots.
I think most people who buy Frye boots kind of like that. I mean, the Steve Madden boots I think come like already distressed, like they have like the manufactured like distressed look. This is authentic. This real distressment. Buying something new,
yeah, the polish
can be worth it. But I think when it comes to anything leather, anything like boots or bags, buying it secondhand is the way to go. That's just my personal opinion. You'd be surprised how many gems you can find buying secondhand.
It's like cars. Yeah, you can get a new car. I've been there, but also the best car I ever bought for myself was used.
If you know you can get versatility out of it and get that cost per wear, it is so worth buying the real thing. And honestly, in my opinion, I feel like what happens when you don't buy the real thing is you're always trying to fulfill that desire for the real thing, but you keep buying like this, like the lower version of it and you're never fully satisfied. So you might as well just save your money and get the real thing. But that's just my opinion. I'm privileged enough to have a disposable income so I can afford nice things. But if it's a trend that you want to participate in, but you're also like, I don't know if I'm going to wear this for the rest of my life, then I see how buying the cheaper version seems like a better option.
Dupes for some people are their only option. So again, I don't mean this opinion to be exclusionary in any way. I know everyone doesn't have the income to save up for the real thing. However, if you can't afford it, I would recommend doing so. Shopping secondhand, whether it's eBay, Pushmark, Goodwill, Salvation Army, etc., can be a great way to save money on trending items or trendy items. Wanting to save money can be a great way to get creative with finding unique clothes you genuinely like and will wear for a long time. I also think the dilemma with trends is that you might not want it in 6 months. So if something is trending and I see it on somebody and I really want it, if I want it again a year later, I'll put it into the budget. But if I don't want it after the trend is done, then I don't want it. You know what I'm saying? I think that's kind of the problem is trends are meant to seduce you into spending your money that you wouldn't have spent otherwise. It's peer pressure. I mean, it exists in home builds, right? Like open floor concepts, which I love. Closed core, like even floor concepts are trendy, right? Let's remember we don't need every trend item that pops up. They come and go. True.
Anyways, I've been yapping on long enough. Maybe if y'all are interested, I can do a part 2 on my Patreon where I talk more about fashion and style and how to develop your personal style and things like that. But yeah, thank you for watching. I hope this didn't come off as pretentious or...
No, I love this video. I think it's such a good video. And I think it just encompasses all the things that I've been thinking, which is like, be intersectional about your thought process. Think about what it means, dressing your age, being an adult, growing up. And remember that like We are animals on a planet evolved over time. Do you know what I mean? Like, nothing we do matters, guys. So if you're going to put an emphasis on caring about something, make sure that you're caring about it for like a really good and healthy reason. Because we already care about so many things for the wrong reason, right? Chet says, what's the best way to tell my wife who knows she's a shopaholic that she needs to go to therapy for it? It depends. If this was my partner, I'd say yellow. That's our safe word. And I'd say, I love you. I really have to have a serious conversation with you. Do you have a minute? And when do you want to talk about it? And then we'd sit down and we'd have a conversation, say, I love you. I've noticed, and I am deeply concerned that we need some outside resources. The shopping's gotten to the point now where I think we have to get professional intervention. How would you like to go about doing that? And then they'd say, okay, yeah, I think maybe they get defensive. Maybe they're like, that hurts my feelings. But hopefully they'd be willing to hear you out because they trust you, because that's why they married you. So my partner would say like, okay, yeah, okay, we'll get on it. And I'd say, okay. And that's, you know, because the problem is like, I don't know how to approach a person that isn't willing to hear that. So if your partner isn't willing to hear it, you might need to start with that first. You know? So you might need to get her just to be aware of like therapy in general. Because if she can't have the conversation with you, then like you guys need therapy maybe as a couple, right? Because that's the first part of it, right? Discourse said, how do you think celebrities come into this? Do you think they end up stunted fashion-wise because their roles are curated image? Yeah. Yeah, I think being a celebrity feels like a trap. Yeah, I certainly would never really want to be a celebrity. Like, I thought about Trisha Paytas a lot. You remember when she bought the Birkin bag and she hated it and regretted it? It was the rainbow one. And she bought it for a trend and she can't get rid of it to save her life. It's like, yeah, I would hate to be that. I don't even know if Trisha knows their sense of style, even though I think it's been pretty obvious throughout the years. But I think Trisha's very similar in that neurodivergent way where they've gone and tried so many different kinds of fashion, but they obviously like curate too. You know what I mean? Like someone comes in and does their makeup sometimes. So like, yeah, I think celebrities and famous people and stuff are brands, which is so exhausting. But I think we romanticize that idea as well. Like we romanticize the idea of being the it girl or the it person or being fashionable. I think there's a balance between caring what people think, which is like not necessarily necessary, but showing up in your community. Again, we should bring this always back to community effort. We want to be good community members. So we want to live by example. And we want to heal ourselves. And we want to pay attention to what about ourselves changes as we heal. And that's what I really want to focus on. It's not about caring about what other people think about you. It's how we show up as good community members. And I do think there is a difficulty in showing up as a good community member as a celebrity. I mean, I think celebrity culture already defies the idea of being a good community member from both the audience that objectifies them and has a parasocial relationship with them and the celebrity that objectifies themselves or feels like they can never express themselves in a real way because their job turns them into an item, which sucks. Like celebrities really are people. And I feel bad for them in many ways. Yeah, Wisdom K has been talking about this lately, how people don't understand why he kind of hates being popular, but also is grateful for the position he's in. That's life. Like, it's hard being a person in the world. And I think that's the problem is like, I think it makes sense to feel worried about bringing a baby into the universe because of what they're about to go through. But also, I think sometimes it can make a lot of sense to bring a baby into the universe. I think it's about moving with wisdom as much as possible and accepting your lot in life and then changing it if possible. Chaz says, choose your hard ? Choose your hard within reason. I mean, obviously, external factors play a role. I don't think Palestinians have an ability to choose their hard externally, but I think they hopefully have the ability to kind of choose their hard internally. Like, pay attention to how Palestinians are reacting to being genocided and tell me you're not impressed with how many of them are still hopeful and strong and in so many ways like remaining stable for their kids and stuff. Like, wow. But obviously for those who aren't, like, that's not their fault. Like, them breaking down to a genocide is not their fault. It is their reality. You know, so I think we have to pay attention to what is our fault, which hardly anything really. Mostly it's our responsibility. And like, what is our reality? I think this really helped me in therapy, is to recognize like, hey, your reality is this way and it makes sense. Let's change your reality. And right now, I think that's what's so gross about the Palestinian situation, is the only people who can change that reality is the Israeli state of Israel. And they're choosing not to do it. And so I say to you, make sure you show up in the world the way you think people should show up in the world. So more people are showing up in the world in a better way. Even if it comes to something as silly as like dressing for an occasion. You know, I think it starts small and it moves outward. I do. I think when we start to give up on ourselves, whether it's the way we show up or the way we dress or the investment we put in ourselves, I think that's just like the world giving up on itself. I want to encourage people not to give up on themselves, you know, even though we are so in the bad times right now. Holy fuck. Like, we are so in the bad times. But yeah, if you're in a position of privilege, use it. Use it. Chess says, did you hear about Anas al-Sharif? I did. We're going to cover it tomorrow. I did. I heard about the Al Jazeera murder of the Al Jazeerian journalists. Yeah, we're going to cover it tomorrow. Bring your tissues, girls. Tomorrow's going to be a heavy one. Yeah, it's sad. All right, girls. With that said, well, landing on that note, if you even have an ounce of privilege, use it to better your life and the life of others. Okay? That's really the message here. Dress your age. And I hope that reflects upon where you are in life, in the stage of healing you're in. All right. I'll see you tomorrow. I got to go edit the pod now. Bye. Bye, 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 bye. Bye-bye. Like the stream before you go. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. And thank you for the super chats. Good night. All right. Bye.